maybe 9:15. Nope, ladies and gentlemen, we have a very on-time judge, and I'm not going to complain about it. My name is Grant Smith-Ellis. Good morning. No need for an intro. No need for anything. We are live with coverage of the Brian Walshe and Anna Walshe trial, Day 2. Good morning. Hello. Nice to see you all. So, I'm going to try again to get you the best possible audio. No promises. I'm using a different feed today. The Law and Crime feed tends to be a few minutes faster. However, the Court TV feed tends to have better audio. So, with better audio plus my excellent boosted towel audio, we're all going to cross our fingers and hope this works out. Now, you might be saying to yourself, you are a frozen towel. Yes, I am, but not for a bad reason. It's because I'm using a good quality stream, and I want you to be able to see that in HD. So that's what we're doing. Thank you, of course, to, I think it's Court TV providing the pool feed today, so thank you to them. And my name is Grant Smith-Ellis. Look at me. Hold on. I'll pop up in a second. No, it's not going to work. All right, I'm a little towel. Good to see you all. Hello, Nancy. Hello, Marvin Hagler. So good to see you both this morning. As you can see, we are live. We are ready to go. We got a courtroom feed ready. We got the audio feed ready. This judge likes to be on time. She's a good judge, excellent judge. Towel likes this judge. I think we all like this judge. Strangely, I think a lot of people also think that the Commonwealth's argument is very good in this, and their investigation was very good in this case. Now, there was a question about the Google searches by Brian Walshe. We are going to talk about that today. Now, that is Brian Walshe's mother, I'm pretty sure. I think it was her who someone tried to ask questions to yesterday, somebody from Justice Served. That was interesting. She didn't have any comment. Good morning, Christina, as well. How are you all doing? All right, we're going to begin, folks. I'll leave you with this.
Court stop session. Turn off your cell phones, please.
You are in continuation of the case on file of Commonwealth versus Brian Walshe, criminal indictment 2023-0091. Counsel, please once again identify yourselves.
Good morning, Your Honor. Greg Conner for the Commonwealth.
Good morning, Your Honor. Ann Yaz for the Commonwealth.
Good morning, Your Honor. Tracy Cusick for the Commonwealth.
Good morning to the Commonwealth.
Good morning, Your Honor. Good morning, everyone. Kelly Portis on behalf of Mr. Walshe.
Good morning, Your Honor. Larry Tipton for Mr. Walshe.
And good morning to the defense counsel and to the defendant. Anything anyone needs to raise with me before we bring the jury in?
Yes, just a few housekeeping matters, Your Honor. We entered 5 stipulated exhibits of banking records, and so I'm prepared if you would like those for your own record keeping, but they are up here. They've been stipulated to, and then
They relate to the stipulation from yesterday regarding banking records or something different?
they relate to yesterday's stipulation.
Okay.
So they've just been marked as the next 5 exhibits.
All right, that's fine.
And then
Where does that put us on the exhibits marked for identification? That is, what's the next one?
The next one for I.
Okay.
These been as exhibits.
these one is exhibits, Your Honor. So the next exhibit number would be 62.
Thank you for the clarification. So these 5 went in for as exhibits what through what? 56, 57, 58, 59, and 60?
And 61.
And again, Commonwealth, what are they banking records from where?
So 56 is Apple Credit Union. 57 is Barclays / JetBlue credit card. 58 is Leader Bank. 59 is JP Morgan Chase.
hold on.
Certainly.
I'm caught up, yep.
60 is Liberty Bay Credit Union. 61 is Fidelity.
Okay. So we start on 62 for today,
Yes, Your Honor.
and I for identification today is our starting point. Okay?
And Your Honor, after this interview is finished playing, which is about another 30 minutes, I would ask that the court read in stipulation that's been marked D regarding the Richard Walker email.
All right, can I have that from either the clerk or the court reporter? D for ID. Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Anything else from the Commonwealth?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
And from the defense, anything this morning before we bring the jury in?
Just briefly at sidebar, Your Honor.
Sure.
I am here with you all. We are about to watch the beginning of proceedings. If you're wondering why is the audio so loud, well, because when the recordings start playing, we expect 30 more minutes of them. You are not going to be able to hear it as clearly as you just heard that. Hi, Nancy. It's so good to see you. Folks, you are not late. You are not early. We are just waiting the jurors, okay? We are in session. I'm a little towel, all right? So, in the context of being in session, think about this. This is on time. A lot of you might be saying, no, we're at 9:07. No, this judge is very on time. Judge had the defendant in the courtroom at 8:57 a.m. Eastern exactly. Brian Walsh's defense theory is that he found his wife's body, thought people were going to blame her death on him, and then hid the body and lied to the police about it. He admitted already to lying to the police and hiding the body. The body has never been found of Anna Walsh. It's a terribly sad case, 100%. One of the more sad cases I've ever seen. There's very rare that a case is so open and shut. I'm a little perplexed as to why it's at trial. We talked about this a little bit during stream yesterday. If you are tuning in, though, our first break will probably be the morning break. It's short. I'm not exactly sure what we're going to do during the morning break. If it's 10 minutes, we'll maybe look at a few cases for Crim Pro review if you've missed it. this is not just coverage of this case. We're also doing an active review of criminal procedure, so I'm looking forward to that. We got through 5 or 6 cases yesterday. I think we got all the way through. When did we get to? Smith? I want to say it was Smith. Anyway, we'll continue on that. It's going to take us all week. I'm so happy to see Nancy and Marvin and Christina Towell. It's great to welcome you all for another gavel to gavel, as it's called, coverage, although there's no real gavel, of the Brian Walshe and Anna Walshe trial. As you can see, the defendant Brian Walshe, is already in his seat, and the court is going to start speaking. I could be wrong.
Yes, I am.
Judges on the bench. Here we go.
All rise for the court, please. Jurors entering.
Jurors entering. Take your seats, folks. Well, technically you have to stand if you're in court, but take your towel seats. We're ready to begin.
Hear ye, hear ye, hear. All persons having to do with the Honorable Justice Diane Fernandez, Justice of Norfolk Superior Court. Draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. Let's have the call of Massachusetts in this honorable court. Please be seated. Please turn off your cell phone.
Good morning, jurors. We had a good night. Jurors will start today, as I promised, with the 4 questions. Jurors, were you able to comply with my order that you not do any research about this case? Were you able to comply with my order that you not speak to anyone about this case? Have you stayed away from all social media and/or news media? And you all still have open minds? With those 4 questions all answered by, in the affirmative by all 16 jurors, we're ready to begin today's work. Witness may be called to the stand.
Thank you, Your Honor. Commonwealth recall Harrison Schmidt.
Sir, you understand you're still under oath?
Yes, Your Honor.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Yesterday, we stopped an interview from January 7th at approximately 1 hour and 2 minutes and 35 seconds in. At this point in time, Your Honor, I'd ask to finish that recording.
You may.
Ms. Gilman?
flew in on the 30th.
Ms. Gilman, could you make it a little louder?
When was her scheduled flight back?
Tuesday morning.
Thank you.
Sunday off because of the weekend?
Yes, that was the understanding.
Okay. And then, correct me if I'm wrong, you said on Friday, the 30th, when she landed, she told you that she had a work issue, she had to go back.
She was alluding to things being very busy with stuff on Friday. And she was, I remember her being tired.
Did she book a return flight earlier? Did she change the reservation? Did she book a new one?
I don't see, here's the thing, she sent me the flight coming to Boston, but she never sent me the return flight. All I know is that she told me she had a return flight on the 3rd, but I don't know what time or what that was. I assumed everything was just the way it was, and then she moved the schedule up 2 days, which is not the first time she's done that. I mean, it is, the whole thing was a bit, I know it was odd, but considering the last couple months, it wasn't so much that I was like, hey, wait, what's happening? Whereas, I was talking to Jem's like, well, this seems insane. I was like, well, Jem, these are the things that I've been dealing with over the last couple months. So it wasn't something that I would be like, well, raise an eyebrow to. I was like, all right, all it did was further confirm that, I got to get to DC with the kids. We got to work this out. It's, it's too much stress on the whole family. And that was the main thing. I just wanted to be together all the time.
So did Anna ever tell you when the return flight was booked, besides when the Tuesday flight?
So, yeah.
In other words, did she tell you which flight she was booked on the 3rd?
No, but she always took the first or second flight out. And she had said she had already booked flights for January. But we were supposed to talk about that. And then she did say she was changing a flight, but not this flight. She was changing a flight to Martin Luther King Day. So I don't know if she did that or if she didn't, but she was talking about changing that flight. Because she was going to come in Thursday night, stay Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, leave Tuesday. And maybe try to leave, maybe say an extra day. So she was offering 4 or 5 days. Which was again, was normal when she said I'm going to take Thanksgiving, like 2 weeks for Thanksgiving, and I'm going to stay 5 days when I come back. And she only stayed for 1 day. And then she was always like, I'm going to have more time. And it seemed like she was having less and less time.
On New Year's Eve with Jem,
Yes.
was Jem aware that she had to leave in the morning?
No.
Why do you think that is?
I don't know. I mean, Jem, we were probably because we just wanted to. Most likely just to enjoy the time with Jem. He was only here for 4.5 hours or so, and we hadn't seen him in
Were
person.
you aware that she was leaving the next day?
When I was aware that she was probably leaving early. Again, the assumption or story there in my head is that she was leaving Monday.
So she was originally planned to leave on Tuesday. You were on the assumption by her leaving early would be Monday.
Yeah, I had no information otherwise, but I was definitely surprised that I gotta go.
Okay. So what were your plans on New Year's Day?
Yeah, so it was gonna be the same stuff. The only difference was that she might have come up with me to see my mother possibly, or we would have, or the whole family would have done something, like my, up in Swampscott or somewhere nearby. Because I said I had time, and I could drop my mother off, so we would see her and get her what she needs, and maybe we could do some stuff. So I was excited about that. Thank you. But I didn't know that, but she was troubled by whatever happened with Bella. She says, can't be my phone. This is 30 minutes before New Year's. And she did bring it up with Jan at the time before.
You said you couldn't be a friend?
He texted on New Year's Eve, saying friendship is over or something to that effect, right?
Yeah.
What did he say?
What did Anna say?
She said, I'm sorry, I appreciate, gave a leadership sort of they were like, I accept, what you're saying, and then he called the message, and then I remember her saying, I'm not taking that, I'm not gonna listen to this. That's actually what she put her phone upstairs shortly after. I think she understood it. I think he was saying that, President didn't see me for the holiday season, you're in town, not seeing me in person, often enough, that's not acceptable. I'm here to, support you, take care of you, or whatever it is. So, it was just a bit, I mean, it's not the relationship, I guess, she thought that they were having. He's married to the child, just by the way, and they've known each other for 10 years, so just to give you some background.
Do you know how they met?
Yeah, they worked at the Willard Intercontinental together back in 2012.
That she went and put her phone upstairs
After
after that?
that, she, let's say it was 10 or 15, and then I remember her putting her phone upstairs because then she came back down without it.
Was, Thomas came down at one point in the home?
Yes, yeah, exactly.
Was this before, during, or after Thomas was participating as well?
Oh, yeah, Thomas went to bed at, he went to bed, then he came over at 9 or 10 or something. I think, Anna took a bunch of photos. Generally, I don't have any because she didn't send them to us yet. But I think she sent one to really fast though. So that was that's when the photo was taken about. So it was maybe 10 o'clock or something like that.
Where upstairs she put her phone at that point?
Yeah, on a bedstand.
The ceiling tile on it?
Yeah, not one of the ceiling tiles, right? On the top, yeah.
Makes sense.
But she didn't seem disturbed by that, which was odd. And she did bring it up. She brought it to me and Joe. So, I mean, that was something not normal, but.
Later, it kind of comes off,
Sorry about that.
you said that the plan for you was to take Anna and the kids up to.
Did you actually have a plan?
We had a full-fledged plan at the time. We had options and stuff, so.
Were they coming over Sunday, the last thing was
No,
that?
I was going to come over anyways, because I was going to go, I said everything in advance because I was going to have to go take my mother, so I wanted to nanny again, I didn't know what it was going to look like and what I was going to want to do and things like that, so. Also, if I was going to see my mother, I was going to take the kids somewhere, we were going to meet up later, but, because I thought, so there was no outside of the house, we tried to do most of it as a and get everything done that was in the
You mentioned having options all years.
Yeah, because I had the time to go see my mother, so I was like, we'd go up and we wanted to do something, with the family, we had those options were available to us. Which, but today, they would not be, because I have it.
You guys had an argument after she said she was
I was just, I was totally surprised, I was in the bathroom, and she came by and said, I have to go to sleep, and, I was like, well, hold on, and she's like, I have to get up early, Brian, I have to go tomorrow, and I was like, oh, I wasn't expecting it, and then she said, I said, I have to leave early, because I didn't know it was going to be like that early. So, but, I had an argument with her, for the Thanksgiving, and the Christmas Eve, so I wasn't going to make this in 3 times. I was like, okay, eventually we backed it up with like, hey, I'm going to come in 4 or 5 days and, for Barbara's King Day, because I was really scheduled for January and February. I said, come every week. It's really not good. Is there any way that you could come irrelevant for more time? So, we were working on that, especially arrive Friday and Saturday.
If the kids took the phone and didn't honor, how would she contact someone for that?
If the kids took her phone and hid it, how would she contact someone for a ride? She would leave the house on the phone. But, let's say that I'm wrong about that. So she was my phone, right? But, she put my phone, I guess she would download Uber and get it, but I know where my phone was. And, we had this one at the time. So, we were phones in the house.
Do you have any iPads potentially?
Oh, there you go. She probably would be able to use the iPad to do it. I would not, but she would know. The only thing I saw was one phone, one in her laptop, the other iPad, the antenna should be at the DC. She had a laptop with her. But she programmed all of these.
Any comments by this one?
I forget when we got the phone, because she had the phone and, on her own had it, and she was bringing it with the watch and everything, so it probably came in, she probably got it in a second, because I think everything came in a second.
You didn't have your phone when you sent those emails, those 3 emails, what were they to him?
I was talking to my business partners, last, my wife, and my mother.
How did you send those emails?
My laptop.
Should I ask you, did you do anything to hurt your wife?
We never do that.
What is long arguments with one another, spouses, etc. Has that escalated to a physical confrontation?
Yes, no, my wife and I very well. And straight to the head, together. It's really all the cases that are for months. The family doesn't work around my life. My wife, I mean, I love her. My kids too. She's a wonderful woman on top of me in life. And to take that away from that, I mean, I just couldn't imagine something like that. That's just not. I don't know my wife. I wanted to spend the rest of my life with my wife. I'm still going to. And we were apart because of the job and my problems.
Her leaving Erie early, being angry?
No, I was sad. I got angry about Thanksgiving, and then I was just sad that we're not spending a lot of time together. And she was sad about it too. It was awesome for both of us. She was away from the boys, and I was always dealing with the boys. My wife and I were very good team. We agreed on almost everything. We agreed on I have to get to DC, just don't feel like we were authors of our own lives. So that's why she wrote that on the thing, we have to be the authors of our own lives to make this happen. We're all working together.
Where do you think she is right now?
Like, a lot of people have, they said maybe she's at a spa, and she was under a lot of pressure. Doesn't want to track with her life. She loved her job, and she loved her family, so she loved focused on that. And we come to that stuff in Bella, I'm sorry, but again, I can't have a hard time with Matt. I have a hard time with Matt.
Does she have any other identifications?
She's got a Serbian passport or Serbian international identification cards, one with Luke. I haven't seen her use them, because I don't know if they're in, I don't know if the date is on them, or the proper date.
Other than Serbia, any other ties internationally, or country she
family, or if she has a friend there, I don't know if it's still there, Julianne, but other than that would be it. And then, DC and Boston, I mean, DC, sisters in Canada, sure. We're asking for a broader,
You checked international flights. Was she scheduled, it appeared in the newspaper, not that I ever believe the newspaper, which is why I'm asking you guys. It appeared in the newspaper that she did have reservations to go back to DC on January 3rd.
that makes sense, yeah.
I'm just asking if that's confirmed.
That's our understanding.
Do you know what time?
Something like that, no,
Plus, there's a morning flight, yeah, always.
And that she never changed that.
to our knowledge, it's not canceled or adjusted.
The chatter between JetBlue and her over the last few months, because when she doesn't call, she does something, they do it online, like online messaging. through
Oh,
JetBlue.
she probably goes to the JetBlue site.
Yeah, they have a chat, yeah. So that's, so she could be doing that and feeding kids or something like that. But a lot of times she would talk to them and it wouldn't work out, and then she would take a break and then come back.
I'm not talking about the email that we're talking about, it's a live chat.
Yeah, so sometimes, I don't know if it could be like, they're like, we'll just come in, change at the counter, or they're like, I can't do this. And she was always asking she had gotten a good status, especially with the card, so I don't know what her deal was, but it's possible that, because she said when I have this, they can make changes at the counter, upgrades at the counter, and different, so.
What about like, brunch reservations or any brunch plans on New Year's? I guess that's popular.
I know, but Anna was talking about making supper, so I don't know if she did it or not. I haven't checked, I haven't for.
So, a lot of time outside of the house on New Year's Day. When did you put that request in? Was it a normal Thursday request?
Yeah. No, always Thursday.
Okay.
And the request was from what, from 3 to 9?
3 to 9, yes.
So there wouldn't have been brunch.
No, yeah, we wouldn't have been furnished, but it was good. That's
Would she have gone to brunch without you?
No, not fine. No, well, she would have left. No.
I mean, if she were going home on January 3rd, would she have gone out to brunch with other friends or anything?
No way, no. The only time when she was here that she saw someone without me was Rima. And, I was only twice, she did that twice. That's the only, everything else we would do together or people would come to the house. The time together was very important for us.
Those friends in the area that,
Peter Kirby,
that you think we should speak to as far as that knew Anna real well, that she was close with that past?
Peter Kirby, they went to the St. Peter school together 3 years ago, and he lives with his wife and child in Marshfield. They've been calling for support. Jim Lulu, who's here, obviously, a family friend, and someone who is, obviously loves Anna very much. Rima Ferrer, she was Anna's mentor, and they were very good friends. Those would be the main ones that I would think of.
I think that's pretty much it for now. We're gonna have to obviously do the dialogue and back and forth at the beginning and follow-up questions. As you can imagine, as we
I might have it here. That's helpful. Yeah, we can get that going. But I think she sent it to me. What is the name? Yeah, just check the Chase Freedom. That's the one that I use. I don't use the Capital. The Capital one has been out of commission. It was only in commission for a month or so. Do you have access to the Chase Freedom or?
We gotta jump through a lot of hoops.
Yeah, absolutely. Good. How much of the Chase Freedom would you like?
Very smooth.
Oh, okay, so just. Okay.
We'll give you all December. We'll give you all, we're not gonna,
That's
Probably easier just to pick on a month.
whatever the last month's statement is, I'm not sure if it's, you know how it is, some of them start
Sometimes
December
it's broken
10th.
The state, requires that companies.
Yeah, so will I. But I don't think they do anything. I
I'm still not.
have dealt with Anna, she does everything online.
Anna's cousin, the one with the,
Milan?
land dispute in Serbia.
Milan, yeah.
Milan, I was gonna ask his name.
Yeah.
Last name?
Lubicic.
Has he ever contacted you?
No. Yeah, I think he's best speaking English though.
So, you said there was a conflict that,
Yeah, there's a terrible conflict. If you speak to Alexandra, she'll know more about it. But since I've known Anna, basically what happened 2 generations ago in Serbia, in Belgrade, Anna's father's mother, sort of grandmother, bought a piece of land with her sister or something, and then they had kids, and there's been a land dispute over it because now it's worth a lot of money, and you can build a large building there. And that building, that kind of money in Serbia, change your life. I mean, it's like winning the lottery here. And then they've been fighting over it for many, many years, 20 years at least. They thought they were going to resolve it in 2017. And then things didn't work out. Things went back and forth. And then just this Thanksgiving, they, basically dissolved the deal. So they had a deal that took 15 years to put together. 5 years later, they couldn't perform on it. They were about to split.
so aside from that, and the, is there any, business conflicts with properties or with this new job? Is there anybody that would be upset with that?
Yeah, people ask me that same question. I can't think of anyone that would be, upset with Anna. I mean, everyone loves Anna. I mean, she's wonderful. So, if you see all the texts and emails coming, like, what can we do? Love Anna. I can't think of, I can't think of anything like that, honestly. That would be upgraded to anything like this, especially.
Whether it's her fault or not, like any issues at work that comes up that somebody would be slighted?
Not that I know. I mean, the only people I know are the people that she was working with, and she had a very good working relationship with everybody. No, again, it would be very hard to. No, I wouldn't have a name to give you for that.
Okay. What about you? Any previous business partners, any current partners, anybody that would be, upset with you that would want to try and hurt you in some way?
What about the guy in LA?
Oh, but there's a civil lawsuit.
Yeah. Well,
A civil lawsuit is not the same as wanting to hurt you.
okay. But
There's a civil lawsuit in California. I don't think that reads any.
Okay, yeah,
I understand somebody suing you.
Yeah.
But Anna too.
Trying to hurt your wife is different. Yeah.
Right, but there's an Anna as well, and then he called Anna during the thing. So I mean, that's the one. That's one person. But I mean, I don't think so either. But that would.
We have the name just to.
Yeah. What is it, Ron Ridley? Gallery thing. But he had Ron Ridley. Yeah. But he did call. He called Anna, and he brought her into the case.
What do you say?
Well, he sent her threatening, Facebook text at one point. You stole from me. I know the police and the FBI. I'm coming to get you. Things like that. But that was 6 years ago. And we had, other than when I was arrested, he tried to contact her via Facebook or something, 2018. But we haven't heard from him since.
What was the 18 contact?
2018. I think it was just, he was trying to friend her or something like that.
Criminal stuff started.
That's right when the criminal stuff started, yeah. But, that would be, I mean, someone who, I mean, certainly I have a, a different situation, so, him and, I mean, there's Jung and Lee in Korea, but highly unlikely. I mean, he's he's a son of a billionaire. I don't think he would.
What in Korea?
His name is Jung Lee.
It's another person involved in it. They're getting restitution and everything.
Also,
The guy is-
Jung could care less, yeah.
Yeah, I don't think anything of that would rise to that.
Yeah, same with Arnaud Dubuis.
And besides, they would be pissed at him, not.
Yeah. Ron is the only one that, like, tried to bring us, like,
Jung Lee is what's, and what was the other name you said?
was Arnaud, or the other person who, Arnaud Dubuis, who's, in Paris, he's a art dealer.
Were they all partners in there?
No, it's all a separate situation.
So why separate incidents, like aside from?
Yeah, well, they're similar
They're
separated.
separate incidents, and honestly, I don't think anything about his criminal case would have anything to do with this.
I don't either, but I still want to know.
But those are the names of the players. And Ron was the one who did have contact with my wife, and it served my wife at work.
Okay, but if people have a problem with you or your wife, like those are the people you want to know. I
Right.
understand that some of those people may be very far-fetched and do have any involvement in this.
Well, definitely Korea and France are pretty. I mean, he's the other guy's in LA, so.
If anyone contacts you or some of our media or
We're,
any like contacts, really.
We will give you any information that we get.
What about Trump was here last night, with, out-of-state place, was that a visitor or?
An Abdullah?
What time did he arrive last?
Adele, yeah, he was
You
late.
called me.
Yeah, I called you late, so he must have not.
Okay.
And how long was he here roughly?
10 minutes, 15 minutes. But my mother's saying it was 30. I was trying to.
I don't think so.
Yeah, I was trying to usher him out quickly, but he went. But at one point, he brought James Ryan, who was one of Anna's mentors 10 years ago, who I haven't seen in a decade, which was weird. And then I was speaking to James, but he went over and spoke to the kids to Zach and the kids from. But
I'm hearing a lot, we're talking about his friends and real mentors and leadership. What exactly is going on with these groups that you guys are part of?
yeah, so how to explain? It was something called Lost Breakthrough Academy, and it was just a leadership training program. We formed pretty close relationships there, and as I said, we raised a lot of money through our community service projects, each from Loving Spoonfuls, Torch Foundation, things like that. So we've stayed connected. It was more than 3 years ago. I guess I started this month 3 years ago, and Anna graduated in February 3 years ago, so 2020. Well, it's a 4 or 5 month program, and then you get a graduation. And he says that you've graduated or have a certificate of completion of your of work. So
Okay.
it's not accredited, to be clear.
Adele is a member of that?
He is not, no.
He's not.
But
The guy you brought in with?
James Ryan, no.
I thought it said.
A mentor from her when she was young at work, yeah.
Okay.
And I had a good, someone that she considered. They, I guess they had spent time together, I don't know, 4 or 5 months ago as well.
When's the last time, how much of that, leadership group that you mentioned?
Oh, yeah, it was 3 years ago now.
The
Yeah.
last time she was part.
Part of it, yeah, but we stay in touch.
Okay. All right.
But, Jen, Melissa, and Peter Kirby, all of them have gone through that training. But if you have any other questions, please don't hesitate.
Appreciate that.
Anything from the pool today?
No.
Very dirty pool.
Okay.
It is
Oh,
Your Honor,
Yes?
the Commonwealth requests that identification D is read into the record.
Sure. So, George, from time to time, I will read you what are stipulations. They're simply agreements between the parties. I sometimes say they're facts you can take to the bank if the parties agree with them. I'm going to read such a stipulation now, marked for identification as Exhibit D for ID. At 5:18 a.m. on Saturday, January 7th, 2023, Cohasset Police Detective Harrison Schmidt received an email from Richard Walker 9984 at gmail.com, which stated, "We have the so-named Anna Walsh with us here. We had a deal worth $127,000. She messed up. We have her here with us, and if she doesn't pay the money, then she'll never be back. And we know that the police and the FBI are involved. Good luck finding us." Detective Schmidt received a second email from Richard Walker 9984 at gmail.com, which stated, "Here is Anna Walsh, Harrison Schmidt, 7th, 2023. Cohasset Police Detective Harrison Schmidt received an email from Richard Walker 9984 at gmail.com, which stated, "We have the so-named Anna Walsh with us here. We had a deal worth $127,000. She messed up. We have her here with us, and if she doesn't pay the money, then she'll never be back. And we know that the police and the FBI are involved. Good luck finding us." Detective Schmidt received a second email from Richard Walker 9984 at gmail.com, which stated, "Here is Anna Walsh. Unless she pay the money we deal, she isn't coming back. Comma, comma. Thanks and good luck." The second email had an image of a woman who was not Anna Walsh, and using an image search, police found the image on iStockPhoto.com under, quote, "kidnapped, stocked photos," end quote. On January 7th, 2023, police obtained a search warrant for data associated with the account Richard Walker 9984 at gmail.com. The search warrant was sent to Google, and investigators learned that the Internet Protocol address, the IP address, with the Richard Walker 9984 email account geolocated to Nigeria, and no IP addresses located in the United States were associated with the account that sent the Richard Walker 9984 at gmail.com email. The Commonwealth is not alleging that Brian Walsh sent the Richard Walker 9984 at gmail.com email.
Thank you, Your Honor. So, Sergeant, a couple questions about that interview. There's mention of an application, Viber. Could you tell us what that is, if you know?
It's a messaging application.
And there's also mentioning of WhatsApp. Do you understand what that is?
Yes, that's also a communication app.
There was mentioning of a person named Abdullah. Do you know his name?
Yes, Dula Almatari.
And what is his relationship to Anna Walsh?
A previous coworker from the hospitality industry.
There was also mention of Peter Kirby. What is his relationship to the Walshes?
A family friend.
During the interview, a dog can be heard barking. Where was the dog located in the home?
In the crates in that sunken-in family room.
And you had the opportunity to be at the home a few times between the 4th and the 7th. What issues did you ever have with the dog?
None.
There was also mention of the pool today. What was going on at the pool that day?
During that wide-scale search, we had drained the pool to get a better look at it.
Now, after January 6th, when the Cohasset Police Department had a press conference, what happened to your voicemail and email?
I was inundated with messages and tips from the public.
Why is it that your voicemail and email were inundated?
I was the point of contact for any information, so my department email and phone were listed and disseminated to the news and social media.
And was Richard Walker email one of those things that came into you after that press conference?
Yes.
Now, Ms. Gilman, could we have what was marked yesterday as Exhibit 44? Sir, do you recognize Exhibit 44?
Yes.
And where is this in relation to the house?
If you're standing in the backyard with the house to your rear, you'd be looking at like the back right corner of the fenced-in portion of the yard. That's the shed.
What's on the other side of the fence?
Neighboring house.
Now, and Ms. Gilman, can we have Exhibit 47 from yesterday? Sir, do you recognize this?
Yes.
This is the, what you said was the missing poster you created?
Correct.
Now, what information, where did you get the information to create this poster?
I made this on Thursday, so I had the information from the patrol report, the NCIC missing persons form, and the information from the first interview with the defendant.
Thank you. If you could take that down, Ms. Gilman. And when you were speaking to the defendant, what did you learn as far as Anna Walsh's maiden name or prior names?
There was a previous name of Nipp, K-N-I-P-P, and a maiden name of Lubitschek.
Now, after that interview on the 7th, what did you do next as far as your investigation?
We continued to reach out to friends and family, gather more background information.
And on the 8th, what did you do in the morning?
We briefed at Cohasset Police Station a plan to execute a search warrant.
And when were you going to execute the search warrant?
516 CJC Highway.
What time did you have the opportunity to execute the search warrant?
Around 9 a.m.
And so when you executed the search warrant, who was with you?
Myself, I believe Chief Quigley, the day shift for patrol, the state police detectives, crime scene. I believe that was it.
And who was at the house when you executed the search warrant?
The defendant and his children, and Diana Walsh, the mother.
And what did you do with those people in order to execute the search warrant?
We had reached out to Attorney Minor, and she came to the scene, and they all left with Attorney Minor.
Now, did you ever have the opportunity to speak to Mr. Walsh again on January 8th of 2023?
Yes.
Where did that conversation take place?
Attorney Minor's residence in Situate.
And who was present for that conversation?
Attorney Minor, myself, Trooper DeChico, Trooper Proctor, the defendant, and his children were in the other room.
And have you had
came to the scene, and they all left with Attorney Minor.
Now, did you ever have the opportunity to speak to Mr. Walsh again on January 8th of 2023?
Yes.
Where did that conversation take place?
Attorney Minor's residence in Situate.
And who was present for that conversation?
Attorney myself, Trooper DeChico, Trooper Proctor, the defendant, and his children were in the other room.
And have you had the opportunity to review a recording of that?
Yes.
And does that fairly and accurately depict the defendant's statements in that interview?
Yes.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth will proceed to have this marked as the next exhibit, which today I believe is 62.
Any additional objections beyond the ones I previously heard?
No, Your Honor.
The 1/8/23 audio will be marked and is now in evidence as Exhibit 62. And for the record, for those of you keeping track over there, the jump is as a result of the following. The parties agreed to, and woman I had indicated to the council, now will indicate to you on the record, certain financial records that the parties agreed to have been admitted into evidence, and those records are now in evidence as Exhibits 56, 61. They comprise records from Apple Credit Union, Barclays JetBlue Credit Card, Eater Bank, JP Morgan Chase, Liberty Bank, Bay Credit Union, and Fidelity Records. So,
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, with the court's permission, may the Commonwealth play Exhibit 62?
You may.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman?
(11:13) on Sunday, the 8th, 2023. My name is Harrison Schmidt. I'm a detective at Cohasset Police.
Trooper Michael Proctor, Norfolk County DA's office.
David Chico, Trooper, Norfolk DA's office.
Tracy Minor, attorney for Brian Moss.
So we're here at 244 Gannett Road in Situate. Did you see the time? Yep. Okay. Let's see. So, yes, the last time we spoke was yesterday, and I think we asked you to give us a good account of where you went when you left your house on the 1st, and you told us that you had gone to visit your mom, went out, ran a few errands for Whole Foods, CVS, and thank you, ma'am. You told us that the Whole Foods was across from the house, and your mom lives in Paradise Lane, and the CVS was in Danvers. Where is which CVS in Danvers was it?
No, sorry, maybe like by the nail salon that I used to go to years ago.
What road would that be on?
By Kathmandu, Plaza Shop.
Kathmandu. Okay. And what did you purchase there?
It's probably the alcoholic wipes or the other wipes, whatever it's called.
Okay, and the method of payment?
Cash.
Okay. And the time that you would have been there?
7?
Yeah.
Okay. I was looking for how long for the children.
Okay.
Because
Well, we know that you got back to Cohasset by 8.
After 11:30, yes. But
It's not an exact science, but like a general approximation.
Before 7, most likely. It would get dark out, so we're late.
Was it dark when you got there?
Yeah.
It was. You think it was before 6:30?
I don't.
Okay. So,
I could have been at 6:30.
did you go anywhere else other than that CVS and Danvers?
That was the only place I went. And the Whole Foods.
And you went there further down?
Yeah. I was like, going to Walshe. Every time I go, my mother asks me to get top off for the kids. That would be trying to get some.
And on the 2nd, the only place you went was to press. All right, thank you. On the 2nd, may I have a look at this? Shake, shows, press. eBay purchase.
Big purchases of vegetables.
Okay. Thank you for getting that together for me. Okay. So obviously there's a lot of electronic devices in your house. You've been kind enough to consent to downloading several of them. One of them being the iPad mini that's Thomas's usage here. Is that right? Now on the previously you told us that Thomas had gotten up on New Year's Eve and spent some time with you, with Jeff and Anna, and then he'd gone to bed, right? And that was what, like 10, 20:30, is that correct? Around there. old laptop? Is that an Apple or?
Everything we had there at Apple except on his work computer was not Apple.
So yeah, we downloaded the iPad mini, and you've been fairly consistent in your story, your account in the morning. You said that Anna gave you a kiss at 6:30 in the morning. Is that right? You said that, and then so where do you want to make breakfast?
That's correct.
So how do you explain at about 4:54 in the morning the iPad mini is querying the 10 best ways to dispose of the human body?
54
In the morning.
I have no idea.
Thomas is asleep. And
Well,
she's
Thomas is in his room with the iPad. Thomas is usually, I mean, I don't use an iPad, so that's really weird.
He's 6, right?
Yeah. He does not have
Is he the average intelligence for a 6-year-old?
I don't think so.
Okay, but 6-year-olds typically, I mean, I have a 4-year-old who's has a hard, he can't spell his last name.
No,
6 is obviously way more advanced. If you have a 6-year-old who, you know, there's no.
Obviously not.
Okay. There is dozens of searches in that iPad on the morning of the 1st that ask how to dispose of the human body, how to get blood out of hardwood floors, how to dispose of a body in the trash, how to stop a body from decomposing, and how do you explain that?
I have no idea.
So you're not using that iPad?
I mean, only to get it for his squeaky babies.
Okay. On 11/6, right?
That's what I read, yeah.
So throughout the afternoon on the 1st, when Anna is gone, the device continues to query how to get blood stains, does blood remove, does the dishwasher remove blood from a knife, and so on and so forth.
These queries continue on January 2nd, 3rd. I saw his number of body, and of that nature. Does the time determine that?
It is 11:21, still January 8th, 2024.
Sergeant, after that interview was over, what did you do?
We went back to the Cohasset Police Station.
If you could keep your voice up, sir.
Sorry. We went back to the Cohasset Police Station.
And did you ever have the opportunity to see Mr. Walsh again that day?
Yes,
About what time?
about 4 p.m.
And where was that?
at Attorney Minor's residence in Situate.
And what did you do with him at that point in time?
I placed the defendant under arrest.
Now, where was the defendant taken after you placed him under arrest?
The Cohasset Police Station.
And did you ever have the opportunity to see his hands on January 8th and January 9th?
Yes.
The Commonwealth would seek to publish what's been marked as Exhibit 48, which is file number 7697.
That's one of the previously admitted exhibits from yesterday morning, yes?
Thank you, Your Honor.
You may publish it.
Sergeant, what is this?
That is a picture of the defendant's thumb.
And if the Commonwealth could publish Exhibit 49, which is file number 7701, also previously marked from yesterday, Your Honor. And Sergeant, what is this?
That is the picture of the defendant's thumb, and you can see the blue tile from the booking room floor in the background.
Ms. Gilman, if you could take that down. Now, Sergeant, what did you do on January 9th in this matter?
I went to 300 Forest Street in Peabody.
And about what time did you get to 300 Forest Street in Peabody?
Around dusk.
And why were you there?
We had collected 2 dumpsters from the apartment complex at 330 Paradise Road. The those were transported to a transfer, like a trash transfer station in Peabody for examination.
And so what were you doing? Well, so when you got to Peabody, about what time was it?
I was right around the beginning of dark.
And who was there?
Myself, Detective Lieutenant Lopes, Lieutenant Tully, members of the CERT team, and other troopers.
And Lieutenant Tully, he's with the state police and opposed to Detective Lieutenant Lopes with Cohasset.
Correct.
Okay. And so what were these state troopers doing? Not Lieutenant Tully, but the other ones you just mentioned.
It's a big warehouse with trash lining on the walls. We had dumped the contents of the dumpsters in the warehouse, and we began searching the bags, bag by bag.
And why were you and so what would you do with the bags when you searched them bag by bag?
The contents of the bags were opened. It was spread out on the ground. We'd look at the contents, see if it was important. If it was, those were moved to or plastic or paper sheeting where they could be documented, photographed, collected as evidence.
If the Commonwealth could publish Exhibit 50 from yesterday, Your Honor, which would be file number HAS 7025.
You may.
Sir, directing your attention, what is this?
This is plastic sheeting.
And can you see yourself in this photograph at all?
I can see my feet
Where are your feet located?
at the top of the frame.
And if you could just tell us like what you're wearing for footwear?
Brown leather boots and gray pants.
And if the Commonwealth could have Exhibit 51, which is file number 6810. So, Sergeant, what are we looking at here as far as the process that you were describing?
So this is right when one of the bags was opened for examination. The contents was dumped out so we could look at it.
And if we could go to Exhibit 52, which is file 6867. Now, what are we looking at here in relation to the previous photograph?
Those are the contents moved to like tarp plastic and paper sheeting so they could be further examined.
And the boots, do you know what brand those are?
Hunter boots.
And Ms. Gilman, is it possible to zoom in on the white piece of paper underneath the purse? Sergeant, did you see that white piece of paper that night?
I did.
What was that?
That's a COVID-19 vaccination card with the name Anna Walsh on it.
If you could close out of that. Now, Sergeant, did you ever have the opportunity to review financial records in this matter?
Yes.
And you said that you had been working on that during your investigation, but you've also looked at them since then, isn't that correct?
Correct.
Okay. At this point in time, Your Honor, the Commonwealth would ask to publish page 6 from Exhibit 56, Apple Credit Union.
You may publish that page, yes.
Thank you.
This is from the Apple Credit Union.
Yes, Your Honor. Sergeant, do you see this statement?
Yes.
All right, Sergeant, what is the date for this statement?
The ending date is January 31st, 2023.
And Sergeant, and Ms. Gilman, if you could scroll down. Sergeant, do you remember what the outstanding balance was on the account?
I believe it was overdrawn by over $800.
And Sergeant, regarding the payments on this account, do they bear any similarity to the other withdrawals on the other months?
Yes.
What's those?
Rockland FCU, that payment was reoccurring. Pepco payments was reoccurring. Leader Bank Online was a reoccurring payment.
And, Your Honor, at this point in time, the Commonwealth would seek to publish page 8 from Exhibit 57, the Barclays JetBlue card.
You may.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sergeant, what is the date for this statement?
Statement period ending in January 17th, 2023.
And what was the balance for this statement?
Statement balance as of 1/17/2023 is $2,145.69.
Ms. Gill, and Your Honor, if we could publish page 10 from the same exhibit?
You may.
Thank you. And Ms. Gilman, could you go down to the bottom? Sergeant, what did you see as far as activity on this card after December 31st?
None.
Your Honor, may we publish page 4 from Exhibit 58, Leader Bank?
May.
Thank you. Sergeant, do you recognize this statement?
Yes.
What is this for?
This is a mortgage payment for investment property.
And do you see an address associated with it? Towards the bottom.
Yes, the collateral property is a condo at 35A Turdour Street, Unit 35A-5, Lynn, Mass.
Sergeant, in the interviews you had with the defendant, there were discussions of properties. What other properties were there that Anna Walsh or the defendant had access to in Massachusetts?
There were Lynn rental properties.
And if we could close out of this, in Your Honor, with the court's permission, may we publish page 45 of J.P. Morgan Chase, Exhibit 60. Oh, I'm sorry, Exhibit 59.
Page 40?
45.
Page 45. You may.
Thank you. Sergeant, what is this account?
This is the Chase Freedom Card.
And when is the period ending for this account? Ms. Gilman, could you scroll down just a little? Under opening and closing date, what are those, sir?
The range is October 18th, 2022 to November 17th, 2022.
And Ms. Gilman, could you scroll up? What was due on the account at that point in time after the November date?
$0.
And with the court's permission, the Commonwealth would seek to publish page 47 of the same exhibit.
You may.
Thank you. Now, Sergeant, directing your attention to page 47 of the same exhibit, I'd like to ask some questions about October 30th. Do you see that entry on it?
Yes.
What does that state on October 30th?
A United flight was purchased on the 30th for November 23rd, 2022 from airport code IAD to airport code DUB.
What is the date associated with that?
November 23rd, 2022.
The next line down, sir?
Purchased on the same date of October 30th, a Air France flight departing airport code DUB to arriving CDG, and then a connecting flight CDG to BEG.
And the next line after that, sir? Oh, and by the way, what was the date associated with that airline?
That was 11/27/2022.
The next line on October 30th, sir?
A flight from Lufthansa Airlines for the date of December 7th, 2022, leaving BEG to airport code FRA, and then a connecting flight FRA to BOS.
Do you know BOS's airport?
Boston Logan.
Do you know IAD?
IAD is Dulles in Virginia.
What is DUB?
Dublin in Ireland.
What's CDG?
Charles de Gaulle in France.
What's BEG?
Belgrade.
What is FRA?
Frankfurt.
Now, if the Commonwealth could publish page 97 on, one moment. Could the Commonwealth publish page 97 of this same exhibit, Your Honor?
Page 97 of 59?
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Your Honor. Within this same exhibit, was there another credit card?
Yes.
And what was this credit card called?
IHG Rewards.
And looking at page 97, what is the balance owed on this credit card?
$2,690.97.
And Ms. Gilman, could you scroll down? What is the closing date for that account?
January 23rd, 2023.
And Ms. Gilman, could you scroll down some more? What is the name on that account?
Anna Walsh.
Now, if the Commonwealth could publish page 25 of Exhibit 60 from Liberty Bay.
You may.
Do you recognize this statement, sir?
Yes.
What is this?
This is a Liberty Bay Credit Union statement ending in January 31st, 2023.
And who's the name on this statement?
Anna Walsh.
And what is the balance on the statement?
$3,388.98.
And do you see those withdrawals on January 3rd and 4th?
Yes.
Do they have any similarities to other withdrawals and other statements within this exhibit?
Yes, the MLS property was reoccurring every 3 months, and the WJ Management and Great North Prop were reoccurring monthly.
If the Commonwealth could publish page 7 of Exhibit 61, Fidelity.
You may.
Thank you, Ron. Oh, page 7. Sir, within Fidelity, how many accounts were there?
2.
And do you recognize page 7?
Yes, this is account ending in 5493, a IRA account.
And who's the name on the IRA account?
Anna Walsh.
And what is the date of the investment report?
February 1, 2023 to February 28, 2023.
And what is the account value at that point in time?
$93,615.82.
And if the Commonwealth, finally, Your Honor, could publish page 118 from the same exhibit?
You may.
Thank you. What account is this, sir?
This is an individual investment account ending in 5491 for Anna Walsh.
And what is the investment report date?
February 1, 2023 to February 28, 2023.
And what is the account value?
$117,719.74.
Can you take that down, Ms. Gilman? Your Honor, may I have a moment?
You may.
Your Honor, at this point in time, could the Commonwealth ask that you read in G for identification, another stipulation?
Yes. May I have G, please? I don't need to repeat to you what the stipulation is. I'll just read it now to you. Brian Walsh was arraigned in United States District Court in Boston, Massachusetts on May 11 of 2018. On April 1st, 2021, Brian Walsh pled guilty to indictments for wire fraud, interstate transportation for a scheme to defraud, and conducting an unlawful monetary transaction. On October 6, 2021, an initial sentencing hearing took place in the United States District Court. Brian Walsh was seeking a sentence of probation and restitution, while the government, through the United States Attorney's Office, was seeking a sentence which included incarceration of 30 to 37 months and restitution of approximately $475,000. In January 2023, Brian Walsh had not been sentenced on the federal charges. Brian Walsh was represented by a lawyer at all stages of the federal case.
And I have one last question, Your Honor. Sergeant, what are the closest hardware stores to 516 Chief Justice Cushing Highway?
On Route 3A, to the north is Hingham Lumber, about a mile away, and to the south is Abishan Hardware, also in Cohasset, about a mile away.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
A cross-examination.
Yes, Your Honor, thank you.
You may proceed.
Morning, sir.
Good morning, sir.
Those financial records that were just displayed to the jury, tell us in your own words, what's the significance of those?
It goes to the totality of the circumstances in the investigation. It gives us background and just an understanding
An understanding of what?
of the entire investigation.
Well, what those records show, is that there was a lot of automatic payments being made.
Yes,
Those records do not show any withdrawals reportedly by Mr. Brian Walsh, do they?
correct.
And for instance, those records that were related to the Freedom card that you then told the jury about the indication of the flights and you identified DUB as Dublin, where did you get those records?
From Chase Freedom.
Okay. You didn't find those records in the home of Mr. Walsh, did you?
No,
And you didn't find those records then in the possession of Mr. Walsh, did you?
can I explain?
Can you answer the question?
I can.
What is it?
Physically in his possession, no.
And when you were talking and asking Mr. Walsh questions, both on January 4th, January 5th, and later on January 7th, and then on January 8th, he never once told you anything about Anna Walsh being in Dublin, or he was suspecting that she was in Dublin, or anything of the sort.
Correct.
When you were talking to Mr. Walsh back on January 4th and January 5th, he forthrightly told you about the federal case, didn't he?
Yes,
And he told you that it was, I think he used the word integrity. He admitted that this was all his fault, correct?
yes,
And that stipulation that was just read to the jury about the federal case, that was the same case, wasn't it?
correct.
It was about painting fraud involving Warhol paintings that were fraudulent, correct?
Yes,
And as far as you know, and based on your investigation that's gone on for some time now, other than that federal, there's no other federal case. Let me ask you.
I'm not aware of any other federal case.
And it'd be one of the things you would do as the lead detective in this case to make sure you knew about other pending federal cases or things like that, correct?
Yes,
Let me just ask this. You told us that on January 8th, around 4 p.m., you returned, was it to Attorney Minor's home and placed Mr. Walsh under arrest?
yes,
And it's fair to say that once he was placed under arrest, is it fair to say that he remained in custody?
yes,
And so, just getting to that Richard Walker stipulation, fair to say that one of those ransom notes that we had to hear about, that occurred after Mr. Walsh had been placed into custody, correct?
yes, I believe it was February 10th, the second one I received.
So, even though the stipulation entered into evidence was that everybody agrees that Mr. Walsh had nothing to do with that Richard Walker tip. Nonetheless, you knew, and the detectives knew, early on in this case, that Richard Walker tip had nothing to do with Mr. Walsh, correct?
That was our understanding.
Okay. Now I want to focus your attention on what we heard on the January 8th interview. By the time you got to Tracy Minor's home, you and your colleagues had done an investigation on what's been referred to as a mini iPad, correct?
Yes.
And that mini iPad was associated with one of the sons, the oldest son, correct?
Correct.
And when you listen to that recording, when you listen to the questions that are posed to Mr. Walsh, and you ask him about that mini pad, his demeanor changed, didn't it?
Yes.
In fact, it's fair to say, isn't it? I don't want to mischaracterize, but he basically he looked and sounded sad, didn't he?
Correct.
Because you were talking to him about his oldest son mini pad, right?
Objection.
Basis. Overruled.
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
You were talking to him at the time about his oldest son's mini pad, correct?
Correct.
And he basically answered you, I don't know anything about those searches, right?
Correct.
You've learned in your investigation of this case, haven't you, that the searches that you were asking Mr. Walsh about at that time, those searches were not, in fact, conducted on the mini iPad that was associated with his son, correct?
Yes, they were synced to that, but they did not occur on that iPad, is my understanding.
Right. So now your investigation was able to determine that whoever conducted those searches, of course your investigation revealed that it was Brian Walsh. He never used his young son's mini iPad to conduct any of those searches that we've heard about, correct?
Correct.
And so when you asked him about that mini iPad belonging to his son, his demeanor changed and he looked sad, correct?
Yes.
Those, okay?
Yes, sir.
Those two exhibits that were shown, Exhibit 48 and 49, they showed what appeared to be cuts on the hands of Mr. Walsh, correct?
Yes.
You have no idea how those cuts occurred, do you?
Correct.
You don't have any idea when they occurred, do you?
Correct. Well, I do know they occurred before the photo was taken, obviously.
I'm sorry?
They occurred before the photo was taken, obviously.
Yes, obviously. So, let me ask you a couple of questions about some of the things you testified to about yesterday. One of the things you testified to is, at some point after going to the home and talking to Mr. Walsh on January 4th, you and I believe it was Detective Lawrence?
Officer Greg Lawrence.
Okay, Lawrence. You went and you surveyed the interior and the exterior of the home.
Yes.
And one of the things that you were doing was, as a trained law enforcement officer, you were looking for anything that might give you a clue or anything suspicious or anything like that.
Correct.
And that's how you're trained.
Yes.
And you're a very competent officer, aren't you?
I think so.
And in this case, you you exercised that competency, and when you saw, for instance, that Volvo out in the parking lot, you walked out there and you looked inside the Volvo, correct?
Correct.
And is it fair to say that Mr. Walsh was with you at the same time?
Yes.
And you made note, and you told this jury about it, you made note that you saw a piece of plastic sheeting lying in the back of that Volvo, correct?
Yes.
And you even made note of what you described as a seedling that had fallen down into that sheeting.
Yes, that's what I remember.
And eventually that sheathing was eventually seized, wasn't it?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
It was eventually seized, it was taken?
That plastic sheeting? Not to my knowledge.
Okay. Was there other plastic sheeting that was subsequently seized?
Yes.
And did that subsequent seized sheething that matched the sheathing that you observed in the Volvo?
It looked familiar. I'm not aware of any scientific comparison from one sheeting to the next.
Okay. But I guess it's just fair to say that when you were looking around and you looked at that Volvo, Mr. Walsh didn't keep you from looking inside, did he?
Correct.
The child-proof latches that we heard about yesterday. If we could have Exhibit 34 brought up, photo number 7335. That's that door that you testified to yesterday?
Yes.
That's the door to the basement?
Correct.
The childhood latches are at the top of the door?
Yes.
Anybody can undo those latches as long as they're tall enough to reach them?
I assume with the proper grip strength, yes.
Okay. And so any adult can probably release that plastic latch, correct?
Yes.
And as far as you know, on the door handle, there was no key lock or anything of the sort preventing somebody from going down into the basement?
I don't recall a key lock on that door.
And when you saw that door for the first time, was it open or shut?
I don't recall.
We heard some evidence yesterday about a hole in the ceiling in Mr. Walsh's bedroom, correct?
Yes.
I'm sorry, you can take that exhibit down. I apologize. Maybe we could see now Exhibit 29, photograph 7319. Now that's the hole we're talking about, correct?
Yes.
And is it your testimony that you saw that hole on January 4th, the first time you were taking a tour of the house?
I remember seeing it on the 5th and not being surprised by it.
And all you mean by that is, I could have seen it, but I'm just not sure.
Yes, so I definitely remember it on the 5th, and I remember knowing that the ceiling tile was in the bottom drawer of that bureau, or that nightstand. I don't explicitly remember seeing it on the 4th, but I believe I did just because I wasn't surprised by my seeing it on the 5th.
Okay. Is it fair to say that when you talk about those ceiling pieces, they were stuffed in a drawer that was right there underneath the hole?
Correct.
And it was Mr. Walsh who showed you where those pieces were?
Yes.
And you didn't see anything on those pieces that raised any suspicion?
No.
It's fair to say that when we look at this exhibit, we can see what sometimes is referred to as ceiling joists?
That's what it appears to be, yes.
Okay, and between the ceiling joists is insulation?
Correct.
And it's as if the insulation is intact, the ceiling joists are intact, but the plaster fell down, correct?
Yes.
And it's fair to say that plaster falls down without any pressure on it, depending on what happened, correct?
Depending on the state of disrepair, possibly.
Okay. You have no idea how that hole occurred, do you?
I believe in one of the audio recordings, the defendant states he goes up there and was walking around.
Okay. But you don't have any idea what he was walking around for?
Correct.
And in fact, in that conversation, the context of that was that that occurred long before January 1st.
That was my presumption.
Presumption based on the context of the conversation?
Yes.
That insulation that we see, is it fair to say that what we're looking at is the paper wrapping that covers the fiberglass that forms the insulation?
Yes, the vapor barrier portion of the insulation.
And is it fair to say, do you know, well, that's a terrible question. Do you know, sir, if the insulation that we're looking at in that exhibit, what color it is when you look at the fiberglass insulation?
I remember it being pink.
Okay. And it's a pink color. Now, we saw some photographs of the basement of the Cohasset home, didn't we, yesterday? Correct?
Yes.
And in those photographs, it also showed photographs on the ceiling to the basement, correct?
Correct.
And that ceiling also had insulation, correct?
Correct.
And that color of that insulation was also pink, correct?
Correct.
You talked about going down into the basement, and you saw some bags down there. You recall that?
Yes.
Could we have exhibit number 33, photograph 7343? Well, I got the wrong number. I apologize. Well, I think I'll just ask you questions. I apologize for all that. You went down into the basement.
Yes.
Did Mr. Walsh go down in the basement with you?
Yes.
You saw some bags down there.
I did.
And you didn't open the bags.
Correct.
But you pushed on the bags or touched the bags, didn't you?
Yeah, I manipulated with my boot.
With your boot. And what did you think was in the bags?
Like a piece of a rug or like carpet sample sized.
Okay. But you didn't look in the bag, correct?
Correct.
But based on your training and experience, you thought it was pieces of rug.
That's what I assumed.
Okay. And this was on January 4th, wasn't it?
It was either the 4th or the 5th.
Okay. Whether it's the 4th or the 5th, there were still bags down there in the basement that may have contained pieces of rug.
Correct.
And Mr. Walsh was right with you when you were using your boot to touch those bags. Using your training and experience, determined that feels like they have rug pieces in them.
Correct.
And down in that basement, those stairs, they're wood stairs, aren't they?
They are.
And did you notice the very bottom stair to the stairway to the basement? It was cracked or broken?
Not at the time.
And, of course, the flooring for that basement that you entered, that was concrete, correct?
Yes.
You were asked some questions both yesterday and today about the pool that is in the rear part of the home in Cohasset, correct?
Yes.
And at one point, you looked at the pool and it had water in it, and then subsequently, it had been drained, correct?
Yes.
And as far as you know, nothing of any significance was found in that pool, correct?
Correct.
And in fact, you would be interested to determine if there was any evidence that a substance like blood had been placed in that pool. That'd be one of the things you'd be curious about,
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
And after you and your fellow officers had uncovered the searches that we've heard some about, you're aware of a search, aren't you, that was found on the map book that talked about something about how you measure blood in a pool or some words to that effect? Are you aware of that?
Yes.
And so there was never anything found of any significance in the pool, was there?
Not that I'm aware of.
And in fact, I think it was, you talked about a canine search in the back area, correct?
Yes.
And that canine is a human scent canine, correct?
It's a patrol and tracking dog.
And it didn't hit on, if that's the proper term, it did not hit on anything in the backyard whatsoever.
I believe the canine was on the outside portion of that fenced-in backyard doing the track.
Okay. It didn't hit on anything significant or related to your investigation of this case, did it?
No.
Now, you walked through the house, you already told us, correct?
Yes.
You walked through it at least twice, one on January 4th and one on January 5th.
Yes.
And you didn't see anything that seemed suspicious, correct?
Correct.
And it's fair to say that, quote, you're sensitive to that, correct? Based on your training and experience.
Yes.
But you well know, don't you, that subsequently, multiple criminalists from the Mass State Police then arrived at that house sometime after or on January 8th of 2023, correct?
Yes.
And they were there for more than just 2 days, weren't they?
It was more than one day. It went into the second day at least.
And they went over every single room and item in that Cohasset home, didn't they?
That is my presumption.
And so even though when you, as a trained and experienced officer, walked through that house a couple of times and didn't see anything, still there was trained criminalists that came to the house to conduct testing and searching for anything that might be significant, correct?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
There was trained criminalists that came to the house to look for anything that might be significant related to the investigation that was ongoing.
That is correct.
I want to ask you some questions about the media used to message. There's no such thing as something called iMessenger, is there?
I'm familiar with iMessages,
Right.
Apple-to-Apple communication.
Right. So my question is rather simple. There's no such thing called iMessenger, correct?
At that direct quote, not that I'm aware of.
Okay. And when you were talking to Mr. Walsh on January 4th, he used the term iMessenger, didn't he?
It was either iMessenger or iMessages.
Well, you were asked about that when you testified before the grand jury, weren't you?
I don't recall, likely.
Well, you recall that at the grand jury, based on a series of questions, you determined and stated in part that when Mr. Walsh was talking about iMessenger, he was really talking about Facebook Messenger.
The context of that portion of the interview did seem as if it was because one of the Facebook subjects and social media subjects.
Okay, and when he was talking to you and saying, well, some messages would come up on his phone that were intended for Anna Walsh, he was talking about, quote, iMessenger. That's the phrase he used, correct?
I believe so.
And then Messenger, once again, has to do with Facebook, correct?
That was my presumption from the context of the conversation.
And so you are unaware, as you sit here today, that there is any forensic evidence that Mr. Walsh ever saw the messages or any messages that may have occurred between Anna Walshe and one person named William Fasto, correct?
Can you repeat the wording of that, just so I have it clear?
You are unaware of any forensic evidence that establishes that Mr. Walshe saw messages that may have been sent between Anna Walshe and William Fasto.
I don't recall any digital forensics related to what you're describing.
And in fact, are you aware of the use of Messenger in the context of Facebook?
Yes.
And is it fair to say, just correct me if I'm wrong, that somebody can friend somebody on Facebook and then they can trade Messenger communication, correct?
That's my understanding, yes.
And anybody who is a friend will see those Messenger communications and can respond to them?
In the context of Facebook,
Yes, in the context of Facebook.
messages, my understanding is messages between people would be only between the people that are included in that message.
Well, when you talk about Messenger, you're talking about messengers, the format used on
Facebook Messenger, yes.
It's fair to say that if someone's trying to hide an affair, they don't communicate using Facebook Messenger that might be open to people that they don't want to find out about an affair.
Objection.
Sustained.
You are unaware, as you sit here today, of any forensic evidence that indicates that Mr. Walshe saw any Facebook Messenger communications between Anna Walshe and William Fasto, aren't you?
Correct.
In your interview and your questioning of Mr. Walshe, if I could withdraw that, Judge, I apologize. During your questioning of Mr. Walshe, you were present with others, correct?
Yes.
Other officers.
Yes.
So sometimes when the jury heard that questioning, it wasn't you asking the questions, it was other officers, including Trooper Pacheco, correct?
Yes.
But during those questioning, you were asking, and when I say you, I mean you or your colleagues, you were asking Mr. Walshe for names of people that might be helpful, correct?
Yes.
And he gave you a number of names, people who he knew Anna may be friends with in D.C., and names of people that she might be friends with in the Massachusetts area, correct?
Correct.
And one of the names that he gave you was William Fasto, correct?
Yes.
And you are aware of the fact that William Fasto sold the $1 million townhouse to Anna Walshe and Brian Walshe, correct?
Yes.
And when Mr. Walshe gave you the name of William Fasto, he didn't sound angry, did he?
He did not.
He didn't say anything pejorative about Mr. Fasto, did he?
Correct.
And before that occurred, you or your fellow officers had made it clear by asking Mr. Walshe questions of whether he knew anything about an affair or affairs that Anna Walshe might be involved in.
Yes, we asked about that.
And you asked him about it more than once.
Correct.
And you were asking about it because it could be something that you'd use in your investigation, correct?
Yes.
And by the nature and the context of your investigation, you were making it clear that, well, an affair could be some evidence that could be either good or bad in our investigation.
Potentially.
Right. And so, anybody who's trying to hide the fact that they knew about an affair that could be bad evidence, you wouldn't expect them to give you the name of a person that they knew was having an affair with their wife.
Objection.
Sustained.
Well, isn't that part of your training experience, officer, that you don't expect people to give you harmful information when you're asking them questions?
Objection.
Sustained.
In any event, you had made it clear to Mr. Walsh that evidence of an affair could be either good or bad, correct?
Can you repeat that?
But you made it clear, you and your colleagues, in the multiple questions about an affair, that evidence of an affair between Anna and somebody else could be good or bad evidence.
I don't recall speaking about an affair being good or bad.
In any event, we can all agree that he just gave you the name of William Fasto in the context of anybody that she may know, Anna, may know in the D.C. area, correct?
Correct.
Along with other names, correct?
Correct.
Now, on January 7th, during the interview of Mr. Walsh, he was told, and the jury has heard this, that obviously, quote, obviously, with Anna missing, you know, the public and many people, they're going to have their suspicions about you and whether you did something to Anna. That was told to Mr. Walsh on January 7th, wasn't it?
Correct.
In fact, the point of that question was you were warning Mr. Walsh that people are going to suspect him, correct?
It was the topic of discussion.
Okay. And so it's true, isn't it? When something happens like a missing person, people don't believe somebody that they think might be responsible for the missing person, correct?
Objection.
I'll have the question back.
I'm sorry, Joe.
I'll have the question back. Sorry about that.
I'm sorry.
Or a new question.
Sure. Oh, I'm sorry.
Could I hear that? No. If I was supposed to.
Maybe the best thing to do is withdraw the question and start over.
Start another one. Thank you.
You were warning Mr. Walsh that people weren't going to believe it.
I didn't make that statement, so I was not warning him that.
Okay, but you were there with your colleagues, correct?
Yes.
And your colleague, I mean, from the context of it, you understand that your colleague was telling Mr. Walsh, people aren't going to believe you, so they're going to be suspicious.
I don't know if it was under the context of people aren't going to believe you, but we were discussing the subject that he may, people may suspect him, and I remember he said that his attorney exposed him to that.
Okay, but regardless of what his attorney told him, when it was told to Mr. Walsh, obviously with Anna missing, you know, the public and many people, they're going to have this suspicion about you and whether you did something to Anna, correct?
Yes.
And as an experienced police officer, you know that to sometimes be true, correct?
Sometimes.
People don't believe you when you say something happened, correct?
Objection.
Overruled, but I am having a little hard time. I don't know if it's the monitor or the tone or the largeness of this room, so keep your voice up. And if you can on the microphone, I know you like to move around.
Maybe I should just stay right here.
It's all right. You can move around. I just need you to keep your voice up.
Thank you, Judge. You know, sir, that in investigations, for instance, for missing person, people don't believe the person that they might think is responsible, correct?
I've always been under the premise of trust but verify.
Trust but verify. Okay. That's all I have. Thank you, sir.
Redirect.
No, Your Honor.
The witness may step down.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Next witness or a break? It's about to come up on our morning break, I think.
Commonwealth may call its next witness.
Oh, judge does not mess around. No break. I love this judge.
Commonwealth House Trooper Nicholas Garino.
Oh my God, it's Nick Garino.
Standing, face the clock for me.
Please solemnly swear or affirm the testimony will give you counsel and
Good morning, sir.
Thank you.
And you may proceed.
Thank you so much, Your Honor. Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you please state your name for the record and spell your last name, sir?
Nicholas Garino, Guarino.
And how are you employed, sir?
I'm a trooper with the Massachusetts State Police.
And how long have you been a trooper?
A little over 10 years now.
And what is your current assignment?
Currently assigned to the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office.
And how long have you been assigned there?
November 2019, so 6 years-ish, about that.
And what are your responsibilities at the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office?
I do digital forensics and a sexual assault investigator, as well as assist on homicide cases and narcotics cases.
Trooper, you're currently on a medical leave due to a work-related injury, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And can you tell this jury about your educational background?
Yes, I went to Westfield State College. I have 2 bachelor's degrees in criminal justice and mass communications.
And can you also tell the jury about any kind of specialized training that you have in forensic examinations in order to be a forensic examiner?
Guarino, G-U-A.
And how long have you been, and how are you employed, sir?
I'm a trooper with the Massachusetts State Police.
And how long have you been a trooper?
A little over 10 years now.
And what is your current assignment?
Currently assigned to the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office.
And how long have you been assigned there?
November 2019, so 6 years-ish, about that.
And what are your responsibilities at the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office?
I do digital forensics and a sexual assault investigator, as well as assist on homicide cases and narcotics cases.
Trooper, you're currently on a medical leave due to a work-related injury, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And can you tell this jury about your educational background?
Yes, I went to Westfield State College. I have 2 bachelor's degrees in criminal justice and mass communications.
And can you also tell the jury about any kind of specialized training that you have in forensic examinations in order to be a forensic examiner?
So I've taken numerous Celebrate classes. They're 40-hour certification courses, as well as other online trainings with National White Collar Crime and Magna Forensics, which is another forensic company, and Burla Motor Vehicle Forensics.
So I'm going to ask you a little bit about those. What is Celebrate?
Celebrate is specialized software and hardware to download and extract data from digital devices.
And Celebrate is the name of the company?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And is that a private company?
Yes, they are.
And what is Magnet Forensics?
Magna Forensics is also a forensic company to download and extract digital devices as well.
Okay. And do you have certifications from any of the companies?
Yes, Celebrate, I've taken 4 or 5 of their classes, CCO, CCPA, which is their extraction software. They teach you how to use it and extract devices. Celebrate Mobile Forensics, their Cert F class, which is to repair and fix digital devices and cell phones. So if you have something that breaks, you can still get the data from it. CASA, which is their advanced database software class to go into the databases of the software, the devices we get, and also CAF, which is Celebrate Apple Forensics Fundamentals, I believe is the acronym, for Apple devices and MacBooks.
So you received certifications for all of those trainings?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And how do you get the training? How do you get the certification from the training?
So it's a 40-hour week-long course in person with book learning and then hands-on training. And then at the end of the week, you take a test to show proficiency, and if you pass, you get the certification.
And you were able to pass those?
Yes.
Do you have specialized training for Apple products?
Yes, that's the CAF class that I took.
Okay. So prior to being a Massachusetts State Trooper, did you have any law enforcement background?
Yes, I was a Norwood police officer for just under 11 years.
And any military background?
Yes, I was in the Army National Guard.
You were able to pass those?
Yes.
Do you have specialized training for Apple products?
Yes, that's the CAF class that I took.
Okay. So prior to being a Massachusetts State Trooper, did you have any law enforcement background?
Yes, I was a Norwood police officer for just under 11 years.
And any military background?
Yes, I was in the Army National Guard for 7 years.
And have you previously testified about examination of digital forensics?
Yes, I have.
Thank you. Your Honor, would this be a time that you'd like me to stop before I begin the full examination for the break?
Sure. So jurors, we're going to take the morning break, and we'll see you back in about 20 to 30 minutes.
All rise for the vote, please.
Here, we're on break.
Close your notebooks, follow me.
Listen, my brain is just, folks, folks, I cannot believe this. I'm a towel. I can't believe that Nick Garino's on the stand right now. Folks, do you understand that Nick Garino was the same trooper that was involved in the...
Does anyone need anything before I step off the bench? Seeing nothing? Have a good break.
Folks, Nick Garino is the same trooper involved in handling text messages between Matthew Farwell and Sandra Birchmore that very much showed Farwell was abusing Birchmore, yet led John Fanning, who was also involved, we're going to find out in the Walshe case, to somehow exonerate Farwell. Now remember, Farwell worked in Stoughton. Fanning used to work in Stoughton. Now we find out that Garino is here. Garino was also involved in the handling of Lindsay Gattani's unredacted cell phone extraction, which had messages from Tully to Lindsay and from Kate Peter to Lindsay, not there, along with the recording from Leah Genduso. Oh my God. Folks, he worked in Norwood for 11 years. Oh my word. Folks, ladies and gentlemen, I am declaring... Hold on. Folks, you should be able to hear me. Hold on. I think you should be able to hear me. My microphone is working. I'm double checking. Everyone calm down. I'm double checking. You're gonna hear me in the background. Hold on. It's fine. Everything is fine. Everything. Oh, hold on. Oh, Bunny, it might just be some buffering. Give me 1 second. I got a towel plan. All right, I got a towel plan. 1 second. As far as I know, it could just be some buffering. So give me 1 second, Bunny. I have some things that I can do to make that a little bit easier on all of us. So first we'll just make the fan go down in quality a little bit. All right, there we go. And then I'll shrink this a little bit. Hello, I am a towel. All right, very good. I'm glad we can all hear. If your audio was going in and out a little bit, it may have been because I was pushing Towel Computer to his limit. And you may be saying, well, are you sure about that? Yes. Now, listen, if you missed it, I'll repeat it. That was Nick Garino. We're going to hear more testimony from Nick Garino after the break. The break is exactly long enough for me to basically get ready to prepare my towel lunch, so I'm excited. All right, we're going to spend 30 minutes together. Then we're going to go until 1, then we're going to have another hour break, then we're going to go from 2 to 4. Everybody on the same page? I'm glad we all understand what's going on. Day 2 of the Brian Walshe trial. Thank you, Bunny. I'm thrilled that you're here. Pete Bunny Towel's also thrilled that you're here. He's napping right now. How you doing, Pete? He says he's doing well. He'll come see us in a little bit. So, we're not doing any Crim Pro review until 1 o'clock. All right, but at 1 o'clock we'll do Crim Pro review during lunch. For now, I'm going to be a little towel, talk to you about things. What do I want to talk to you about? First of all, you want to talk about Towel's analogy of the cave? I think I want to do that. Okay? I've always wanted to do that. You know why? Because I'm a little towel. Now, you might be saying, what is Towel's analogy of the cave? It's snowing, says Bunny. Bunny, it is not snowing where I am, but you keep us updated. Towel loves snow. The other day, Jay Towel was in here, and he said, I love snow. It's snowing. And I said, everybody loves snow. Pete Bunny Towel is going to go run out in the snow. He's going to frolic. I got to be a little careful. I'm worried he's going to be eaten by some kind of Shrek-like predator. I got to keep my eye on him. Oh, yes, snowing where Nancy is as well. Everybody likes the first snow of the season, Little Towels, including Little Towel. All right, now, I want to teach you about Towel's analogy of the cave. Why? Because I think it has a very good relevance right now. People may be starting to see it, but I want to talk people through it. Listen, it's all falling apart. It's all falling apart for Cape Peter, for the people. It's just starting to snow, and the chaos is just starting to rain. And you might be saying, Towel, what do you mean by that? Chaos is not starting to rain. Yes, it is. And I'm going to show you Towel's analogy of the cave. Now, it's very important, folks. You must understand that I think this all ties back to one central set of people. This state police unit, their PI, Kate Peta, maybe Brian Tully, definitely Brian Tully, and Yuri Buchanan, and the Norfolk DA. And then the special prosecutors on the Kearney and Karen Reed cases. I see it. See it clear as day, ladies and gentlemen. They had all these operatives. All right, they had these operatives online. The operatives would pretend like they were in support of Karen Reed or Turtle Boy, but what they were really doing is they were getting close to people either in Turtle Boy or Karen Circle or Karen or Turtle Boy themselves to get information for the purposes of benefiting their adversaries. And one of their final coup de grace is an attempt to fracture the Free Karen Reed movement along Turtle Boy and Karen Reed lines. Do you all see it? Straight out of Sun Tzu. Straight out of Sun Tzu. You can also read Clausewitz, okay? If you want to understand a more Western perspective. Clausewitz, I feel, is a little bit more accessible. If you want to, but I wouldn't read Sun Tzu or Clausewitz. I would listen to a lecture, probably from the Naval War College, about them, because if you just try to read them, I'm telling you, you're going to be very, very, very baffled. All right. The reason why you're going to be baffled is they speak in very plain English, but you have to understand their credentials, or you'll think they're just people saying obscure things about military tactics. They're not. They're like the foremost thinkers on the tactics of war. The tactics of war do not only refer to moving tanks and other things around the battlefield. A lot of war is psychological. People don't understand this because I think they think a lot of like propaganda is like state propaganda. Okay, first of all, it's not. Okay, I just want us all to get on the same page. Corporate propaganda. It's not. Propaganda started in World War I. If you really want to think about, I talk a lot about Edward Bernays and Sigmund Freud. Bernays was the guy who invented the discipline of public relations. His book Propaganda from the 20s is probably like the seminal framework for propaganda. A lot of people think he did his first work with the Torches of Freedom and the Easter Parade in the 20s. No, because it was unsociable for women to smoke. it was unsociable for women to smoke, right? And it was because women couldn't really touch the cigarette, like it was unfashionable. Well, Bernays said, listen, the flappers are an emerging feminist movement. He said to the cigarette companies, you all want more women to smoke. Let's have women walk down the Easter parade with cigarettes, calling them torches of freedom. Do you see how that's corporate propaganda? It takes psychological profiling of an emergent social movement and hijacks it for corporate purposes, okay? We're not talking about that. That's a mistaken conception. Yeah, strategic command like in PC game, exactly. A lot of people have this conception that this originated in the 20s with Bernays weaponizing women's liberation to sell cigarettes. No. That's the popular history. The real history is that Bernays worked with the World War I, War Information Office, whatever it was called. And their job was to do a number of things. So pulling this back, I'm just a towel. Take that for what it is. I'm a lay expert. I do not have any association with the government. I'm not part of the government. I'm just a towel. But let me explain this to you from my lay perspective. So going back to World War I, think about what World War I was. So to understand this, you got to have somewhat of an understanding of the nuanced, overlapping tactical implications of the emergence of World War I because of the assassination of Archduke Franz Ferdinand by the Serbian Black Hand, which was actually kind of by happenstance because they didn't get him the first time on the route, and then he backed into this long one way that he couldn't go down in the chaos, and he pulled back. Princip saw him, Gabello Princip, and shot him. All right, it was crazy. The point is, understanding the nuanced geopolitical implications of the constellation of the various European dynasties in the lead up to World War I is very important to understanding in turn the nature of warfare and the tactics used, but more importantly the deployment of psychological warfare operations after kind of the stalemate that occurred along the trenches in the very catastrophic human toll that was taking. A number of these tactics are still used today, but when they were first developed, it was mostly bifurcated. You had propaganda aimed at your domestic population. Think about what this is. Selling war bonds, victory gardens, Rosie the Riveter, women legally their own. It's keeping your domestic polity in during a time of wartime rationing in line with the goals of the war. You need an enemy. You need your public to understand why they're the enemy. Why are your men fighting and dying, and women? Well, it was men back then. Why are they doing this? Why should you support them? And how much are you going to be willing to give to the effort? Now, there's a difference between a world war and an isolated conflict. You didn't see victory gardens and other things in World War II. You saw it in the Vietnam War. You saw a different form of propaganda. But we're talking specifically about the deployment of geostrategic psychological warfare operations in World War II. Why? Because you can trace that to the development of the OSINT or whatever, the Office of Strategic Intelligence, which was born by virtue of the unified command that came about when different branches of the Army started to develop and really take hold. And what they needed was a unified way of sharing intelligence, and that is what we now know today as the intelligence community. People think of it a lot as like the CIA, whatever, coming out of the DIA and all of that, but it's way more than that, okay? The intelligence establishment is the primary tool of psychological defense, psychological warfare tactics being used and deployed to protect the American homeland. Therefore, to pull this all back, you have to think about psychological operation tactics as having their origin not in corporate propaganda, which is monetarily driven but has a whole different set of analyses when looking at the market actors' motivations. I don't even want to go down that road. It's different. Here we're talking about the actual origin of psychosocial weaponization of the human mind, which is very much in the lineage of Freud's mass psychology of mind as weaponized during World War I by his nephew, Edward Bernays, for the United States government. All right, so in turn, when we're thinking about those mechanisms of psychosocial control, you have to think about them in a bunch of different ways. One, they have a purpose, a benevolent, useful, important purpose when talking about national security. Wall that off. We're not talking about that. They have a different purpose in the arena of domestic economic production. It helps our companies. Wall that off. We're not talking about that. We're talking about things where there's a sort of, I wouldn't call it like, what is the word? I wouldn't call it like lay application of these tactics. I'd call it like a pseudo-intellectual or like pseudo-trained version of these tactics, like a hobbyist version of them, like people who sit around on Discord and maybe their buddy, like that guy Jack Textera or whatever, the guy who leaked American Secrets, the damn traitor. They sit around on Discord, they got this guy who they know or this other guy who's either in the intel world or like has a clearance. He's either like in DI, like Army intelligence, Navy intelligence, or whatever the hell you want to call it. He's either in some 3-letter agency. And he's talking to these people and they're his like group, all right? And then he's leaking to them. And what they're doing is they're not understanding what they're reading. They have not spent time back to the 40s or the World War I developing a nuanced understanding of the machinations of geosocial or specifically psychosocial governmental tactics. What they're doing is they're reading modern implementations of them and copycatting them. So it's that's what I get so upset about. If you've listened to these streams before, I have harped on, and we're not talking about the Walshe case right now, but it ties into Guarino. I have harped on and on and on and on about how to truly understand the chessboard, the mosaic before you, the web of characters in this. You have to think of this in manifold factions. You have people who are part of the Turtle Boy factions. You have people who are part of the Karen Reed factions, and then you have people who are part of the pro witnesses justice for John O'Keefe side, okay? Now, some of the people in all of those circles actually belong to the other circles. Okay, so you have these nested factions within each of the 3 camps here. Okay, now some of them are better at what they do than others. Some are very obvious. Some only belong to one faction. They're just out there pushing one narrative. Some are long cover moles. Some may look like a justice for some may look like a justice for John O'Keefe person, and then they say negative things about Meredith, but as soon as Meredith kind of is aligned with Kate Peter, openly at least, then those people will say positive things about Meredith. You see what I mean? Likewise, you may even have a situation where, although a lot of the Turtle Riders, for example, are turning against Meredith and speaking out against her, some section of that group is actually working for Kate Peter and only pretending to target Meredith so that Kate Peter and Meredith can have plants on their opposition so they can understand what's going on. Likewise, I think there are people on Karen's side who see exactly what's going on, and Karen herself may see this as well, I don't know. And I think what Karen is probably thinking is, wait a minute, there are people in my camp who look like they're supporting me, perhaps even Meredith, that aren't really my supporters, and they're not working for Aiden, they're working for Kate. They were just pretending for a long time to work for Aiden. So you see how this is working, and you have to have a perfect analytical posture, completely stoic, removed of all emotional attachment to any part of this analysis, if you're going to be able to reconstruct exactly what's going on. Part of what it is something that I call getting inside the mind of the author. You just have to think about cultural hermeneutics. All right, you just have to think about how people think. And to understand an author, to understand Charles Dickens' Great Expectation, you don't care so much about the text. That's important for a first read. What you need to do to be able to explicate a text is know Charles Dickens as a person. Not what was he writing, what is in between the lines. What was he thinking, and why did he structure the way he was talking and the use of his words the way that he did. That is how you have to think in order to parse together some semblance of understanding and clarity related to all of this. Guarino, the trooper on the stand, how that ties into this unit and how that ties into the Birchmore case and Lindsay Catani's phone being released and Brian Tully and Kate Peter and Michael Morrissey and all of the other different players in this. Why did certain people come on the scene at certain times, and why were they acting a certain way? Who has known whom and for how long? Where did these networks actually come out of? What is the common thread? How close are we all to putting it together? Do you see how then, much like teasing out the form versus content distinction in the Hegelian canon, which is to say, the way to understand what Hegel was saying is to look at how the form versus the content of his philosophy clashed at Stalingrad on the Volga in 42 or 41, which is to say, think about it in this context, right? So Hegel was a philosopher that had this theory. You have to he didn't really write a lot of books. He mostly gave lectures and his students took notes. But he's a very important part of the Enlightenment canon in the Germanic context. So you got to understand him or you won't understand what Kant was doing, because Kant was kind of like doing his thing when Hegel was dying, and it aligns with the constellation of sort of Napoleon on the continent and sort of the emergence of a new original post-dynastic era, which we then saw happen again leading up to World War II. But the point is, Hegel's main thought was like a theory of history. Like the way that he tried to understand history was as this form. He had a form of history. It's called the Hegelian dialectic, which is thesis plus antithesis equals synthesis, which is the current cultural hegemony is defined as a thesis. Its antithesis, it's sort of the countercultural movement for our large purposes. Our large example here is the antithesis. Those two things form over time to create a synthesis. That synthesis becomes the new thesis, repeat ad nauseum. That is the form of history. Now, the reason I say it's fascinating to think about how you have to think about the tension between form versus content here is the form of Hegel's history, that radical cycle, inspired radical left-wing Marxism and the emergence of the Bolshevik revolution in the early 20th century. Simultaneously, Hegel's content inspired Heidegger and the Reich. And those two sides, in a glorious manifestation or true embodiment of Hegel's form, he was dead by then, clashed at Stalingrad, ladies and gentlemen, on the Volga in 1941. Now, my name is Grant Smith Ellis, and I'll tell you right now, that was very, very interesting, wasn't it, to hear Towell provide that explication and give some sense as to what's going on. I think the reason why it is so interesting is because I'm going to show you this video. Okay, we're only in break until, I think, how much longer here? We should only be on break for another 10 minutes or so. But if you can understand the form of that analogy and how when I'm telling you, I'm not telling you what to think. I'm telling you how to think about what you're seeing in front of you, specifically for the purposes of understanding, one, the form of what's going on, but also how someone's saying something. Like someone may proclaim themselves pro-Turtle Boy. Someone may proclaim themselves pro-Karen Reed. The operative question is never, what are they saying? It is, why are they saying what they're saying? Now, occasionally you may find that what someone is saying is an accurate representation of what they're actually talking about. But on the whole, I would caution you to trust but verify, as you heard from one of the recent witnesses. Now, I don't think we have a lot of time, but I really wanted to do that analogy of the cave. I just really liked it. I'm a little towel, you know what I'm saying? Now, you may also be saying to yourself, good morning, Grant and Towel, says 2646. And then Bunny B says, my tree is sitting in a box. And then 2646 said, thank God there are dumb criminals. And the other criminal types, they just hire prestige attorneys and start media sensationalism. Yeah, well, also you got to be above reproach. If you are the president's wife, you know what I'm talking about. You must be above reproach, ladies and gentlemen. Absolutely, unquestionably above reproach. All right, now I want to see if I can find Towel's analogy of the cave. All right, play that video for you until the Walshe case is back in session so you don't have to stare at a fan. Also, I'm getting really hungry. I only had pizza yesterday. I think I'm going to make it, though, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to keep fighting until I make it. You know why? Because I'm a little towel. No quit in this little towel. I'm a little towel. I'm tired. I'm going to play a video for you until the Walshe case comes back in, but I refuse to yield. I shall continue to be forever yours, a little towel. I know I'm hilarious. All right, let's bring this on over here. Let's scroll down here. All right, so let's listen to this. It's about 10 minutes, okay? So we'll go back to the Walshe trial as soon as this is finished. I just need to bring this in frame for you. I guess you don't really need it in frame. Just take a listen. Well, I guess I can bring it in frame for you. I'm going to have to do editing later, but okay, why not? You see what I mean? Look how nice I am to bring this in frame. I'm such a helpful little towel. It's not perfectly in frame. Oh, by the way, you want to check in on the towel Twitter scores? I wouldn't call it scores. I'd call them towel rankings. I don't really designate myself as the ranking person, but since I did it last night, right now, if you want to check the midday, I'd call them not quarter hours, but if you want to check the midday rankings as to coverage of the Brian Walshe, excuse me, and Anna Walshe case over on X, you can see the numbers are as follows. So up at the top there, we have, I believe, what looks like Towel Stream. Yes, indeed. It looks like Towel Stream is coming in at the top, at least for Brian Walshe trial-related coverage, with 1.2 thousand on the Towel X. Right behind us is Ted Daniel and Boston 25 with 1K. Falling behind is Jen Coffindaffer. I think she's part of the Cape Peter Network. She's got 579. Justice Served coming in on day 2 with 516. Behind them is Defense Diaries with 450. Then we also got Surviving the Survivor with 182. All right, and looks like no coverage from Yellow Cottage Tales today. All right, so there you go. You can take a look at the rankings in real time, ladies and gentlemen. Obviously, none of us are as big as the Department of War, Reuters, or the Oversight Committee. But, you know, we're doing our best. We're just little towels. All right, take it.
World where your heroes must do no wrong and the people you hate must be wrong. And that's where we're at. Tully's screwed, Fanning's screwed, Yuri's screwed, Proctor's a little bit screwed, but he was really more the scapegoat. I don't think he actually covered up Sandra Birchmore's murder. I think they just made him the fall guy. Kate Peter screwed. Karen might actually end up getting out of this because I think they want Rachel Rollins and Turtle Boy, in my opinion. A lot of people are screwed. There's no black and white here. There's no heroes. The villains have some redeeming qualities, except for Turtle Boy. The heroes have some very bad qualities. There is no heroes. There are no villains. Morality is not black and white. And that's what inhibited people for so long from understanding this, because they couldn't. We live in this polemical world where your heroes must do no wrong and the people you hate must be wrong all the time. That's not right. You cannot analytically analyze a situation if you just assume people you like are always right and people you don't like are always wrong. That's like being in a cult. The only way that you can figure any of this stuff out is to look at it from the perspective of human morality is complex. On the whole, most people are not Kantians. They're not operating from the categorical imperative trying to universalize moral maxims. Who does that? Very rarely is that going to happen. Most people are selfish. Most people, and I'm not being jaded here, most people are selfish. Most people are acting from personal interest, which we can't really fault them for. But some people, in particular in positions of power, are acting from places of mixed motives. Maybe they're trying to do some good. Maybe they're trying to cover up some bad.
Walshe hearings back. Hello, folks. Walshe hearings back. Sorry about the audio on that video there. I went to get up, and of course, as Tal moves, everything happens. All right, so we're back in the Walshe trial. How you doing, everyone? Good to see you. You didn't miss anything. I went on quite a rant. I'd call it a towel rant. You know what I'm saying? I went on a towel rant. All right, there you go. Back live, waiting for all of this to move forward. And then I'll get my towel lunch. You can keep listening to Nick Garino. I know, you're all thrilled, right? You're all very excited to keep listening to Nick Garino. Did you like my rant there? That was kind of a soliloquy. Where did that come from? I don't even know where that came from. I bet Bunny was like, oh, this is not what I was expecting today. I just came in there. I was ranting. I'm being a little towel, going on a little towel rant, you know what I'm saying? Sometimes you just gotta rant, ladies and gentlemen, all right? Don't let anyone tell you otherwise. Ranting is a key component of being a towel. Now, you might be saying to yourself, sir, we know that. You rant all the time. You literally rant so often, Grant, I'm concerned that your name isn't actually Grant, it is Rant. Well, you know what, Bunny? You might be right about that. Anyway, we're about to get started. As soon as the Walshe trial gets started, please give Little Towel some patience, because I'm going to go downstairs. I'm going to prepare some lunch. You all hang out. I'm going to bring my phone with me, though. I'm going to keep an eye on everything going on. I'm going to make sure everyone is behaving. Here we go.
Court is back in session. You may be seated.
You may proceed.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. Trooper Greeno, were you working on Sunday, January 8th, 2023?
Yes, I was.
And were you assisting with the execution of a search warrant at 516 Chief Justice Cushing Highway in Cohasset?
Yes.
And what was your assignment at that execution of the search warrant?
I was assisting with the search of the home, and if any digital devices were located, I was to take them and put them into evidence bags and then hold on to them to transport back to the DA's office.
Okay. And what digital devices in general did you seize that day?
There were 3 MacBooks, 2 iPhones, and 3 iPads.
Thank you. And were pictures taken during the execution of the search warrant?
Yes, there was a member of Crime Scene Services there photographing where we found items.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd like to show pictures and publish them to the jury. They've been previously marked and agreed to by the defense.
How many?
It's a very good question, Your Honor. Numbers 63 through 78. So, court reporter has been nice enough to count for me, and we believe that's 16.
All right, so 16 photos, and they are all of digital devices or electronic devices, or they have other things as well?
They are of the electronic devices in the home, and then of just the electronic devices separately.
All right. And the defense has agreed to those?
Yes.
All right, great. They're now in evidence as items, exhibits 63 through 78, now in evidence.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. At this time, I'd like to have exhibit 63, 7179. Thank you. Trooper Greeno, can you tell me what that is a photograph of?
Yes, this is the kitchen area. On the kitchen table, there's a red iPhone 13 mini and an Apple iPad. I believe that's the 6 mini.
Ms. Gilman, can you zoom in?
Yeah, iPad 6 mini. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And is there a cover on the phone?
Yes, is the green cover, and you can see the red at the charging port.
Thank you very much. I'd ask for the next exhibit, that being 647208. Can you tell me what this is a photograph of?
This is the, if you want to call it a dining room or eat-in nook on the table. There's 2 MacBooks and a third inside that manila folder.
Ms. Gilman, I'd ask that you zoom in on this, please.
So,
Trooper Greeno, can you explain that, please?
Yes. So the bottom left, there's a gray MacBook. Next to that is another pinkish MacBook, and inside the manila folder with the charging cable,
there's another MacBook inside that.
Thank you. I'd ask for the next exhibit, that being Exhibit 65, 7414. What is this, Trooper?
This is that pinkish MacBook that was inside the manila folder.
That was on the dining room table?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you. And these are all where you initially found those devices?
That's correct.
Thank you. Looking at the next exhibit, Exhibit 66, 7304. Could I please have that? What is this a photograph of, Trooper?
This is the upstairs master bedroom. On the bed, there's the iPhone SE that's plugged into the wall.
And could you zoom in, please? And is that how you found that device?
That's correct.
Thank you. Looking at Exhibit 7637, could you please show that? What is this a photograph of?
This was an Apple iPad, I believe it was 9th gen version. The crib was over it. We could see it stuck under the crib, so we just pulled it out so it could be photographed better.
Could I now please have Exhibit 31, which is already in evidence? What is this a photograph of, Trooper?
This was another Apple iPad that was in the, I believe it's the upstairs children's bedroom.
Could I please have Exhibit 68, photo 7436. Trooper, could you tell me what this is?
That's the same iPad. We just opened the case to show that the screen had been damaged.
What did you do with those items after you identified them in the house at the search warrant?
So I placed these items into brown evidence bags and put the information on the front of the bag. And then once we had finished doing the search of the home, I transported all of these items back to the Norfolk DA's office to our digital evidence lab.
And what is the digital evidence lab at the Norfolk District Attorney's office?
So at the DA's office, we have a secure digital evidence lab that's a key card and that has an alarm on the door, so only select few can get in there, so we can store digital evidence to keep it powered on, or so we don't lose any information.
And what is in the lab itself?
There's 2 forensic machines, our secure server, and a 3rd computer, and then as well as a Mac PC computer and our gray key.
And who specifically has access to that lab?
At that time, it was myself, Trooper Connor Keefe, and the civilian director of our lab, Samantha Vogt.
And what did you do next after you got to the lab?
The items were photographed, and we created with our case management for the digital evidence, we created a case number for it.
What was that case number?
2023-003.
Then what happened?
With the devices themselves?
Before you looked at the devices themselves.
Yeah. So obviously we had all these devices. We had to write search warrants. And once the search warrants were signed, then we were able to process the digital items.
So you wrote search warrants for the contents of the devices?
That's correct.
And when were those search warrants signed for the contents of the devices?
January 10th of 2023.
I now want to show you photographs and ask if you can identify, well, I want to show you those so that you can identify them for the jury. Looking at what's been marked as Exhibit 69. What is this?
So this is the black iPhone SE. On the back is our label that we created. It says 2023-0003 is an extra 0. _1, showing that's the first item of this case.
And 70 next, please.
This is the front of that same iPhone.
Going to 71.
This is the gray MacBook, item number 3. As you can see the _3, and it says the model and serial number.
72.
Just a wider version of the same MacBook.
Ms. Gilman, 73, please.
This looks kind of gold, but I believe this is the same gray MacBook, just the cover.
Ms. Gilman, if you could now go to 74.
This is the iPhone 13 mini, item number 5.
And the case has been taken off of that now?
That's correct.
75, please, Ms. Gilman.
And that is the front of the device.
76, please.
To show that the phone is the passcode, it's locked.
Same device.
Same device, yes.
77, please.
Again, front of the phone showing that it was still active and getting messages.
And 78, please.
This is the Apple iPad Mini 6, I believe, item number 7. It says, again, shows the model and serial number of the device.
You can take that down, Ms. Gilman. So all of those devices and all of the devices that you seized pursuant to a search warrant at the Walshe home at 516 Chief Justice Highway in Cohasset were all Apple products. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And what are Apple devices?
Apple devices, they're just a brand of digital devices, phones, MacBooks, iPads, they're all electronic devices.
That's the manufacturer?
That's correct.
What is an Apple ID?
So the Apple ID is a personalized ID for your Apple devices that can be used to download apps, go to the App Store, download music, movies, whatever you please.
What does a person use their Apple ID for?
As I said, to download items, set up the accounts, it's usually an email address, and then they're able to sync other devices with it if need be.
Can a person have more than one Apple ID?
Registered to a device, yes.
How can an Apple device be secured?
Either Face ID or 4 or 6-digit passcode, or alphanumeric as well.
What is a web browser?
The web browser is whatever program you're using to view the internet, whether it be Microsoft Edge, Safari, Google Chrome.
You mentioned Safari. What specifically is Safari?
So Safari is Apple's web browser that they have installed on all their devices.
Can other web browsers be used with Apple devices?
Yes.
So I want to talk now about forensically examining devices. When did you begin forensically extracting or making forensic copies of the devices that you seized from the house with the search warrant?
After the search warrants were signed, the 10th we began extracting, but we're limited to one gray key machine, so we have to place one on it, download it, and then we can swap the devices to the next and so forth until we get through everything.
Did any other troopers assist you with the extraction or copying of the devices?
Yes. Detective Lieutenant Ed Keefe, Lieutenant Sean Quirk, and Trooper Connor Keefe were all assisting.
You've discussed Trooper Connor Keefe before, but who are Lieutenant Sean Quirk and Detective Lieutenant Ed Keefe?
At the time, both of them were part of the cybercrime unit for the Mass State Police.
In general, what is a forensic copy of a device?
When we create a digital copy of the device, it's all the information that we're able to obtain from the device that we can work from as to not use the device itself and change anything in it. So we always work from that copy to make sure that nothing's changed for, if we have to ever re-image it, or if the item's returned, we won't have the device in our hands.
How do you keep from changing the data on the original device when you're making a forensic copy?
We employ write blockers. Write is in like WRITE, writing. So we can't write to the device. It only writes from the device. So it's a one-way street. That way we can get the information and not change anything on the devices themselves.
And where is the original device kept after it has been forensically copied?
If the item was given on consent, we'll return it as soon as possible. If it's evidence, then it'll get tagged with an evidence number and placed into our evidence room.
So now I want to talk about the MacBook, the item number 3 that it was labeled, the gray MacBook. How did you make a forensic copy of the MacBook?
So for MacBooks, we can't use Gray Key, so we have to use, I use Cellbrite Digital Collector. It's basically a write blocker that plugs into the MacBook itself, and we're able to do a live acquisition of the device to a separate hard drive, creating a copy of everything that's there.
So after you make a copy, then what do you do?
I place that onto our external storage device for the Apple system that we had.
And then what do you do?
And then we'll load it into whatever forensic program we're going to use. So for the MacBooks, I used Axiom program made by Magnet Forensics.
And did you ensure, again, that you used a write blocker for this as well?
Yes, that's correct.
And what did you do with the MacBook after the data had been extracted before you began to analyze?
It was placed back into evidence.
And where is that MacBook, the original MacBook that was taken from the Walshe residence? Where is that right now?
It's at the Norfolk DA's office in our evidence room.
What was the date range? Sorry about that. What was the date range that the search warrant allowed you to examine on that MacBook?
December 25th of 2022 to January 8th of 2023 when we seized the device.
And you said that you used Magnet's Forensic Axiom?
Yeah, Magnet Forensics Axiom is the name of their program to view the hard drive contents.
And did that allow you to determine if there was an Apple ID associated with that MacBook computer?
Yes, it did.
And was there an Apple ID associated with the computer?
Yes, it was brw@10saleconsulting.com.
And was there a name associated with the device?
Yes, Brian's MacBook.
How is data stored on a MacBook computer?
Similar to a PC, they have a hard drive or solid state drive. The information just gets saved to the hard drive.
What do you mean that it's saved on the hard drive? Is it in components on the hard drive? Is it specialized in the hard drive?
Yes, so Apple products save to a knowledge C database, which is Apple's way of, it's like the C drive in a Mac and a PC computer. It's just where the information is located into different parts of the computer.
Does a MacBook store data of websites visited by the device?
Yes, it does.
Does a MacBook computer store the search terms a user inputs into the device?
Yes, it does.
Where on the device is that data stored?
In that knowledge C database, the actual database, if you drove down into it, is the history.db database, which keeps all of your internet history. It's like a folder in a regular computer.
And is that data automatically stored?
Yes.
During the examination of the data from the gray MacBook, which is item number 3 from that you've labeled item number 3. Did you examine data in the internet search history?
Yes, I did.
Okay. What internet web browser was used on the MacBook?
So there are 3 listed, but the majority of all searches were done in Safari.
What is a search engine?
The search engine is whatever, it's like Google, Bing, whatever you go to search whatever search terms you're looking for. So if you type in Boston Bruins into the search engine, it'll bring up all the Bruins web pages in your web browser.
And what's the difference between a search term and an internet history?
As I said, the search terms are the words you put in to do the search. The history is the actual websites visited.
Using the parameters from the search warrant from December 25th of 2022 to January 8th of 2023, were you able to compile the Safari internet search history from the MacBook, which was labeled in your lab as item number 3?
Yes, I was.
And were you able to create a physical printout binder of that?
Yes, that's what this is here.
Your Honor, that has been pre-marked as exhibit number 79, this binder.
Are you offering it?
I am offering it as the next exhibit, please.
I'll see counsel at the side of the bench. Oh, counsel, sorry. Noting the defense's objections and the ruling I made at the side of the bench, that exhibit will be marked in as now in evidence as Exhibit 79.
79, please.
That's item 3. That is, for the record, it's the item 3 extraction report, the gray MacBook Pro.
Your Honor, I'm going to ask that item 79 be published to the jury through the screens now, because it's so big.
All right, so jurors, can everyone, I know that you can all see because you would have raised your hand previously, but previously we've been looking at documents and they've been zooming in. Anybody having any difficulty? Or number 9, you're probably the farthest away from the screen. Yeah. You all set? All right, same for juror number 1. Good. All right, let me know if that changes. Go right ahead.
Thank you very much. Your Honor, I'm going to ask now that we show page 526 of the binder, marked Exhibit 79. Trooper, what does URL mean?
The URL is the website that the user is on.
And what is the last visited date and time?
That is the last time the user had accessed the website.
And what is UTC?
UTC is a worldwide time code to make it easier when we look at devices. So we would have to minus 5 hours to get to Eastern Standard Time. So if you look here where it says last date and time visited, UTC-0500, that is showing that I've minus the 5 hours.
So the software has done that for us. You've checked off something, so the software does that?
Yes, that's correct. Because during the summertime it would be minus 4 hours, so we want to make sure we're in the right time zone.
What is the title?
The title is the name of the website. If you looked at the top of like the web browser bar, that would be the title.
And who created the title of the web page?
That's done automatically through the website.
What is the visit count?
Visit count is how many times the user has visited that website.
What is the visit source?
So the visit source is where the source of the information was pulled from. So this one here says locally browsed. That means it originated on this MacBook.
What is source? Not visit source, just source.
So the source
shows the APFS container is the hard drive. It has a string of numbers and letters, users, B. Walsh, library, Safari. So it's showing where in the database it's pulling this information from.
And that's that. So I can see it says history.db that you had previously told us about.
Yes, so it's going down folder-wise. So the library is the main folder, then it'll go into the Safari folder, and then the history database of Safari.
What is location?
Location, again, is it's the location of the items in that database, where they're located in it.
Specifically within the history DB database or whatever database it is?
That's correct.
What is what is evidence number? I think I skipped over that, sorry.
Yeah, no, the evidence number is just the name of the disk, the hard drive, the image that we created.
Because this is a forensic software?
Yes.
Okay. What is recovery method?
The recovery method is how the information was pulled from the data extraction. So there's two options, parsing or carving. Parsing just pulls the immediate information that the tool sees, where carve goes deeper into the database to try to find stuff to pull the information. It's just different locations and different means of getting the information so I can see it.
What is item ID?
The item ID is the ID number for this whole image we're seeing.
Now, often there are two records with the same time when you go down in the records. Mm-hmm. You'll see the exact same time. Why is that?
So this one here shows parsing. If you scroll down to record 1953, it's the same date and time stamp as the top one. It's just the recovery method is showing carving. So it's gone to a different area of the database and pulled it from a different location.
So does that mean that the search was done twice?
Nope. It's just how Apple has a program to store information.
Okay. Can you give us an analogy about that? Can you explain why that is? Is it like a...
Yeah, so if you think of databases, if you're familiar with like Excel spreadsheets, that's basically all this is. It's different rows and columns of information, and it's where the software is pulling the information from. It's different rows and columns, that's all.
Thank you. So I'd like to look at page 526, record 1952. What is the title?
Best ways to dispose of a body - Google search.
What time and date?
This is done on January 1st, 2023 at 4:52:16 a.m.
And that's Eastern Standard Time?
That's correct.
What is the URL?
I'll just do the beginning part. It shows www.google.com/search with the query equals best plus way plus to dispose of a body, showing the client Safari, and then it has a whole list of letters and numbers and everything else after.
And what does that mean?
Well, it shows that it was done, the search was done through Google, and the query words where it says Q equals best way to dispose of a body, that means that the user input those specific terms and hit enter to create the search to happen.
Okay. So beginning at page 527, if we look at record 1956. See that?
Yes.
Okay. And then if we go to page 533, record to page 533, record
1980.
Let me just check it. $1981. Can you explain what the pages are in the title, can you tell me the title?
Yes. So the title for this one is 10 Ways to Dispose of a Dead Body, in parentheses, if you really need to. It says dash page 6. So that page 6 means they're on the 6th page of the website. So the website will break it down so you're not scrolling a million pages long. So you're usually at the end of the page, you'll see next page, you'll click that and it goes to the next part of the website for the story or however it goes. So that page 6 indicates that they're on the 6th page of the website, and they do this for advertising reasons and, like I said, keeping things short or concise.
So earlier in the records, if we had started at page 527, 1956, that was page 527, 1956 was just regular.
Yes, that's doesn't have a page number, but it looks like it's the opening page to the website for whataculture.com, offbeat 10 Ways to Dispose of a Body.
And then if we went to 528, 1962.
Doesn't have a page number, but it looks like it's the opening page to the website for whataculture.com, offbeat 10 Ways to Dispose of a Body.
And then if we went to 528, 1962, what would the title be?
10 Ways to Dispose of a Body, if you really need to, dash page 2, the 2nd page of the article.
Okay. So what does that indicate?
That the user clicked to go to that next page, showing that also that the visit count is 4, so it's per the user's been there before.
Thank you. Looking at page 534, record 1986. What is the title?
How long before a body starts to smell? Google search.
What time and date?
January 1st, 2023 at 4:55:25 a.m.
And what does Google search indicate there to you?
Again, that the user input how long before before a body starts to smell and did the actual web search.
Looking at page 547, record 2029. What is the title?
How long for someone to be missing to inheritance? Yahoo search results.
What time and date?
It was on January 1st, 2023 at 6:24:44 a.m.
And what does Yahoo search results indicate?
This was done on a Yahoo search engine.
So you previously explained Google search. Can you explain Yahoo search?
It's the same thing. It's just a different search engine that the user can utilize to search whatever they're looking for.
Looking at page 543, record 2014. Can you tell me what that title is?
It's the same whataculture.com article, 10 Ways to Dispose of a Dead Body, if you really need to, page 7.
And what is the time and date for this?
January 1st, 2023 at 5:47:38 a.m.
So what does this indicate?
Again, a user had physically gone to page 7 of this article on the website.
And is this at a different time than had gone to the article pages 1 through 6 that we previously saw?
Yes, I believe there was a 45 or an hour difference.
And if we go to page 545 and 545 into 546, what page does this article end on?
Record 2023 shows it at page 11. Yeah. Does it go to the following page? Yeah, that's where it ends. Yeah, page 11 at 5:48:22 a.m.
And what is the significance of that, seeing that page 11?
As I said, that the user physically went 11 pages deep into this article.
Looking at page 547, record 2031, what is the title?
How long for someone to be missing to be dead? Yahoo search results.
What time and date?
January 1st, 2023 at 6:25:17 a.m.
Looking at page 563, record 2082. What is the title?
Title is Tishman Spire, Washington, D.C. head, Yahoo search results.
And what is the time and date?
January 1st, 2023 at 7:44:46 a.m.
And you are familiar with these searches. There are multiple searches about Tishman Spire, is that correct?
That is correct.
And what is the title of the search on page 567, record 2096?
This is Lowe's dash Google search.
And what time and date is that?
January 1st, 2023 at 7:48:04 a.m.
What is the title on page 576, record 2125?
Uh,
2125, 576.
Should be down further.
Sorry, Ms. Gilman, I know I'm asking a lot.
There we go.
Thank you. What is the title?
Title is How Long Does DNA Last? Which is a Google search.
And what is the date and time?
January 1st, 2023 at 9:33:49 a.m.
Trooper, what is...
Object, Judge, in this, from the sidebar first.
Yes.
We have a sidebar. We have a sidebar, ladies and gentlemen, and I am eating a sandwich.
I think we were at record number 2125, page 578.
Yes. If we could please have record 2125 on page 578. And for the record, we're showing a PDF, which is the same version that the printed out version of the exhibit, which the jury will have.
All right.
Thank you. What is the title on page 578, record 2125?
How long does DNA last? Dash Google search.
And what is the date and time?
January 1st, 2023 at 9:33:49 a.m.
And there is a line, redirect URL. What is that?
So if you look at the redirect URL is when you explain this. You're going to a website and you click on it, but it redirects you to a separate, not a separate website, but something similar. So if you look, it says, slate.news, it's an article, but it says, is it possible to clean DNA off a knife? So it's similar search terms, but not exactly what you search. So it's redirecting you to similar items. The website's doing that, I should say. It's not the user doing it.
So the browser is sending you to a suggested website?
That's correct. So I'm sure people have done this. Those who haven't, that when you go to type in something in your phone or your MacBook, it gives you those suggested terms. That's similar to what this is.
Thank you. So if we look at record 2127 on that same page, 578, what is the title?
Sorry, 2127 you said?
Yes, please.
Sorry. Is it possible to clean DNA off a knife? Question mark.
What is the date and time?
January 1st, 2023 at 9:34:39 a.m.
Did the user go directly there or was the user redirected?
From this, it looks that the user was redirected from the original search term items that they put in.
And did the user stay on that website?
It shows visit count 1. If you can go down just to the next couple, I could tell time difference wise. Down one more. The next search is done approximately a minute later. So it would stand that this website was up for a short amount of time and then the next search was done.
So what does that mean?
They were there for about a minute, and then the next search comes in at 9:35:52.
Thank you. What is the title on page 579, record 2129?
Can identification be made on partial human remains? Google search.
And what is the date and time?
January 1st, 2023 at 9:35:52 a.m.
What is the title on page 583, record 2141?
How to dispose of a cell phone? Google search.
What time and date?
January 1st, 2023 at 9:59:25 a.m.
What is the title on page 584, record 2144?
How to dispose of a computer? Google search.
What is the time and date?
January 1st, 2023 at 9:59:55 a.m.
What is the title on page 589, record 2159?
I am a user on my wife's credit card. She is missing. Can I still use the card? Google search.
What is the time and date?
January 1st, 2023 at 10:29:16 a.m.
What is the title on page 591, record 2166?
My wife is missing. What should I do? Google search.
What is the time and date?
January 1st, 2023 at 10:29:59 a.m.
What is the title on page 592 into 593, record 2170?
Title is Your Spouse is Missing and You Want a Divorce / Hello Divorce.
What is the time and date?
January 1st, 2023 at 10:49 a.m.
What is the title on page 596, record 2185?
Best ways to dispose of body parts after murder. Yahoo search results.
What is the time and date?
January 1st, 2023, 11:28:43 a.m.
What is the title on page 597, record 2189?
6 ways to dispose of a body - murder, murder, murder.
And what is the URL?
www.murdermurdermurder.com/blog. 2017 522 6 ways to dispose of a body.
What is the time and date?
January 1st, 2023 at 11:28:47 a.m.
What is the title on page 596, record 2193?
Patrick Kearney. Google search.
Did you review that search?
Yes, I did.
Who is Patrick Kearney?
He is who's named the trash bag killer. He would murder victims and throw their corpses away into trash bags.
What is the time and date?
Objection, Judge.
Want to be heard?
Yes.
Let's see at the.
Yikes, the Walsh defense didn't like that. Did you hear that last question?
Patrick Kearney. Google search.
Did you review that search?
Yes, I did.
Who is Patrick Kearney?
He is who's named the trash bag killer. He would murder victims and throw their corpses away into trash bags.
What is the time and date?
Objection, Judge.
Want to be heard?
Yes.
Let's see at the. So jurors, I'm going to strike that last, for purposes of the. So jurors, I'm going to strike that last, for purposes of the question that was asked, I'm going to strike the last characterization of Mr. Kearney or the article being that about an individual, Mr. Kearney, that killed people and put them back. That's stricken from the record.
Looking at page 603, record 2207. Can you tell me what the title is?
Cleaning up a dead body / Wired, YouTube. So it's a YouTube video.
I was just going to say, what is YouTube?
YouTube is a website where people / Wired, YouTube. So it's a YouTube video.
I was just going to say, what is YouTube?
YouTube is a video website where companies can upload whatever videos they want.
And what time and date is that?
January 1st, 2023 at 11:41:50 a.m.
What is the title on page 605, record 2214?
How to clean blood from a wood floor, Google search.
And what time and date is that?
January 1st, 2023 at 11:44:32 a.m.
And then page 609, record 2229. What is the title?
Can I use bleach to clean my wood floors from bloodstains? Google search.
And what is the date and time?
January 1st, 2023 at 11:05 a.m.
And what is the title on page 638, record 2321?
You said the title? Yes.
Yes, I'm sorry, the title.
What does bleach do to dead bodies? Google search.
What is the time and date?
January 1st, 2023 at 12:10:07 p.m.
What is the title on page 647, record 2351?
Wait, want to get away with murder? ? Use special detergent / Discover magazine.
And what is the time and date?
January 1st, 2023 at 12:18:03 p.m.
What is the title on page 650, record 2364?
Is it better to throw away crime scene clothes or wash them? Google search.
And what is the time and date?
January 1st, 2023 at 12:21:39 p.m.
What is the title on page 657, record 2386?
How to use hydrogen peroxide on bloodstains? Google search.
What is the time and date?
January 1st, 2023 at 12:48:14 p.m.
And what is the title directly below that, record 2387?
How to clean bloodstains with hydrogen peroxide - YouTube. It's a video of those search terms.
And what is the time and date?
January 1st, 2023 at 12:48:43 p.m.
What is the title on page 659, record 2394.
Should I use hydrogen peroxide 8 on bloodstains in concrete? Google search.
What is the time and date?
January 1st, 2023 at 12:53:44 p.m.
What is the title on page 665, record 2413?
Can the FBI tell when you accessed your phone? Google search.
What time and date?
January 1st, 2023 at 1:43:02 p.m.
What is the title on page 670, record 2430?
Does the dishwasher clean blood? Google search.
What is the date and time?
January 1st, 2023 at 1:52:26 p.m.
What is the title on page 671, record 2433?
Is it possible that a knife which had blood on it remains contaminated with HIV after it has been washed with hot water and dishwasher soap, Quora?
What is the date and time?
January 1st, 2023, 1:52:57 p.m.
What is the title on page 693, record 2502?
How to remove a SIM card from an iPhone? Yahoo search.
What time and date?
January 2nd, 2023 at 2 o'clock in the morning, a.m.
And what follows that search, record 2503?
The Apple support website, remove or switch the SIM card in your iPhone Apple support.
And what is the date and time for that?
January 2nd, 2023, 2 a.m. in 15 seconds.
What is the title on page 694, record 2507?
How to remove a hard drive from an Apple laptop, Yahoo search results.
And what is the date and time?
January 2nd, 2023, 2:01:19 a.m.
What is the title on page 699, record 2524?
TJ Maxx near me, Norwell, Yahoo search results.
What is the time and date?
January 2nd, 2023, 5:24:08 a.m.
What is the title on page 717, record 2580?
How long do stores keep security footage? Google search.
What is the time and date?
January 2nd, 2023, 10:32:43 a.m.
What is the title on page 724 into 725, record 2608?
How to saw a body? Google search.
What is the date and time?
January 2nd, 2023, 12:27:31 p.m.
What is the title on page 725, record 2610?
How to dismember a body? Google search.
What is the date and time?
January 2nd, 2023, 12:27:43 p.m.
What is the title on page 730, record 2626?
Hacksaw, the best tool for dismembering a body. Google search.
What is the date and time?
January 2nd, 2023, 12:33:48 p.m.
What is the title on page 733, record 2633?
Details of dismemberment discussed in murder trial / Wayne 15.
What is the date and time?
January 2nd, 2023, 12:42:59 p.m.
What is the title on page 735, record 2638?
Can you be charged with murder without a body? Google search.
What is the date and time?
January 2nd, 2023, 12:47:01 p.m.
What is the title on page 738, record 2647?
Murder conviction without a body, Wikipedia.
What is the date and time?
January 2nd, 2023, 12:47:10 p.m.
What is the title on page 738, record 2649?
No corpse, question mark, no problem. Notable murder convictions without a body, A&E true crime.
What is the date and time?
January 2nd, 2023, 12:51:47 p.m.
What is the title on page 745, record 2670?
Right
record
there.
2670.
Actually starts on 744, just so the record's clear.
Thank you very much.
Can you identify a body with broken teeth? Google search.
What is the date and time?
January 2nd, 2023, 1:12:46 p.m.
What is the title on page 746 into 747, record 2674?
Disposing of a body in the trash. Google search.
What is the date and time?
January 2nd, 2023, 1:14:51 p.m.
What is the title on page 769, record 2747?
Chatham West Apartments Rentals, Brockton, MA, Zillow.
What is the date and time?
January 2nd, 2023, 1:34:35 p.m.
What is the title on page 777, record 2768?
The Claremont Apartments Rentals, Abington, Mass, Zillow.
What is the date and time?
January 2nd, 2023, 1:36:14 p.m.
What is the title on page 787, record 2798?
What powder mask smells the best? Google search.
What is the date and time?
January 2nd, 2023, 2:51:28 p.m.
What is the title on page 797, record 2830?
Can I mix white vinegar to stop smells? Google search.
What is the date and time?
January 2nd, 2023, 7:09:03 p.m.
What is the title on page 798, record 2832?
Can baking soda make a dead body smell good? Google search.
What is the date and time?
January 3rd, 2023, 1:15:55 a.m.
What is the title on page 807, record 2856?
Cleaning up blood without leaving a trace, 5 tips, aftermath services.
What date and time?
January 3rd, 2023, 5:03:06 a.m.
What is the title on page 819, record 2900?
Are footprints easy to wash away? Google search.
What date and time?
January 3rd, 2023, 6:55:58 a.m.
What is the title on page 858, record 3025?
How long for a dismembered body to decompose? Yahoo search results.
What date and time?
January 3rd, 2023, 1:02:23 p.m.
What is the title on page 860, record 3033?
Body found at trash station. Yahoo search results.
What date and time?
January 3rd, 2023, 1:05:50 p.m.
What is the title on page 866, record 3056?
Can a body decompose in a plastic bag? Yahoo search results.
What date and time?
January 3rd, 2023, 1:12:50 p.m.
What is the title of page 888, record 3127?
Can police get your search history without your computer? Google search.
What date and time?
January 3rd, 2023, 7:38 p.m.
What is the title on page 904, record 3184?
Does a cell phone track your historical location? Yahoo search results.
What is the date and time?
January 4th, 2023, 8:55:27 a.m.
Are there any searches from January 4th at 8:03 p.m. to January 7th at 3:58 p.m.?
I don't believe so. From the MacBook on?
On the MacBook, from January 4th at 8:03 p.m., January 4th to January 7th at 3:58 p.m.
Well, this last search was done at 8:55, so it wouldn't be 8:03.
Okay, so from 8:55 p.m.
I don't believe so. I'd have to see.
May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
Just see that there's more pages. I forget the exact dates. Thank you. Just want to double check. Thank you. There's not.
And then starting at January 7th at 3:58 p.m., what is the first search?
That's listed here. It says Chase credit card login, Google search.
And can you give us a page and a record number?
Yes. In the book, page 906, record number 3195.
Thank you. So did you look at any searches prior to January 1st?
Yes.
And I'd like to start with page 521. Looking at page 521, Ms. Gilman. Looking at 521, record 1938. I'm sorry, 1939, please. Trooper, can you tell me what time this occurred?
Yes. It says January 1st, 2023 at 3:49:39 a.m.
And can you tell me what's happening in this record number?
It shows the URL for accounts.google.com for it's like the Gmail, a login through the web.
And going to 1940, record 1940 on the next page, that being 522, does that continue?
Yes, it does.
Okay. And going to page 524, does that continue until record 1947?
Yes, it does.
And what date and time does that end?
The last one shows January 1st, 2023, 3:50:06 a.m. And then the following is about an hour later.
Thank you. Now looking at page 225 into 226, record 825. Can you tell me the title being looked at?
Yep. It says cheating wife seduces another man to impregnate her. Scarlet Scandal, Seth Gamble, Erotica X-Pornhub.com.
And what is the date and time?
12/27/2022, 12:06:28 a.m.
And this continues on record 826, is that correct?
Yes, it's a duplicate from the previous.
Okay. And 827, could you go down, Ms. Gilman? Could you go down, please?
It's there. It's the titles on the right there at the top.
Okay. If you could keep going down, though, please. Okay. And if you could tell me, if you could keep going down, I'm sorry, to 828. And what is this?
It says chat with Miss_B in a live adult video chat room now.
And what time is that?
12:06:28 a.m. on December 27th, 2022.
Okay. And if this continues until record 831, if you could go to 831, please, Ms. Gilman. Is that correct with Pornhub, Trooper?
Yes, it's there for about 7 or so minutes.
Thank you. And page 241 to 242, record 891. What is that title, please?
Best divorce strategies for men, Yahoo search results.
And what is the date?
December 27th, 2022, 8:33:53 p.m.
And page 253, record 935. What is the title, please?
Best date to divorce for a man, Google search.
And what is the date and time?
December 27th, 2022, 8:51:33 p.m.
And page 256, record 934. What is the title?
It's 934 or 943?
943, I'm sorry.
Five best and 5 worst states to get divorced in the U.S.
And what is the date and time?
December 27th, 2022, 8:52 p.m. 8:52:39 p.m.
Thank you. Page 257, record 945. What is the title?
Washington, D.C. divorce laws, Google search.
And what is the date and time?
December 27th, 2022, 8:54:13 p.m.
And you have the binder exhibit in front of you, but if you look between records 891 and 934, what does the Safari history show to you between those record numbers, 891 and 934? What topic articles are being looked at?
Are we up? Is this, I'm sorry, what number is this one we're on? The divorce laws, if you scroll up?
Yeah, I'm sorry.
This is 945.
Yes, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
If we look at record numbers 891 through 934.
They are all showing websites regarding divorce,
divorce advice, mistakes in divorce, using verbal abuse, don't split up like this, the 10 stupidest mistakes men make facing divorce. It's all divorce related.
Thank you. So if we look at page 259, record 951. What is the title being looked at?
Can you scroll down a little more? There. Oh, if you scroll back up, I'll just read it from the URL. So it's a Google search for Chase login credit card, and then it does a redirect to the Chase that does it again. It's duplicated.
Okay. And what is the date and time?
December 27th, 2022 at 8:57:13 p.m.
Okay. And this goes on to record 1026 on page 279 if you look in the binder. Is that correct?
Yes, it's showing all Chase account information, the Chase website for the account.
Trooper, if you look at page 508, record 1890.
Okay.
What is the title?
Replay Poker - Google search.
And what is the date and the time?
12/31/2022, 6:53 p.m.
Your Honor, I am about to change topics. Would this be a good time to stop for lunch?
Sure. There's, any off lunch? No.
All rise for the court, please. The notebooks. Hold it.
You are Judge Lunchtime. I don't really have any lunchtime plans for us. I did my studying earlier. Maybe we can talk about third-party doctrine if, I think it's Heather wanted to talk about it. There was someone who asked on Twitter if we could talk about the nature of the searches and how the police got the warrants.
You may be seated. Any updates on the forecast? Is nothing burger. Can you just take a look? So I was just asking Madam Clerk to check on the weather, and it looks like a nothing burger, I'll call it. So we don't need to be worried about that this afternoon. We'll plan to go right through to 4 o'clock. Anyone need anything to be addressed before I take it off the bench? All right, have a nice lunch.
All right, you heard Judge. We are on lunch. We are on lunch, ladies and gentlemen. We are on towel lunch. Now, you might be saying to yourself, are you a towel? Yes, I'm a towel. Brian Walsh is not a towel. What are we going to do during lunch? You want to watch videos? I guess we can watch videos about cases and learn things. Oh, that's right. At 2 p.m., folks, we have a press conference from President Trump. And I feel obligated as a towel to take it live. Now, sometimes President Trump says he's going to do a big press conference and then it's like an announcement about something that's very niche. And I'm not saying those aren't important, but like we don't need to cover that. There's a lot of people that cover that. However, if President Trump makes the announcement that I think a lot of people are going to, think about, oh, goodness. Someone asked, Marvin Hagler asked if Alan Jackson will use this testimony. I don't really know. I don't really know. I got to think about, what value. It doesn't, I don't know if people really understand. It wasn't Celebrite, really. That was the issue. Celebrite did have a problem in its internal dynamics, what I would call its internal code base. But the nature of that problem was only really relevant to the extent that it had to do with the interpolation of something called a WAL-DB file. Now, a WAL-DB file is specific to cell phones. And there's more than just a WAL-DB file here. So we're not talking about the history.database file or .db. We're talking about a WAL-DB file, and not just a WAL-DB file, but a write-ahead function on a very specific form of Apple phones. Now, you might be saying, okay, what the hell is a WAL-DB and what the hell is a write-ahead function? Well, the reason why it's not a direct comparison to what they were really talking about in the Reed case is a write-ahead function is a specific way of so think of the way that one of the PhDs during the first trial explained it was thus. The first or second Karen Reed trial. Think of a window in a restaurant, okay, to the kitchen. A window to the kitchen. You're looking at that window to the kitchen and you're thinking to yourself, oh, the plate's there and it's going to be brought out to the table where the customer's seated. Okay, that sort of windowsill is what you can think of as the cache. Okay, it's where your food or the data sits between when it goes, between when a request is made and then it settles in the data of the phone. Now, the reason why it's not real, the reason why this is not really, it wasn't really a Celebrite error. It was an error in the way the Apple OS rendered something called a write-ahead log. Now, a write-ahead log is, let me give you an example. Say you have a tab open on your browser on your phone, like a Google Chrome or a Safari tab or whatever the hell you have open. Now you have this tab open and you're going along and you're just being a little towel, and then you close the phone. Now, the phone's going to do a few things when you close it. I'm going to take you through each of them in order. The first thing that the phone is going to do is it's going to position itself such that you can access that tab without having to wait an hour. No, and I don't mean an hour. I mean an hour in computer time, so more than a few seconds. It wants you to have what's called very quick access to the section of the cache, which I told you a little bit about a few seconds ago, the cache. And that's where the the windowsill is. It wants you to have rapid access to only certain parts of that so that you can recall what's called from a tab from what's called a suspended state. Now, the reason why the write-ahead function is such a nuanced thing and why it was such a weird sort of quirk of the Karen Reed and John O'Keefe cases, when you reopen that tab, okay, say you open it at 227 and you're looking for Hockamock Sports, then and remember, I have no partiality towards Jen McCabe, so this is just a completely objective analysis. When you reopen that tab from its suspended state at whatever it may be, let's say, oh goodness, we'll ballpark it at 6:23 or 6:24 a.m. Okay, that write-ahead function is going to understand that you had a previous tab open at 2:27 a.m. and then it's supposed to note that you reopened the tab at 6:23 and started doing other things. There was an error in the write-ahead function of the WAL-DB part of that section of iOS that Celebrite would then in turn incorrectly interpolate to suggest that the suspended tab, when it was reopened, was actually open and being searched at the time when it was initially opened. Do you see what I'm saying? So that's a very niche issue, which isn't really coming up here at all. It's more about, I think they're talking about his history.db file from one of his extractions, etc. Whereas when you're talking about the Celebrate extraction of Jen McCabe's phone, therein it's not just that it's a phone extraction, which is different, but it's this very hyper nuanced issue that you have to understand about not just Celebrate extractions of phones. If it were that easy, we wouldn't really have an issue. It's that it's Celebrate extractions of phones in such a way that you're talking about when a browser tab is reopened from a suspended state, which is a very unique situation. Does the write-ahead function in the WalDB file accurately reflect, in the Celebrate version that you're talking about, the time of the new tab doing a search, or was it reflecting the old stamp, the old timestamp of the original tab? Now, the old version of Celebrate did have this issue. It didn't correctly, it wasn't its fault. It was just it was doing something that a developer would say you should never do, which it was just taking what the Apple iOS was reporting as when the suspended state tab was timestamped when it was reopened, as opposed to when it was the timestamp of when it was actually reopened. It was just taking that at face value and then putting it into its readout. It wasn't, so you can blame it on Celebrate, but you kind of have to understand the technology. What it really was an issue where Celebrate needed to do now it just excludes that piece of data because it doesn't work right. But what it needed to do was be able to interpret what the new, when a tab being opened from a suspended state, what that timestamp was, as opposed to when the tab was originally open. That is why Celebrate had to update their software. It wasn't necessarily their issue. And remember, I don't think people really understand what Celebrate does. Celebrate is a compendium of tools. It's like a suite of tools that you can deploy in various environments, like maybe an Apple phone, an Android phone, etc., etc., etc. So when I say Celebrate needed to update its software, what I'm saying is that Celebrate had to, for the specific operational environment where you might run into iOS 7.2 or whatever it was, in that specific situation, you need a version of Celebrate that won't inadvertently take the phone's interpretation of a write-ahead function that is not accurate in the WalDB file and render it as a timestamp. That's why they had to fix their software. And fundamentally, it wasn't an error on their part, but it was just a bug. I wouldn't even call it a bug. I think it's fair to say it was just like a weird way of iOS handling the return of a tab from suspended state into active state. I don't think there's anyone who would say like that was appropriately coded, okay, just so we're all on the same page. And also this kind of spun off a little bit. And yes, I will take a look at it, Nicola Cox, but I do want to say whether or not people love or hate the opinion, I just call it like I see it. I have just a very refined technical proficiency. I'm a layperson, but I just have a refined technical proficiency. And so when I'm talking about this, it's not from notes or a presentation. It's because I just have an intimate familiarity with exactly what these words mean. I'm able to express them in concepts, but I understand what I'm saying in the sense that when I'm talking about like a write-ahead log or a WalDB file, like I'm visualizing what these files actually look like when opened on a computer. I'm thinking a little bit sort of about like what Celebrate is. I've never run it, but I've just heard so many people describe it. And I just have some understanding of what a graphical user interface is, and therefore what it means when I say Celebrate is a suite of tools. It's a graphical user interface that compiles different tools. So someone using Celebrate might not even understand how Celebrate thinks. Okay, like that's why I said when Dr. Ian Whiffen pushed commits is the term to the GitHub repository for Celebrate. What I was saying is that it's one thing to use Celebrate and to be someone who understands Celebrate as a software. It's different to be someone who understands how Celebrate the software thinks. One of them is just like it's like a hyper-technical end user, but one of them's being a hyper-technical end user. The other one is being like a developer's developer. So like the type of person who can code for Celebrate the software is kind of like a rapper's rapper. It's like all the other technical experts look to that technical expert because there's to code the actual Celebrate program, you have to understand every operating system, or at least for your niche, whatever you're going to work on. You have to understand every operational variable. You have to understand the way the Celebrate software thinks about different mobile phone softwares, computer softwares, and you just have to like know it. I don't know how to explain it. Like, it's not just thinking computer, because it's not just what you tell the computer. It's like schematically, do you understand how a program thinks? Like how it interacts with the data you're giving it, and then also what it's doing for the user. There's kind of like a symbiosis there, or like a parallel sort of construction where you're simultaneously thinking about what the program is thinking so that you can make it do what you want. And then you also have to think about what is the program displaying to the user in light of what I or the user is telling it to do. In that regard, when you're actually coding the Celebrate program and fixing an issue, you don't just fix the Celebrate code. You have to narrow in on, it's like you have to identify, that's why it's called pushing a commit. You have to identify the specific structural issue or problem that you're facing, narrow in on where it exactly is causing an issue, and then you have to determine, is it because my code or the Celebrate code is bad, or is it because the Celebrate code is functioning as intended, but in a certain operational environment it's causing data to be rendered that is not accurate. That's the distinction, because then you're like troubleshooting for the end user to avoid problems from coming up due to not necessarily your software, but the way your software is interacting with known environmental conditions. And that would be like a specific OS version of like a Mac mobile OS or whatever it is. So, yeah. No, it's not so Nicola, let me explain. It's not like a preemptive false memory. It's the best way I can explain it. Let me see, my camera should be able to go on while they're on break. All right. So the best way I can explain it is like this. You have your phone, okay? And it's 2:27 in the morning. And you're holding your phone, okay? And you go onto Google and you Google Hockamock Sports, okay? You then do whatever the hell it is you're doing. When it does that, okay, it's going to populate a bunch of predictive results, okay? And then you're going to get your search results. Maybe you're checking the time of a game that you have to go to and it's on the website. You're going to click the website. You're going to go to bed. You're going to press the lock button on your phone, whatever it is, and you're going to put it down. What you actually did, okay, and why people are always telling their older relatives not to have 87 tabs open on your phone, is what you did is you put the tab into a suspended state, okay? Now, we got to talk about this word suspended state. It's not like Walt Disney being cryogenically frozen, but it's a very similar concept. A lot of tech parlance is just sci-fi parlance repurposed. But anyway, just think about your phone, okay? You wake up a few hours later. You don't want your phone to kind of have to wake up too. It doesn't need to do that. No, it's a phone. We need it to be ready, we want it ready at the snap of a finger. All right, the phone has to know that. When you are making the phone, the people who design the operating system have to be thinking, our users are going to want to wake up, unlock their phone, and then immediately be able to go into the Google device or whatever it is, the Google browser or Safari, and have it be ready, okay? Now, we can't do that with everything, okay? Some things need to load into the cache or your phone wouldn't have enough room in its cache. A cache, think of your hard drive as like a box, okay? And really we have to think about memory too, but random access memory and dedicated random access memory, that's RAM, but that's not the point right now. Think of your hard drive like a box, okay? You have data on the box, and squares of that data need to go to the GUI, the graphical user interface. That's what you see on the screen. The hard drive can't just show you a bunch of numbers. It has to translate it into the GUI. How do you think it gets from those, numbers on the hard drive get to your screen. Well, that's what we're talking about. That is what is called that is this process here where you have a bit of a lag, and you also have a cache. Okay, now you can access everything on your phone, which is just zeros and ones on your hard drive, by simply clicking a button on your phone. But not everything that you click on your phone is stored in the cache, at least in this specific part of the cache. We want things, if we're like thinking about this as a mobile OS designer or developer, we want the user to be able to specifically get to certain things quicker than others, right? Like their browser, we want them to be able to pick up exactly where they left off. That's where this comes from. So a suspended state means your browser is not running. Even if you like unlocked your phone and you were just on the home screen, it won't look like the browser is running, but it's in your system memory, and it is readily accessible. It's just waiting for you to click the button. That is what we're talking about. It's in a suspended state. If you open all your apps, you know that button on the bottom of a phone, the three lines that opens every app at once. Now you get what the suspended state is. So when you say, like, does a phone have a preemptive memory? Nicola, that's exactly right. Now, you don't have to take my word for it. You can Google what is a suspended state of a tab on a cell phone. But in essence, it is a predictive, like, preemptive memory. It's your phone, like, taking a snapshot and being like this. It's more than a snapshot. That's a very, very rudimentary way of understanding it. It's more like your phone taking a bit, like bits of data. Like, think of like an MD5 hash is the best way to understand this. When data is in a certain state, so like when you have zeros and ones along a long string, okay, you can preserve the state of that data. If you use emulators, you might call it like a save state, but for our purposes, we're thinking of it as a suspended state. That block of data represents like the totality of what your browser was doing at the time that you put it into suspended state. The timestamp of what you were doing, whatever else the hell was going on in your, like, at the time. It like isolates it so that when you open that phone again, it's going to bring you back to the, like, as if you were going back in time to the second that you put the phone in suspended state, or the tab in suspended state. Now, that's exactly, if you think about the word suspended state, that's exactly what it means. It's like you're time traveling. So it doesn't matter if 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 hours go by. It's always going to be like you reopened that tab at the next second. For the purposes, it doesn't do it. It's not thinking about timestamps when it does this. It doesn't care about that. It just wants the data to be segmented in a portion of the hard drive and memory that is instantly accessible without lag for the user. So if you understand, like, that's what it's thinking about. Yes, it's like a preemptive memory that is designed to effectuate more rapid processing of user input when reopening a browser. Now, it sounds weird to talk about it that way, but that is what it's doing. Functionally, that's what it's doing. And yeah, I wouldn't say, it's not like the hash and all the, everything in there is MD5 hashed. It's not. I'm using an MD5 hash here as an example, and just so people understand what an MD5 hash is, we kind of got to pull this really, really backwards, or it's not going to make a lot of sense. There is regular numbers, okay? They are in base 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, etc., etc., etc. There is another way of expressing those same numbers called base 2. Now, if you want to learn how to convert from base 10 to base 2, etc., there's a formula. I don't do it that way. But base 2, let's say you wanted to represent the number. This is called binumerical representation. Let's say you wanted to represent the number. This is how you would do it. In blocks of 8. You can have 4-bit, 8-bit, whatever. We're going with 8-bit for our example. To represent the number 1, you would do 0, 0, 0, 0, 4 zeros, and then 0, 0, 0, 3 more zeros than the number 1. That is turning on the ones place. So you have 1 in the ones place, you have 1. Now, what if you wanted to do the number 2? You would do this in binary. 0, 0, 0, 0, 4 zeros. then 0, 0, 2 zeros, then a 1, and then a 0. See what I did there? I put the 1, aka turning on the 2's place. Okay, so I just represented 2 in binumerical representation. Now it's also useful. What if you want to represent, let's say, the number 3? Well, then you do 4 zeros, 0, 0, 0, 0, then 2 more zeros, 0, 0, then a 1, then a 1. You've activated the 2's place, you've activated the 1's place, you have an 8-bit binumerical representation of the number 3. All right, now, we got it. This is going to, I know it's pushing it, but I want to make sure people understand what an MD5 hash is. You can take it one step further. There's base 10, there's base 2, there's also base 8. Base 8 is called hexadecimal representation. Okay, it's just it's the same concept, but with hexadecimal representation. What does hexadecimal mean? Okay, it means basically instead of just 1 through 9, you also have available to you A through Z. So you can represent things as like 1F0H9. Okay, hexadecimal representation. It's complicated where you can convert a number from base 10 to base 2 to base 8, or from base 10 to base 8, or from base 2 to base 10, etc. You can do all of this. They're all the same numbers, but we're talking about how they're represented on the screen. When you're talking about an MD5 hash, it is hexadecimal representation of data that is in binumerical format. Okay, so an MD5 hash interprets the specific, either like file or like the save state moment, whatever, of a set of data or a specific piece of data. And then that is what's used to confirm that that specific file has not been altered. How does it do that? Well, have you ever bought something on Amazon and thought about how does this work? Well, basically it works like a handshake. Now, I'm going to explain one more concept to you because it all ties into our larger learning here about the nature of like how computers think, and specifically why a write-ahead function is such a unique mechanism, and why MD5 hashes tie into this. Now, if you buy something on Amazon, you may wonder, like, how can I just put my credit card into Amazon without anyone getting the information? Well, it's due to something called prime factorization. Now, there are a bunch of millennial prizes in mathematics, okay? You can look at them. They're very interesting. Some have been solved, some haven't. One, like the Banach-Tarski paradox, is one of the most famous and interesting paradoxes in mathematics. It says that you can take a sphere and construct it into two spheres of the same size, which shouldn't be possible, but it somehow is. Anyway, that's not really relevant. What's relevant for our purposes is that prime factorization is basically something we've never been able to solve. We know how to take two really big prime numbers, okay, and multiply them together. Think about it like this, like very big prime numbers, like the biggest prime numbers you can think. Like a prime number is a number that can only be multiplied by 1 in itself, all right? Think about every prime number you can think of in the entire world. You've never heard of some of these prime numbers they use for this. They multiply them together, and then they get, because two primes multiplied together will always give you another prime, they get a very, 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 very big prime number, okay? That is made up of one prime number multiplied by another prime number. Now, there is a way to figure out, and it's actually the same prime numbers, there's a way to figure out the square root of some prime numbers. All right, now do you know what the square root is? It's where you figure out that number that it's divisible by. However, the prime is divisible. It's always divisible by a root. And you can kind of figure out for some primes what the actual root of the prime is. But when you get to a really big prime number, you cannot just take the square root of it. We don't know how to do that. So encryption is based on the concept of multiplying two really big prime numbers, and then those are called private keys, and only you know your private key and only the server knows their private key. When the internet sees, all data has to travel across the internet. So the way we deal with this through encryption is your data travels across the internet in like either 128 or more likely 256 AES bit encrypted keys. Now what that means is, we talked about an 8-bit by numerical representation. Think about 256 bits in hexadecimal representation. And it's encoded. And what I mean by that is, and it's probably actually, yeah, it's probably encoded as well. It's just sent over the internet as a big prime number. Such a big prime number that even if people were monitoring what you were doing, packet sniffing your Wi-Fi or whatever, root access, it doesn't matter unless they were watching you type with a keylogger, you are going to have a piece of data that cannot be discovered by anyone looking at it. Why does it work that way? Well, because if you took that really big prime number, it wouldn't mean anything to you because you can't figure out what the constituent prime numbers are that made it up, and therefore you cannot figure out what someone's password was. That's a very basic explanation. An MD5 hash is like a public key. Okay? It's just a way, it's not an encryption mechanism, but it is akin to a fingerprint that is impossible to alter without destroying the integrity of the underlying number, thus the underlying data. But I think that that's all a very good sort of opportunity for me to have taken you through why, when I'm talking about the suspended state of a tab, yes, that's exactly what happens. It creates like a snapshot. It creates an MD5 hash of that moment. Then a new moment happens. More MD5 hashes get generated, whatever. But there's a specific issue, or there was, I don't know if it's since been fixed, where in iOS, if you opened a suspended state tab, it would look like in the WalDB, in the write-ahead function, specifically of the WalDB, it would timestamp the new tab, even if it was 4 hours later, as the time the original tab was open. And that's why, like, I get why it's on the surface, okay, it looks very, very damning. But that's why Richard Green, I think, didn't testify during the second trial. If you, first of all, I don't expect anyone to have that level of technical proficiency with what I just explained. Very few people. Very few, outside of like some of those people that testified. You need to really know what you're talking about, and you need to speak computer. If you do, everything I just said makes sense, and you will be like, oh yeah, okay. If you don't, you are gonna think that that Google search happened before it did. Why? Because it looks weird. There's no rhyme or reason to it. It's literally a bug in a very complex, dynamic mobile phone OS environment that specifically, the reason why the bug happens is because the phone doesn't care when it records the suspended state tab being reopened. It's prioritizing having you be able to access that tab, whatever data was on it when you initially opened it, again quickly, so that you can do another search or whatever you want to do. And so I don't know if Ian Whiffen explained this in full, but that's how my brain thinks about it. Like, it's just a unfortunate byproduct of how, like, a developer of that iOS or a team thought about what was most important in their own internal like systems in terms of data output, because Celebrite's just reading data from the phone, and in that case it's very interesting. Then of course there was that interesting thing about how do you do an extraction, and do you have to include things, and that comes up a lot of course with the Lindsay Gattani extraction. Nick Carino was involved in that. All right, okay, everyone be friends. Everyone be friendly. Bossy Texas Chick, you know you are always welcome. However, let's also try to keep things down the middle in Towel Channel, which is to say, we don't really try to use personalities, you know. And if you want to critique, that's fine. But also, like Bossy Texas Chick, I think you did make a point earlier about general decorum rules, but as long as we can disagree without being disagreeable and without anyone kind of superimposing what they view about a person's character in particular on anyone else, I'm fine about that. So I think it's a fine line, but just know you're always welcome here, Bossy Texas Chick and Bella. But also, Bossy Texas Chick, I would like to point out, I believe some other channels that used to be like or ostensibly pro-victim, pro-witness, whatever the term may be, they've also started allowing people to say bad names about Lindsay. So, we'll rise above. We won't have any of that. And there you go, Bossy Texas Chick. You got Troy to find other ways of his expressing his distaste. And I will also remind you, I'll be the first one to put up that video of Kate Peter through Aidan Kearney, although I think Aidan was unwitting in that, spreading the rumor that Chris and Colin Albert sold drugs. So I don't think there's anyone in here on any side of this that's going to be like, oh, yeah, it was okay that Kate sent that to Aidan, because the people who support Aidan are going to be like, she maliciously trolled him. And then the people who support Chris and Colin, I think, would be like, or like Bossy Texas Chick is defending them, I think they'd be like, wow, whether Kate was trying to expose Aidan, quote unquote, or she was actually doing that, either way, that's not cool. So sometimes I think that's just what it comes to. So, that's all right. And I don't exactly know. I think we were going, if anything, I think Bossy Texas Chick, you were, at least what I was talking about, that was a position you would appreciate, which was I explaining the write-ahead function in the Celebrite extraction of Jen McCabe's phone, which, no matter what I may feel about the release of Lindsay's cell phone extraction and Kate Peter and all that, I'm just telling you, I have no reason to defend Jen McCabe, but she made those Google searches at 623 and 624. I'm sorry. Like, I know what I'm talking about. I know what the data says. I know, I've listened to every bit of testimony about it. I've looked at the raw extraction exhibits that were posted. I've literally thought about this for hundreds of hours. And I'm telling you, she Googled that, how long to die in cold at 623 and 624. There's others. Now, I understand why Green thought he was onto something, and also why, he was baffled by it. But the actual technical unpacking of why the write-ahead function works like that just isn't. It's more beneficial to Jen McCabe than it is to Karen. Now, that's not to say that there's other weird stuff. Come on. Tully said, or somebody said that the reason, I think it was Cosgrove, the reason Jen McCabe mispresented herself to the FBI was because she didn't know they were the FBI. She didn't believe them. Okay, I guess, but you can look at the badge. You could call their field office if you really had a question. And then the other thing is that you also can say whatever you will about how the various tit for tats started happening related to after the summer of 2023, but it has nothing to do with the data. That's why I think Ian Whiffen and Dr. Jessica Hyde were so baffled. You could kind of see them up on the stand, just they're very technically proficient people. They're not polemicists, so they were just kind of what is going on? Because to them, that is actually an interesting data error. Why would the Celebrite software interpret or say that the Apple write-ahead log in the WalDB file was reading this timestamp when it wasn't right? Very interesting technical issue, but it's not like a popular issue. You cannot have a popular discussion about write-ahead functions in WalDB files. That's where I think it kind of ran, everything just kind of went chaotic because people were trying to fit a square peg into a round hole. They were trying to talk about very technically complex data without necessarily the background. Now, I'm only talking about why I think Ian Whiffen and Dr. Jessica Hyde were just baffled. Whether I'm right or wrong about them being baffled is immaterial. I'm just telling you. It definitely came across like they were baffled. Bossy Texas Chick is how nice of you to give up your seat. Speaking of lunch almost being over, we're about 25 minutes away. Let's watch the Let's watch Tal's analogy of the cave. We didn't get to watch this earlier. I don't know if anyone, I bet Troy would have liked this. Maybe he can listen to it even if he can't chat with us because his lunch break is over. But yes, this is Tal's analogy of the cave. I think it's very interesting, and I'm going to play it for you right now. Wait a minute. That's not what I wanted. Oh, where is it? Where is it, little towels? Oh, there it is. I was like, where is it? It's hiding from me. All right. You all have a good time watching this, and I'm going to be here with you watching as well, and then we're going to go back to the trial. We get 2 more hours today. They're speeding right along, little towels. They are speeding right along. But yeah, that was an interesting discussion during lunch. I appreciated all that. Thank you very much for all of you who chatted away and for all your cordial resolutions of your various disputes. We got to disagree without being disagreeable. Wow, 3.5K over on the Towel X. Towel friends, this is incredible. Look at these numbers. My word. I don't really do it for the numbers, but I'm very interested in data. Look at these numbers, little towels. Look at that. Oh my goodness, little towels. Little towel up there at the top. Nowhere near JLR because of the Trump, big Trump administration press conference that's starting at 2. But look at this. Brian Walshe, day 2 for Towel, 3.6. And then we had PBS News. We had Boston 25. We had Justice Served. So Towel's at 3.6. Boston 25 was covering the Walsh trial, 1.7. Justice Served, 910. Jennifer Coffindaffer, 832. Defense Diaries, 850. No, it looks like 659. And then Surviving the Survivor, 261. And then I saw Tony Bruschi, friend of the Towel channel, who did an interview with us once. He's a really good guy. And then John DePietro is also live. All right, so let us take a look. Let me see if I can grab the feed from PBS here, actually. We may actually have to check in on the president. There's a lot of people watching this right now. All right, let's take a listen. One sec. I'm going to get you the full feed.
That is going to raise hundreds of millions of dollars for helping restore and preserve all of our best parks. So as we close out with it, I want to also say a big celebration going on here in Washington, D.C. We've been thrilled to be part of the
He's talking about the national parks. We're going to take the 2 p.m. press conference, but for now, we're going to watch this video.
And that's where we're at. Tully's screwed. Fanning's screwed. Uri's screwed. Proctor's a little bit screwed. He was really more the scapegoat. I don't think he actually covered up Sandra Birchmore's murder. I think they just made him the fall guy. Kate Peters screwed. Karen might actually end up getting out of this because I think they want Rachel Rollins and Turtle Boy, in my opinion. A lot of people are screwed. There's no black and white here. There's no heroes. The villains have some redeeming qualities, except for Turtle Boy. The heroes have some very bad qualities. There is no heroes. There are no villains. Morality is not black and white. And that's what inhibited people for so long from understanding this, because they couldn't. We live in this polemical world where your heroes must do no wrong and the people you hate must be wrong all the time. That's not right. You cannot analytically analyze a situation if you just assume people you like are always right and people you don't like are always wrong. That's like being in a cult. The only way that you can figure any of this stuff out is to look at it from the perspective of human morality is complex. On the whole, most people are not Kantians. They're not operating from the categorical imperative trying to universalize moral maxims. Who does that? Very rarely is that going to happen. Most people are selfish. Most people, and I'm not being jaded here, most people are selfish. Most people are acting from personal interest, which we can't really fault them for. But some people, in particular in positions of power, are acting from places of mixed motives. Maybe they're trying to do some good. Maybe they're trying to cover up some bad. Maybe they're willing to play a little dirty. Maybe they're willing to wheel and deal on all sides. And if you think that's not happening, I don't know what to tell you. You're in La La Land. All right? Not being mean, but like, you're in a fairy tale. You're living in a state of comfortable numbness, and it's going to be uncomfortable. Like, imagine if you were living your life. Like, I'll show you a good image. Give me 1 second. Let me pull it up on the screen. I've shown this image before, but imagine if you were living in a cave. Okay, just imagine you were living in a cave, and part of living in that cave was that you were very comfortable. You know, like, it's easy if you're living in a sort of underground cave and you don't have to actually go out and scavenge for food. We're using this by analogy. It comes from Plato. You don't have to scavenge for food. You don't have to kind of look for stimulation in your brain. People just cast images on the wall, like some unknown force, and like you're comfortable, like your needs are taken care of. You're satiated, but you're not thinking. You're just going day to day. And so I don't say to people lightly that this is something you should do. I'm not just gratuitously encouraging you to come to a position where you're always critically analyzing everything. But if you're going to engage in analysis of high-level politics, one of the most important parts of the arena, the public sphere, is looking at morality as a complex interplay of motives. Overlapping concentric social circles of influence define and permeate through every element of this sphere. It's not high school. It's not regular day-to-day existence. It's complex politics. Nothing is ever as it seems, and there are no good guys and good girls and bad guys and bad girls. There's people with motives trying to accomplish things. Oftentimes they're very evil, but we cannot fall into that trap. And that's why I think the fallout from this is going to induce a lot of cognitive dissonance for people. Rightfully so. You should have cognitive dissonance. If you thought Brian Tully and Kate Peter and that unit were heroes because they investigated Karen Reed, but can't understand how they could have done bad things in the Birchmore case or with Lindsay Gattani's phone, like, yeah, you should experience cognitive dissonance, okay? Because that's kind of what happens when you fall into these traps. Now, take a look, ladies and gentlemen. That is how I visualize what's going on. So it's just people just trying to get by, live their daily lives. They want to be comfortable. They do not want to be analytic philosophers studying Kantian moral maxims and applying them in their daily life. That's not something we should expect of people. They deserve to live, raise their families, and be happy and love people. Okay, that's life. All right, we're not trying to make this too complex. No one's saying you have to be an analytic philosopher or run the government. You can just be happy in your life. But what we have, where the problem comes in the middle of this image, is the Sue O'Connells, the Turtle Boys, and the Kate Peters of the world. Now, what they do, by analogy, in my opinion, is they cast shadows on the wall. Now, those shadows, as you can see, are like being consumed by the people in the cave just trying to get by, but it doesn't really explicate the full context. You can't understand what's going on if you're just seeing a shadow cast on a wall. You don't even know somebody's in a robe is holding it up. You don't know it's a stick figure. You just think it's a shadow. So, of course, you're like, that's a wonderful duck. What do I care about the damn duck? And the duck is a fitting analogy here because a lot of people invoke rubber duckies who are on the Karen Reed side. Now, look at that. That's just a duck. I like ducks. Oh, I'll just sit here and watch the duck. I love the person showing me the duck. Oh, Kate Peters, wonderful. She likes ducks. Okay, that's a little dangerous, and we're using duck by analysis here. Let's say Kate Peter loves Brian Tully. Brian Tully's a duck. All right, we love Brian Tully. Then you got Sue O'Connell casting an image of Karen's parents. Oh, Sue O'Connell likes Karen's parents. Look, they're beautiful. They're little trees. We love them. Then you got Turtle Boy casting an image of his beloved Karen Reed. Unrequited love is such a horrible thing. Don't worry, Turtle Boy, you'll get through it. Anyway, so Turtle Boy casting his image of Karen Reed to hide his unrequited love. And people are like, Turtle Boy's just defending an innocent, quote-unquote, woman. He doesn't, have any ulterior motives. Look at Karen Reed. We love Karen Reed. But then you have some people who climb onto the cave. They see the Sue O'Connells and the Turtle Boys and the Kate Peters for what they are. They ignore them. They start climbing up. And then you get to the top and you're like, wait a minute here. There's just a world out there and I consume it and understand it and I don't have to be subject to the projections of someone interpreting it for me. And then you're Sean McDonough. You see what I mean? And then you see the light, and you're like, wow, it's a little weird up here. You know, and so, oh, all right. Now, I'm not saying that Sean McDonough was incapable of this from the beginning. I think he did it pretty quickly. But you still got to go through the process. You'd be hubristic to think that you can just get up to the top of the chain and just see the sun if you don't climb up the little cave there. So, therefore, Plato, ladies and gentlemen, predicted over 2,000 years ago how Karen Reed, Sue O'Connell, Aidan Kearney, and Kate Peter would try to manipulate the public. All right, everybody on the same page? All right. How can people, I didn't say I love Karen Reed. I said that there are people who are very blinded and just see an image of Karen Reed without understanding the context, and they're like, oh, that's a Karen Reed, you know, and they love her. That doesn't mean they understand her or that their love is a reflection of her, an accurate depiction of who she is. They just love the image of her. It's propaganda. And Plato didn't put it in the terms. If you read, this comes from book 8, I'm pretty sure, this analogy of the cave. If you read book 8 of the Republic, you're going to see the analogy of the cave. Plato predicted the rise of the discipline of public relations like 2,000 years ago. He didn't call it public relations, but that little like casting of the shadows onto the wall of the cave, bro, that's public relations. He knew what it was before it was even a thing. This man knew what that shit was before we had fucking TV, before we had, I'm pretty sure we had just invented writing. We didn't have electronics. This man was a G, all right? He was a genius. So that's why, now this is my artistic rendering of the analogy of the cave, adapted for the Karen Reed and Turtle Boy situation. But that's why this is so complicated. No one can understand, other than maybe Sean and a few other people who I really respect. Like, it wasn't that anyone was all good or all bad. It's that some people did good things, some people did bad things, and that they're all mixed in there together. And you can't parse out truth from narrative unless you're willing to admit that people you either like personally or have, like, whatever, a dedication to their cause might have done something wrong. Otherwise, you're a sycophant. And that you undermine cogent public discourse, and you threaten the integrity of the justice system, and you need two adults in the room, like Hank Brennan and Leah Foley, to clean it up. God bless America, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. Let's see what's coming into session.
Now, how interesting was that? Now, listen, my perspective has evolved a little bit, all right? I truly believe that most of the toxicity was blamed on Aidan, but came from Kate. All right? That's what I believe. I truly believe it with my heart. Now, you might be saying, Grant, wow, like, I think that too. I know. I think a lot of us think that. We're probably like the one place where you can think that and it's okay. Like, I'll take a lot of heat for it. I think the slings and arrows of outrageous fortune are very clear. But, you know, what are you going to do? It's like, if you really care about truth, then such slings and arrows become nothing more than a manifestation of one's pursuit of justice. And in that regard, I think there's something to be said of, what is it? First they ignore you, then they laugh at you, then you win. My brain hurts, says Allie. I'm going to listen to 70s music. Yep, well, we'll be back at 2 p.m., Allie, so you enjoy that. I'm sorry we didn't get to play any trivia today, ladies and gentlemen. If we had the opportunity to do so, I absolutely would have done so. All right, one second. All right. I'm learning. Interesting indeed. I'm trying to figure out what this President Trump thing is about. Wow. If it turns out to just be an agricultural press conference, I will be baffled. But yes, for those of you waiting for the Brian Walshe case to come back in, I'll just give you a little preview here. Not that we need to reload that video. We are not back in session. Okay, so as you can see, the pool feed is not ready. We are not back in towel session. However, you can keep an eye on the corner of that pool feed. I know it's not very helpful. They're just replaying Garino's previous testimony. And what I will try to do is figure out for you what this President Trump press conference is about. All right? I really want to take the press conference. I know you want to watch this. I know it's important. I want to watch it as well. But if President Trump, listen, he's a very good president.
There's very little wasting hundreds of thousands of lives with those pinpoint attacks. It's an amazing thing when you see a boat going along, and a lot of the press would like to say they're not. You see the boat, they're not maybe drugs. You see these boats. First of all, who has 5 engines on the back of a boat going in weird directions and loaded up with lots of white containers? They're bags of things. No, they've done an amazing job, and Peter's done an amazing job. Pete, you could probably better answer the question.
No, you're spot on, sir. I think you got to start with the baseline, which Marco laid out, everybody's laid out. We've got 20 million people invading our country over 4 years. We don't know where they're coming from. That includes Tren de Aragua and cartels and violent criminals. They bring drugs, and you mentioned it, Mr. President, poisoning, an intentional poisoning of the American people, killing hundreds of thousands of Americans. So the president had the courage to designate these cartels as designated terrorist organizations. Now, a number of us here served in the military and spent 20 years fighting terrorists like Al-Qaeda and ISIS on the other side of the world. How do you treat Al-Qaeda and ISIS? Do you arrest them and pat them on the head and say, don't do that again? Or do you end the problem directly by taking a lethal, kinetic approach? And that's the way President Trump has authorized the War Department to look at these cartels. And I wish everybody could be in the room watching our professionals like Mitch Bradley, Admiral Mitch Bradley, and others at JSOC and SOCOM and other commanders. The deliberative process, the detail, the rigorous, the intel, the legal, the evidence-based way that we're able to, with sources and methods that we can't reveal here, that make sure that every one of those drug boats is tied to a designated terrorist organization. We know who's on it, what they're doing, what they're carrying. All these white bales are not Christmas gifts from Santa. This is drugs running on 4-motor fast boats or submarines that we've also struck. No one's fishing on a submarine. And I have empowered them to make that call. Now, the first couple of strikes, as you would, as any leader would want, you want to own that responsibility. So I said, I'm going to be the one to make the call after getting all the information and make sure it's the right strike. That was September 2nd. There's a lot of intelligence that goes into that, building that case and understanding that. A lot of people providing information. I watched that first strike live. As you can imagine, at the Department of War, we got a lot of things to do. So I didn't stick around for the hour and 2 hours, whatever, where all the sensitive site exploitation digitally occurs. So I moved on to my next meeting. A couple of hours later, I learned that that commander had made which he had the complete authority to do, and by the way, Admiral Bradley made the correct decision to ultimately sink the boat and eliminate the threat. He sunk the boat, and eliminated the threat. And it was the right call. We have his back, and the American people are safer because narco-terrorists know you can't bring drugs through the water and eventually on land if necessary to the American people. We will eliminate that threat, and we're proud to do it.
So you didn't see any survivors, to be clear, after that first strike?
I did not personally see survivors, but I stand, because the thing was on fire. It was exploded and fire and smoke. You can't see anything. You got digital. This is called the fog of war. This is what you in the press don't understand. You sit in your air-conditioned offices or up on Capitol Hill and you nitpick and you plant fake stories in the Washington Post about kill everybody, phrases on anonymous sources not based in anything, not based in any truth at all. And then you want to throw out really irresponsible terms about American heroes, about the judgment that they made. I wrote a whole book on this topic because of what politicians and the press does to warfighters. President Trump has empowered commanders to do what is necessary, which is dark and difficult things in the dead of night on behalf of the American people. We support them, and we will stop the poisoning of the American people.
And Mr. Secretary, on the second strike, you said it happened more than an hour after the first. Did I hear it correctly?
I can tell you the exact amount of time.
Minutes, or you went off the room, is what you're saying.
I already stated my answer quite clearly.
So remember this, we lost last year, I think it was more than that, but people don't like saying it because they always said 100,000, 115,000, numbers we've been hearing for years. So we lost last year more than 200,000 people, dead people, ruined 100,000. And those 200,000, that family will never be the same. But these people have killed over 200,000 people, actually killed over 200,000 people last year. And those numbers are down. Those numbers are down. They're way down. And they're down because we're doing these strikes, and we're going to start doing those strikes on land, too. The land is much easier. It's much easier. And we know the routes they take. We know everything about them. We know where they live. We know where the bad ones live. And we're going to start that very soon, too.
Mr. President, thank you so much, Mr.
You
President.
know what, when we start that, we're going to drive those numbers down so low. And then you're going to have families be able to live without the fear of their son or daughter just having a pill to have a little fun and ending up dying within a period of 60 seconds, right? No, we're not going to let that happen. We're not going to let it continue to happen. What Biden did to this country by allowing all these people, and I call them animals in many cases, I think they're animals, to come into our country and destroy our country and let all those drugs pour in, let people just walk across the border like it was nothing. You look at them, a lot of them, you know, and they say, oh, let's not discriminate. I'm not talking about color. I'm just talking about, you look into the eyes of some of these people. We're smart. And you see a killer. Come on in. Just come on in. 11,888 murderers. Many of them committed more than one murder. He allowed them into our country, totally unvetted, totally unchecked. But he also allowed drugs to come in at record numbers. And hundreds of thousands of people a year died. And we're taking those son of a bitches out, yeah.
Thank you so much, Mr. President, for taking over questions. I think this is the most transparent administration I ever seen.
I'm impressed by these people. I'll tell you, how strong are you? You've been holding it for 2 hours. You know, there are very few physically. There are very few people who could do. I'm very proud of you. I have no idea who you are, but you're strong.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, last week, militia groups in Iraq attacked the Christian region's gas field, the largest gas field, which even the U.S. companies invested in the energy sector in the Christian region. And the Christian Prime Minister requested the United States to provide them some sorts of means and defense system to defending their civilian infrastructure and U.S. investment in the Christian region. Are you willing to providing them the support? And if I had this question, tomorrow the United States is going to open and integrate one of the...
Speak louder.
Yeah, of course.
Is that possible? You're the most gentle, beautiful voice, but you're a very gentle person. Go ahead. Just take fewer words and louder.
Yeah, sure. I will repeat my first question. Last week, the Iraqi militia groups attacked one of the largest gas fields in the Kurdistan region of Iraq, which even the U.S. companies have invested in these gas fields.
Yeah.
And then,
are you from Iraq?
I'm from Kurdistan, Iraqi Kurdistan.
Okay.
Yeah. Working for Huda Media Network. And the Kurdistan region prime minister, he requested the United States to providing them some sort of defense system to defending these gas fields and U.S. investment in the Kurdistan region. Are you willing to helping them?
Well, we're going to look at it. I heard about it, and I'm hearing about it more now, frankly. It wasn't at the top of my list. It's a very unusual question, I think, but I assume you're from the area, and to you it's a very important question, and to me it is also, because people are being killed. I will say this, Iraq has been much different in terms of us than they were prior to us taking out the nuclear capability of Iran. You know, Iran has gone down many, many steps in terms of its fear factor. They were the bully of the Middle East, and they're really not the bully of the Middle East anymore. And Iraq was being bullied by Iran. You know? We had a president that thought it was brilliant to blow them up, and they blew them up, and all of a sudden, instead of having a power that was basically equal to Iran, they had Iran ruling the Middle East for a long period of time. But Iraq, from the day we hit them with those B-2 bombers and knocked out and obliterated, because CNN said, well, maybe it wasn't total obliteration. Well, it turned out it was totally obliteration. It was every single one of those missiles hit its target. It was actually amazing, but it was wiped out, totally wiped out. I will tell you, Iraq has been a much friendlier place. They talk to us. The Prime Minister actually nominated me along with about 78 other countries for the Nobel Prize. I'm the only one that was nominated by almost 100 countries that didn't get it. But that's okay. But I saved a lot of lives. I saved a lot of lives. But Iraq nominated us for the Nobel Prize, and that was a great honor. You know, we didn't expect that from Iraq. Iraq has been a much different place since the taking out of Iran the nuclear capability. Yeah, let's get to another question. Here we go. This guy's a beauty. Go ahead.
Secretary Rubio mentioned your meetings ongoing in Russia today. Do you have any update from Mr. Witkoff and Mr. Kushner?
No update, because I've been spending too much time with you. I mean, we're spending a lot of time in here. We wanted to do this you talk about being open and transparent. This has to be the most transparent administration in history. We spent a lot of time answering your questions and giving you a lot of good results. I mean, I think everybody here gave you good results. But no, I don't. I will have after I leave here.
But do you hope for a breakthrough, or is it not?
I don't know. Look, I don't know. All I can tell you is that we're trying very hard to save 25 to 30,000 people, mostly men, mostly soldiers, every month. 25,000 to 30,000 soldiers. It's impossible. That's half a stadium. Take a big football stadium. Take half of those people in a stadium, and they're wiped out. They're killed every month. It's crazy. That war is crazy. It would have never happened with me, and it didn't happen for 4 years.
And you just mentioned potential land strikes. Can you elaborate anything on that? Are you talking
I'll elaborate. If they come in through a certain country or any country, or if we think they're building mills for whether it's fentanyl or cocaine. I hear Colombia, the country of Colombia, is making cocaine. They have cocaine manufacturing plants, okay? And then they sell us their cocaine. We appreciate that very much. But yeah, anybody that's doing that and selling it into our country is subject to attack.
So not necessarily just Venezuela?
No, not just Venezuela, no. Venezuela's been very bad. Venezuela's been really bad in something else, probably worse than most, but a lot of other people do it too. They would send murderers into our country. They would empty their jails into our country. They sent people into our country that we don't want. They sent their drug dealers and their drug people into our country. They sent people from their mental institutions into our country, and we're getting them out. That was bad. That was real bad. And they also sent drugs. Yeah.
On Tim Walz, Mr. President, do you think he should resign over the fraud scandal in his state?
And who should?
Tim Walz, over the fraud scandal in his state.
Look, I think the man's a grossly incompetent man. I thought that from the day I watched J.D. destroy him and the day I was saying, who was more incompetent, that man or my man? I had a man and he had a man. They were both incompetent, and I had a man and a woman. I thought she was very incompetent too, but now she's leading the field, and I think she's leading the field in the nomination. Anyway, look, that's up to them. That's up to the Democrats. You know, the problem with them is they have really bad policy. And I'm not going to say what it is because I don't want them to change it necessarily. Because I want to run against it, whether it's not going to be me, it's going to be somebody that's going to probably sitting at this table. Could be a couple of people sitting at this table. Could be a couple of people running together sitting at this table, you know. But I want them to win because we've done a great job for this country, and I want that to be carried forward. And you know, I think we have a tremendous bench, really a tremendous bench. But no, I think that Walsh is a grossly incompetent man. There's something wrong with him. Okay, there's something wrong with him. And when you look at what he's done with Somalia, which is barely a country, you know, they have no anything. They just run around killing each other. There's no structure. And when I see somebody like Ilhan Omar, who I don't know at all, but I always watch her for years. I've watched her complain about our Constitution, how she's being treated badly. Our Constitution, the United States of America, is a bad place. Hates everybody, hates Jewish people, hates everybody. And I think she's an incompetent person. She's a real terrible person. But when I watch what is happening in Minnesota, the land of 1,000 lakes, or however many lakes they have, they got a lot of lakes, but this beautiful place, and I see these people ripping it off, and now I'm understanding, and you're going to look at, that's good, I hear they ripped off Somalians, ripped off that state for billions of dollars, billions, every year, billions of dollars, and they contribute nothing. The welfare is like 88%. They contribute nothing. I don't want them in our country, I'll be honest with you, okay? Somebody would say, oh, that's not politically correct. I don't care. I don't want them in our country. Their country's no good for a reason. Their country stinks, and we don't want them in our country. I can say that about other countries too. I can say it about other countries too. We don't want them to hell. We have to rebuild our country. You know, our country's at a tipping point. We could go bad. We're at a tipping point. I don't know if people mind me saying that, but I'm saying it. We could go one way or the other, and we're going to go the wrong way if we keep taking in garbage into our country. Ilhan Omar is garbage. She's garbage. Her friends are garbage. These aren't people that work. These aren't people that say, let's go, come on, let's make this place great. These are people that do nothing but complain. They complain. And from where they came from, they got nothing. You know, they came from paradise, and they said, this isn't paradise. But when they come from hell, and they complain, and do nothing but bitch, we don't want them in our country. Let them go back to where they came from and fix it. Thank you very much,
Come this way. Come this way. Thank you, press. Thanks, guys. Thank you.
All right, little towels. We're going to get back to the Brian Walshe hearing just on time. Sorry for I guess that was actually good timing. We got to listen to President Trump. President Trump had lots to say. Listen, if there's like an emergency announcement from President Trump in the next 10 minutes, we're going to pause the Walshe hearing. I think a lot of people want to know what he's about to say. It's scheduled for 2 p.m. I'm going to monitor it on the other tab, and if we cut in, all right, it's because something crazy has happened with the United States. All right? Otherwise, we're taking this hearing. Now, this trial coverage of the Brian Walshe case, Nick Garino about to get back on the stand. But as I mentioned, I reserve the right, if something absolutely ridiculous happens, to cut in to coverage of the White House, where President Trump is expected to hold a press conference at 2 p.m. All right, so that is expected at any minute now. And I will keep you updated. My name is Grant Smith-Ellis, and I am a towel. Now, what I'm not exactly sure what the president is going to be speaking about. It didn't say on his daily brief, but also thank you to all 4.1 thousand of you watching over on the Towel X today. We had quite a day indeed. And my plan is, as I mentioned, to keep up coverage of the Brian Walshe case, but with the caveat that if the news from President Trump comes down, that we will be switching over immediately. Immediately indeed. All right? So you have this feed until, unless and until there is a major development. And you might be saying, Grant, how are you going to figure that out? Well, I'm going to monitor the news, little towels. I'm going to find the pool feed of President Trump's press availability. I'm going to watch it. And if something absolutely ridiculous happens, that's what we're going to do. We're going to switch right over. All right, let's see. I guess I can search for it. The jurors are obviously not back because they haven't turned the court audio on yet. However, you can look at that image of Brian Walshe. He's a little bit of a strange guy. I think that's putting it lightly. All right, so it's going to be from the Roosevelt Room, ladies and gentlemen. President Trump will be speaking at the Roosevelt Room. And we don't exactly know what this special announcement's going to be. All right? I can't imagine it would be a war because...
You are unmuted.
The savings account. We don't know. I'll let you know. Could be about savings account for children, in which case we won't cut in. I spoke too soon. The jurors are not back. Walshe is there, but no jurors. My name is Grant Smith Ellis, and we are done with lunch. We're going to go right through to 4 p.m. Normally, Judge is so accurate and down to the minute. It's not necessarily her who holds it up. It's probably the jurors coming in. But yes, I'm waiting to see what President Trump will have to say from the Roosevelt Room. If it is about the children's savings bonds, we won't be taking it. But if it is about anything else or a big announcement, of course, I will take us right over to that, okay? All right, little towels. All right, indeed. Brian Walshe shifting his towel, awaiting the jurors. What will happen next? We wait. The jurors must be a little late. I think Judge is already on the bench. I am also a towel. You might be saying, no, you are not. Yes, I am. And you cannot prove me wrong. I'm dual screen. If you're wondering what I'm doing, I'm dual screen monitoring. So, all right, let's switch to the President Trump makes an announcement feed. All right, here we go. I have that over on my screen. All they have up is the White House. It's wild. There's this like tradition before the president makes an announcement of showing the White House, and they're doing that now. But that doesn't mean he's actually going to make a big announcement. He could.
Oh, yes, please.
Right,
Thank you.
All rise to the court, please. Jurors entering.
One in my head, one in my hands.
Put us back in session. You may be seated.
And you may proceed.
Thank you very much. Marino, I just want to finish with that. Can you just remind me of the exhibit number in front of you on the binder?
Yes, it's Exhibit 79.
I just want to finish with Exhibit 79 with going back to initially page 598, record 2193. If you could just tell me the title for that.
Yes, Patrick Kearney, Google search.
Okay. And going then to page 600, record 2198.
Yes, this is Patrick Kearney, Wikipedia.
And could you please tell me the date and time for that?
Yes, January 1st, 2023, 11:57 a.m.
And in the course of your investigation, did you do anything to determine who Patrick Kearney was?
Yes, I did.
And what did you do to determine who Patrick Kearney was?
I went to the Wikipedia site that the user of the laptop went to.
And what did you learn?
That Patrick
Overruled.
Kearney was called the trash bag killer.
Thank you. Trooper, I want to ask you if you were able to, I want to ask you about what day you received your search warrants from the court. You had previously told us that it was January 10th of 2023. Is that correct?
No, I messed up the days.
What date was it?
I got the warrants on January 9th. I did the device extractions on the 10th.
Thank you. So that's still of 2023?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you very much. So, Trooper Carino, You made a forensic copy of the iPad Mini 6. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
And that was item number 7 that you gave in the lab. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And after getting that search warrant on January 9th, how did you make the forensic copy of the device of the iPad Mini 6?
So I used Key, which is specialized hardware and software, to extract the information from the device so we could look at it later.
Okay. And what date did you use the gray key?
That was January 10th of 2023.
Okay. And can you just explain the process to the jurors of using the gray key?
Yes, so we get the device, we plug it into the system. If a passcode is known, you enter the passcode. If not, it has the ability, depending on iOS and Apple product model, to brute force the passcode to guess it. And it can take anywhere from days to years.
Okay. And then once the information is extracted or a copy is made, what do you do with the data?
So we save it from the Gray Key server to our secure server so we can load that into whatever forensic software we want to use to look at it, whether it be Cellbrite or Axiom.
Because it's not in a readable format at that point. Is that correct?
That's correct. It's in an encrypted zip file.
Okay. Where is the actual device now, that iPad Mini 6?
That's at the Norfolk DA's office evidence room.
Okay. And after you made the forensic copy, then what did you do?
Device would stay in evidence, and then we would load that, like as I said, into our forensic software to start looking at the information.
And what software did you use?
I use Cellbrite for this one, their
Okay.
physical analyzer.
Trooper, had you previously examined this device, that same device, the iPad Mini 6?
Yes, I had.
And when was that?
January 7th of 2023.
And how did you have possession of the iPad Mini 6?
It was given to us by Brian Walshe, the police.
And what forensic tool did you use when you first examined the iPad Mini that Brian Walshe gave to you?
I used the same products. I used Gray Key for the extraction and then physical analyzer to view the data.
And at that time, did you have the password?
Yes, I did.
And what was the password for that device?
121212.
After making a forensic copy of the data, what did you do with the iPad that the police received from Brian Walshe on January 7th?
Devices were returned to Brian Walshe.
And was that same device in the Walshe residence on January 8th when you executed the search warrant?
Yes, it was.
And how do you know that it was the same device?
So when we plug a system into Gray Key, it creates a progress report showing the date and time that we plugged it in, the process it goes through, and creates a PDF. When we plug that same device in days later, as long as the extraction has been deleted off the server, it rereads and knows this is the same device, same serial number. The hash value for the information may be different because time has changed, so user input and changes to the device will show. So,
but the serial number is the same.
Yeah, serial number is the same. The Apple ID, the model number, all that stays the same.
And who assigns the serial number?
Apple, when it's manufactured.
Okay. So when you examined the device on January 10th, after the search warrant issued, did you determine who the iPad, whose Apple ID, for this iPad, whose Apple ID was associated with it?
Yes, I did.
And what was the Apple ID?
brw@tensaleconsulting.com.
And was there a device name?
Yes, Brian's iPad.
And when you first examined the iPad Mini 6 on January 7th, what was the Apple ID?
The same, brw@tensaleconsulting.
And what was the device name?
Again, the same, Brian's iPad.
were you limited in the dates that the search warrant allowed you to examine?
Yes.
Judge, objection on the sideboard?
Sure.
Sidebar. We have a sidebar. Thank you, Bunny. Yes, 4.4 thousand on the Towel X today. One of the, one of the bigger X streams covering the Walshe case. I'm a little towel. So it's very good to see you all. I wish I could say that a lot of this has relevance. What you just heard was, it's very relevant to the Karen Reed case, though. If your ears perked up when Garino started talking about brute forcing and how it takes a bit of time, well, yeah, it takes a bit of time to brute force because you could have a very long password and the computer has to go through and guess it. So guess what's probably going on with Karen Reed's phones? It can take months to years, days to years, he said, but it's really months. They may just be trying to brute force it. They may not have accomplished that task yet on Karen Reed's phones that were seized already. And if Karen won't turn over the password, she might be trying to wait him out. You see why this is all so interesting, ladies and gentlemen. So interesting indeed. But yes, Bunny's a towel. I'm a towel. Brian Walshe is not a towel. Brian Walshe is a lot of things. A towel is not one of them. In any event, we are continuing the sidebar watch. Oh, the President Trump announcement. It hasn't started yet. So President Trump was just in a cabinet meeting. He's expected to make an announcement from the Roosevelt Room. We don't know exactly what it's going to be about. I've heard rumors, but he's apparently announcing the Baby Trust Trump funds. However, until I hear him say that, I'm going to monitor it. Okay? And you might be saying to yourself, Grant, that seems like an unnecessary thing to do. Well, yeah, but what if President Trump was just throwing people off with the baby bonds announcement and he really wants to announce something intense? Well, you think I'm going to miss that? Oh, I'm going to tell you about it. If it's the baby bonds announcement, that's fine. Now, you want to know what's funny? We had a baby bonds task force in Massachusetts, ladies and gentlemen, and guess who was involved with it? Shannon O'Brien, the chair of the CCC currently. That is so interesting, isn't it? It shows that we can work along across partisan lines to accomplish good policy. So, we're going to keep an eye on it. President Trump has not started speaking yet. Brian Walshe is also sitting as we have a protracted sidebar. This is about, the sidebar's ending. This is about the iPad Mini 6 that was found in Brian Walsh's home. And it must be really bad because he wouldn't give up the password. Apparently they had to gray key it. Maybe he gave it up for one of the devices. I don't really know exactly what was going on. Either way, we've heard about some of his Google search results. We're going to hear about something on this iPad, and the defense lawyers have requested a sidebar. Now, the reason why it's somewhat interesting when these sidebars kind of go in and out is you get a very good indication of what the defense doesn't want the jury to see. And you might be saying to yourself, why would they do it? Well, because you might be able to keep something out ahead of time that is otherwise really bad. The worst case scenario is you have to object while it's happening. If you can get ahead of it, it's a little better. In this court, they do all the objections. They don't send the jurors out. They just go to sidebar and mute, and they turn this really loud, like, white noise on. That's how they do it. So, in short, that's what we're doing today. We are explaining how sidebars work, waiting for President Trump to make his announcement. It might be pushed back to 3 p.m., what I'm seeing, although I have not seen confirmation, in which case we'll just continue watching the Walshe case. And I will continue being a towel. All right, so what do we got going on? Oh, that's right. So a lot of you are probably wondering, why are we just staring at Brian Walshe? If you're just kind of flipping on, if you came back after lunch, we're in a protracted sidebar because there's something about an iPad Mini 6 that Brian Walshe got taken from his home. I think they gray keyed it. I don't know exactly how long it took them. We are going to, a gray key means like brute forcing the password to the device. And we are also waiting on what could be a 3 p.m. announcement from President Trump. I was told, the initial briefing that the media got was that it was going to be at 2. It's got pushed back to 3. Now, the actual cabinet meeting was about, mostly economics. But, yeah, we're going to figure out what's going on. So, in that regard, I am continuing to monitor the situation. Oh, goodness, little towels. This sidebar is very, 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 very protracted. There's something about this iPad that they are in depth about. Now, it is helpful to me, I'm sure, for me to tell you what the sidebar, where the sidebar started, because if you just come into a sidebar and you have no idea what's going on, it can be confusing. They were about to ask questions about an iPad 6 mini, the defense raised an objection, and now we've been at sidebar for 10 minutes. A few things will come out of this. Either one, they will, the judge will say something to the jurors, this is what happened at sidebar. Or 2, the judge will just say, okay, move on to your questions. That's, if you're wondering procedurally, what generally happens. I am continually searching Twitter for what President Trump's going to speak about. A lot of guesses. It is being moved. It's been delayed due to another press conference and has not started yet. But yes, no. The people keep saying it's reportedly on federal savings account for children, but I don't know. All right, sidebar over. That was a long sidebar. I got other things to monitor, and that was a long sidebar. Let's see how things play out. What are we going to learn about this iPad mini? I didn't follow a lot of the pretrial motions, so we're going to learn together. I'm sorry about the beep. This is Court TV's way of letting us know it's about to start. Okay, open the mic. Thank you.
Trooper, the warrant that you wrote, that you sought, you limited the dates to 12/25/22 through January 8th of 2023 for the data that you could look at. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And so you followed those dates when you were doing your search?
Yes, you're able to edit the information down to that set time frame.
And so you did an examination of the web history for the iPad mini, is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, so you did it for both initially for when Mr. Walsh had given you the device, and then you did it again when you sought a search warrant. You did 2 extractions of that and analysis, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And, Your Honor, that has been marked as exhibit number, previously as exhibit number 80.
And noting the prior objections, any new objections? That's item number 7, is that correct?
That is item number 7, the iPad mini. Thank you.
Okay. So I now marked and in evidence as exhibit 80 is the extraction for item 7, the
Thank you. And my
iPad mini 6.
may I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
And Trooper, I'll show you the cover has report 1 and report 2. And there's a yellow piece of paper that divides them.
Okay.
Can you just tell me the difference, report 1 and report 2, when those were done?
Yes. So, report 1 was just an extraction of the web history that I created to send out in email format on January 7th. And just go to the next page here.
So that was from when Brian Walsh gave police the device.
That's correct.
And report 2?
Yes, let me just get to it. And report 2 is post that. This has a date of 11/10/2025 using, again, physical analyzer for the web history.
Okay, and that's from the search warrant content, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, and what makes the PDF reports different besides one was given to police and one was based on a search warrant?
Yeah, so Cellbrite and all of these companies, they come out with constant software updates. This is a far older version of Cellbrite that I used. This is just a newer version, so it might have some columns extra that the older version didn't have.
So you're pointing, and if
I'm
you
sorry,
could just
yes.
if you could just use your words.
Yes. Yeah, so each report has different columns. It's the same information, but it's just extra. It may have an extra column of information. That's the only difference.
So the second report in the file, that software was updated, is what you're saying?
Yes, I'm sorry. Yeah.
Okay. So you said that the binder contains the web history from the iPad. So those are the same? The web history is the same?
Yes, nothing was taken out from the web history. It's whatever was there from that date and time frame.
Okay. And the binder, you said that the binder contains the web history from the iPad. And what had you looked at with the MacBook? Also web history?
Yes, it's the Safari Web. It's just called a little different in Axiom, just how they name it.
Okay. And what did you find between the MacBook and the iPad web history?
So the web history for the iPad, other than numerous more YouTube videos, had the same searches that we saw that are in the MacBook.
Were you able to determine which device, the laptop, meaning the MacBook, or the iPad, the searches originated from?
Yes, I was.
How?
So initially, I had only looked at the iPad first and had believed that they possibly had come from that. By extracting the database from each device and then loading it into a SQLite browser, which is another program to just view the databases, I was able to see that the MacBook had a designation of 0, showing that it originated on the MacBook, whereas the iPad did not have that. It had an unknown source.
And what did that indicate to you?
That the MacBook, all of these searches that were done on the MacBook were native to that machine, not from another device coming over.
So what did that indicate that had happened with the iPad?
Well, that due to the Apple IDs being the same on both devices, the iPad during setup must have had the sync function on because it was able to sync the web history to the iPad, but not the iPad to the MacBook.
And what does sync mean?
Synchronize. Apple makes their products, so if you use the same Apple ID on your phone, your laptop, and your iPad, it shares all the information, so you're not constantly switching between devices.
If a user does not change the settings, the data can sync across devices that are signed in with the same Apple ID? Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. So if you look back at the big binder, that being Exhibit 79, and you look at like record 2365 on page 650. Thank you. It says,
What's the record number we're looking at?
2365, Your Honor. It says in the, I'm sorry, if you could go up. Ms. Gilman? Yeah, 2364, I should have said. In that URL, it says channel equals iPad underscore BM and source. What does that mean?
So it's reading that channel is iPad underscore BM. BM stands for bookmark or favorites. So it's that the Google search engine is a favorite in the iPad.
Does that show that the search originated on the iPad then?
No.
So why is that appearing?
I'm not 100% sure of how or why Apple codes it this way, but it's that the iPad and the MacBook are synced, so the iPad has Google as its saved bookmark search engine.
Thank you. You could take that down. Thank you very much. Did you forensically copy the iPhone 13 mini and iPhone SE pursuant to a search warrant?
Yes.
And these are Apple products?
Yes, they are.
Okay. And are you familiar with an iMessage?
Yes, I am.
And what is the difference between an iMessage and a text message?
So the iMessage is going from Apple device to Apple device, whereas a text message is going Apple device to an Android. You'll know this if you have an Apple phone, you get the blue messages, and if you send it to someone who doesn't have an Apple phone, you're getting the text box is green.
So what was the process that you followed to make a forensic copy of the phones?
The same as the iPad, plugged it into GrayKey, did the extraction, and then from there saved it to our server and would be able to load it up later into Cellbrite to analyze it.
Same process?
That's exactly right.
Okay. And could you forensically copy both phones at the same time?
No, as I said, we only have one GrayKey machine, so we have to do one device at a time.
Okay. And then were you able to look at the device on a program like Cellbrite?
Yes, that's what I use, Cellbrite Physical Analyzer.
And had you previously viewed the data on the iPhone Mini 13?
I did a cursory look with Trooper Connor Keefe, but I didn't go deep into it.
Okay. And how had you accessed the iPhone 13 Mini previously?
The iPhone, the same way. It's through GrayKey, downloaded it, and Cellbrite Physical Analyzer to view it.
But had Mr. Walsh given that to police?
Oh, yes, that's correct.
Okay. And when was that?
January 6th or 7th? January 6th, I'm sorry, of 2023.
And you had worked, you said, with Trooper Keefe on that?
That's correct.
All right. And did you have a password for that iPhone 13 Mini?
Yes, we did.
And what was that password?
1975-12.
And were you able to determine a phone number for that iPhone 13 Mini?
Yes, I was.
And do you know the phone number?
Yes.
And what is that phone number?
617-939-8646.
And what is the Apple ID for that phone?
So there were two listed, Diana_Walsh at Comcast.net, I believe, and then Brian R. Walsh at gmail.com.
So that's not the same as the MacBook and the iPad?
No, that's correct.
So what's the significance of that?
Well, that the phone wouldn't sync to those other two devices.
Did you examine the device to see if the iPhone Mini 13 was used on January 1st and 2nd of 2023?
Yes, I did.
And how did you do that?
I pared it down by date and then looked at the device events.
And were you able to prepare a report?
Yes, I was.
And how did you prepare that report?
I exported the device events from the phone, from Cellbrite Physical Analyzer to PDF.
Mark as Exhibit 81.
Any new objections?
No.
What's the item number on this one, since that's what I've been keeping track of these?
Oh, the item number on this one is... Five.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The extraction for item 5, the iPhone 13 mini, is now in evidence. It's Exhibit 81.
Your Honor, might Ms. Gilman display this?
She may.
Thank you. If you could just do the top columns. Thank you. Trooper, what is event type?
The event type is what the phone records, what it did. So shown here, device lock status.
What is value?
What happened with the phone. So showing, the first one is showing unlocked.
What is additional information?
If the phone recorded any additional information, like how it was plugged in or anything, it would show in this column here.
What is AC charger? If you could go down just a little bit, Ms. Gilman. A little bit more. Keep going to AC charger. Thank you. What is AC charger?
So line 5 shows the charging method, and it shows that it was plugged into an AC wall charger.
What is that?
Like when you plug in at home to your alternating current in the wall.
Thank you.
Sorry.
What is USB port?
That's the charging method. It was plugged via USB port to charge the phone.
What is source?
The source is the location of where the information came from the device, like how it recorded it.
So there are two options, I believe. If we could see Knowledge C and Biome?
Yes, it's two different locations, how Apple stores data. Knowledge C is the main database. Biome is a secondary repository for the information.
And what is deleted?
If the event was deleted from the phone.
Going through the report, what event was associated with this device on January 1st, 2023 at 7:57 a.m.? And these are all converted UTC times, correct, for Eastern Standard Time?
That's correct. If you look, it says UTC -5 in the parentheses.
Thank you. So 7:57
Yes.
a.m. So that's device number 2?
Yes. So it shows 1 and 2 show the same items. 1 just shows the start time, 7:57 a.m. The device lock status, the phone was unlocked.
And how long was it unlocked?
Approximately 2 minutes.
And what time does the device become locked?
7:59:45 a.m.
And after the device becomes locked, what happens next to it?
8:09:12 a.m. on January 1st, it is plugged in.
And then what happened?
It recorded 2 charging things 2 seconds apart. And then after at 11:23 a.m., the device is unlocked again.
Okay, and then what happens?
It is then locked at 11:24:15.
And then what happens?
The device is 12:38:40. It's unlocked again on the first.
And then what happens?
And then it's locked again at 12:39:20 on the first.
And then does the phone get unlocked?
Yes, 12:45:20.
And then what happens?
And locked again at 12:46:49.
And then what happens?
It is unplugged on the first at 1:42:02 p.m. And then unlocked on January 2nd at 2:25 p.m.
How can an iPhone be unlocked?
There's 2 ways, Face ID or by inputting the passcode.
Trooper, in addition to your digital forensics work on this case, did you transport evidence from the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner to the crime lab?
Yes, I did.
And generally, what did you pick up?
I believe there was 7 bags of rug, some metal, tissue, and I believe hair.
And how large were those bags?
The bags of rug were like not as big as a lawn leaf bag, but a large brown bag, and the other ones were smaller.
And when was that?
January 11th of 2023.
And where did you take those?
To the Maynard Crime Lab.
And what did you do when you arrived at the lab?
I turned them over to Crime Lab staff and filled out their intake paperwork.
And did you submit those for processing?
Yes, that's correct.
And you got a receipt for that you
Yes.
dropped those off?
Yes, they gave me a copy of the intake form.
If I might have one moment, Your Honor.
Yes?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Cross-exam?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
I think I'm going to stay here for a while so we get a good recording. I want to talk to you about this timeline, this date that you referred to. You applied for a warrant from 12/25 to January 8th of 2023, correct?
That's correct.
And when I said 12/25, of course, I meant 12/25/22, correct?
Yes, 2022.
And when you draft a warrant, you are the one that picks the dates, correct?
Depending on the investigation, it can be yes.
Okay. And you were asked that question, that you applied for the warrant, and those were the dates that you requested.
Yes.
Now, it's fair to say, isn't it, that once you began an investigation in a case, and if you learn more information, there's nothing stopping you from going back to a court and applying for a further warrant, correct?
It would depend, because the courts have shown that we need to have a specific time frame, so I would need some information to show why I would need to go back to write for an earlier time.
Okay, well, but if you have that further information, nothing stops you from going back to the court and asking for a different warrant that encompasses different time periods.
Yeah, I could.
Okay, now, one of the things is that you don't have any information to tell this jury about of any of the data on the MacBook that originated before December 25th of 2022.
Confused by your question, so sorry.
The data that you're telling this jury about today, you've said it a couple of times now, it's limited to 12/25/22 through January 8th, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So that's the data you're talking to them about, correct?
Yes, I only viewed that information.
You would agree with me, wouldn't you, that you have the entire contents of the MacBook, don't you?
I do have the contents.
And how far in date does the content go back on the MacBook?
I have no idea. I didn't look.
Because you limited your warrant to 12/25/22.
That's correct.
So if you thought, as an officer involved in an investigation, that there might be some important information that predates 12/25/22, you have every right, and there's a procedure for you to go back to the court and explain to the court why you think there might be more information back before 12/25, and see if you could get a warrant to cover that earlier information.
If I had information showing that there was more, then I could, yes.
Okay, and you never did.
I don't believe I had any other information showing that I needed to.
And you didn't have any information that you thought it would be important to your investigation to go back before December 25th, did you?
For my role, that's correct.
Okay. So, when we heard about, for instance, this Pornhub search that occurred on 12/27, remember that?
Yes, sir.
And we heard about some other Pornhub reviews, like Chatterbait, correct?
That's correct.
And something about Miss Bell, correct?
About what?
Miss Bell?
I don't remember it off the top of my head.
I'm sorry, Miss B.
I still don't remember, but okay.
Okay. Do you remember seeing record 831? Do you have? I apologize.
I don't have that book up here to see it.
Let me ask you this. Okay. Do you remember seeing also a reference in the very same data that you've told this jury about that talked about a movie called, or something called, Slade, Dominant, Scarlet?
I would have to see it, but could I double check it?
Well, this pedestal doesn't work quite right.
I have my copy. If you want to just tell me the page, I can look. If that's
You know, I do apologize. I'm going to give you the page in just a second.
Okay.
I don't know
What,
why.
832?
Thank you, Judge.
Sure.
What was it? I'm sorry.
832.
Oh, record 832. I'm
Record
sorry. I thought you said
832. It's on page 227.
Thank you. All right. All right, I'm there. And yep.
Thank you very much, Your Honor.
Sure.
So now I want to focus your attention to record 831.
Yes.
On page 226. That do you have that?
I do, sir.
And it references something called Slade, Dominant, Scarlet, Straps, Cecilia. Right?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, you didn't testify about that to the jury, did you? Today, on direct examination.
No, I wasn't asked.
Morning. You would agree with me, wouldn't you, that when you look at these searches involving Pornhub, that in fact, there's a number of, and I keep referring to them as searches, but let me just ask this. There's a number of web pages that refer to what I'm going to characterize as pornography, correct?
It's about 10.
Right. And am I right to say that cheating wife reference, what's the entire title of the cheating wife reference?
Cheating wife seduces another man to impregnate her. Scarlet Scandal, Seth Gamble, Erotica X, Pornhub.com.
Do you have any idea how that particular porn movie, whatever it is, do you know how it came about?
The only thing I could say is that Pornhub was viewed and that video was selected.
Okay. You would agree with me, wouldn't you, that there is no specific search term for cheating wife, is there?
Well, it wasn't in a Google search. It was through Pornhub, so it doesn't record that.
Okay, so your answer is, I agree with you, or yes.
That there's no specific terms listed? That is correct. The video was there.
Because you've already told this jury, and they saw it in a number of examples, that when the user enters a particular search term, the user, that it's a particular word, and then there's generally a plus sign that attaches it to the next search term, correct?
Only in the Google search engine.
Okay. And with regard to this movie Cheating Wife, there is no indication that the term cheating or the term wife or anything else was used to get to that movie.
As I said, I can't view any terms that were put into Pornhub, so it only shows me that search query in Google.
And let me ask you this. Part of your investigation, did you ever go and view some of that movie?
No, I did not.
Okay. But you did testify that there were times, like for other searches, you went and followed the document and the links, and you reviewed the document.
That's correct.
But with regards to this movie, you have no idea what this movie is about, correct?
That's correct.
And you don't know then, prior to December 25th of 2022, how many times, whoever was looking at the MacBook, how many times they frequented movies at Pornhub, do you?
I didn't look at any data prior to December 25th.
Okay. And you don't know how long this person that was looking at this movie, how long they viewed the movie, or if they viewed it at all.
I do. It shows me a time frame of 7 minutes.
Okay, 7 minutes. And how long is the movie?
I have no idea.
So someone started watching that movie, they watched it for 7 minutes, and that was the end of it. Is that your testimony?
That's correct. And then I went to that Slade dominant Scarlet video.
Okay, and that Slay Scarlet, do you recognize the fact that there is some actress referred to with regards to the cheating wife thing that's also named Scarlet?
That's correct.
So it's fair to say, isn't it, that you have no idea as you sit here today whether the person who is looking at this Pornhub video, if they're trying to get access to movies that have perhaps their favorite actress or anything else of the sort, do you?
I don't know who this person is, so I have no idea.
So your answer is no.
That's correct. I don't know.
And quite frankly, Trooper, isn't it fair to say that when you open up some website like Pornhub, it comes open and it has all of these possible selections you can make?
I don't know. I'm not a peruser of Pornhub, but sure it has options.
Okay. So you have no idea what options were presented to the person that opened up this page, do you?
No, I don't.
But yet, it was important enough to include it in the data that you put into that binder?
With the information that we knew, yes.
Okay. And that information, let's just cut to the chase here, is because of the word cheating wife, isn't it?
That's correct, sir.
Okay, so just the fact that there was a phrase involving cheating wife, that to you was something that, okay, let's just include that in all this data and throw it out, correct?
No.
Okay. So you didn't take the time to look to see what the movie was about. I understand that, correct?
That's correct.
You didn't take the time to see if the actor in the other movie, Slay Dominant whatever, was the same actress in the other one, right?
That's correct.
So you really just said, oh, I see the phrase cheating wife, and so I think that's important, so I'll include it in my data.
I'm going to object, Your Honor. It's a time.
I'll see you at the sidebar, side of the bench.
Ladies and gentlemen, I repeat, we have a sidebar. It is Towel. I'm not doing great. I have a little bit of a sore throat. I'm feeling this might be a NyQuil night. Do you know if you don't drink alcohol and I never take NyQuil unless I get sick, and you take one sip of NyQuil, you're going to bed. I would just like to let you know for the record, I'm not sponsored by NyQuil. I just happen to have NyQuil. And I started feeling a little bit sick last night, as you can hear in my voice. It could be that I'm trying to quit smoking, too. So it's making me cough up what's in my lungs, which is good. However, unrelated to coughing up what's in my lungs, I'm also getting sick. So I was going to bed last night, and I drink a little bit of NyQuil. All of a sudden, I wake up, and it's the morning time. And I was like, oh, no, I can't be doing that. I cannot be doing that. I'd rather have a restless night's sleep than just be out. And that's just me. A lot of people like that feeling. I do not. I don't like being out. It's not fun. It's not helpful. I don't even drink. I think it's just I don't like that. So anyway, my point is I'm going to have to drink NyQuil if I continue to feel this sick, because the alternative is no sleep at all. And you don't want a cranky towel. When I put the sunglasses on and Peep has to come over here and calm me down, that's what happens when I don't get enough rest. And you don't want that. Yeah, well, Bunny, I haven't. So I use that as a medicine, and it's not covered by insurance here. So it's just, I really struggle to find a version of it. I need the full plant, and the vapes are terrible. I don't like it at all. The feeling is just terrible. So yeah, I'm trying to switch to an inhaler, but it's hard.
So, first, my apologies, because I'm afraid that my question is misleading. Go back. This binder that has been marked as an exhibit contains the entire contents of what you found on the MacBook between the dates of 12/25/22 and January 8th of 2023.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. So when I suggested in my question that you, sir, selected certain things, that is completely wrong, isn't it?
That's correct.
Okay. And so I should have used this word. You would agree that you were focused on, by the question, you were focused on the title cheating wife, correct?
Yes, I was asked that in direct.
Okay. But you were never focused on direct examination as to the other porn movie, the Slay Dominant or whatever the title is, correct?
That's correct.
And since you decided not to go back prior to December 25th of 2022, you really can't tell this jury how many times and how many different movies were viewed on this MacBook porn.
It's not entirely true.
Because of the 12 visits?
That's correct. So I could look at visits and it could tell me when was visited. I'm just trying to look here to see how many times. And then it would also tell me, the video would also tell me how many visits. But I'm not sure if that's the entirety of the Spire history or just what I've collected.
Right. You're not sure if it's the entirety of what? Finish that sentence.
The web history that's in the device, yes.
So you just don't?
That's correct. I didn't go back.
And can I just have a second, Judge?
Sure.
So I want to ask you now some questions about what you testified to on direct examination.
Okay.
Let's just start with the iPad Mini 13, device number 5. That's been marked as Exhibit 81. You told the jury about the events that you looked at, the event log that you created, correct?
Yeah, so it was an iPhone Mini 6, not a Mini 13. The phone was the Mini 13.
Okay. And well, you told us about Exhibit 81 being locked and unlocked, correct?
Yes, for the iPhone.
Okay. And you told us about how it could be locked or unlocked using either a password or face recognition.
Yes, that's correct.
And how long did it stay unlocked and then locked in the time period that you looked at?
I would have to see the report again, but I believe it's a couple minutes for each.
Okay. And did you ever determine what was being done on the phone during the time it was unlocked?
Again, I'd have to look at the Cellbrite report to see other activity or go through the timeline view to see what the phone was doing. I didn't do a full invest into the phone. Trooper Keefe did.
I see. So Trooper Keefe can tell us about that.
I think so.
All right. It's fair to say that using Cellbrite, this software you told us about, you can create reports that include certain information and exclude other information.
Yes.
And you can create reports, so to speak, with the Cellbrite software that are restricted by date, correct?
That's correct.
And you can do term searches, correct?
Yes.
Well, you can, yeah.
Well, I was thinking my question was going to be if you're doing like an entire phone search or you're just looking, say, messages or web history, because there's different places to search these terms or whatever you're looking for, say a phone number or whatever.
Okay. So you can decide what information you want to look at using Cellbrite, and then whatever information you're looking at, you can dictate what terms you think are important to search for, and then you can search for them.
Yes, if I had specified terms that I need to look for, yes.
Okay. And did you do a term search on the MacBook for instance, divorce?
No. For the MacBooks, I didn't do any term searches. I just did by timeline from what was allowed in the warrant.
Are you aware of the fact that, well, let me ask you this. On that MacBook that you told us about sometime, the reference to divorce and all these things we heard on direct examination, that only occurred on 12/27 of 2022. Is that fair to say?
I can only say what I've looked for from that time frame. If anything happened prior, I don't know.
But my question is, what you testified to, the references that you were asked multiple times on direct examination regarding divorce only occurred on 12/27.
That's correct from what I have.
And what was the time period for where all those searches you told us about, referencing divorce, what was the time period?
I don't remember the exact time. I believe it was around 11 o'clock in the morning, but I could be mistaken. I would have to look.
What was the time period that was encompassed that covered the entire divorce searches that you referenced on direct examination?
As I said, I don't know the exact time. I would have to look to see.
And what time did those divorce searches that you referenced in direct examination, what time did they occur?
Again, I'd have to look at the notes to see the exact date and times.
But you would agree they only occurred on 12/27?
I believe that's the when they all happened, yes.
And one of the searches that you told the jury about had to do with something like 10 best states.
I think it was 5, but yes, 5 estates.
Did you take the time to look at those documents that were referred in those searches?
I don't know if I looked at all of the divorce ones. I did look at some.
And you would agree that if someone were to be searching for divorce, they could be searching for the topic of divorce and how divorce might affect protection of family assets. You'd agree with that, wouldn't you?
Could that?
Yes.
It could, yes.
And are you aware, truly, as you sit here today, that around that time of December 27th, are you aware of the fact that Brian Walsh and Anna Walsh were talking about the sale of one of their properties?
I did see Zillow searches in the MacBook for apartments in DC, I believe, but I didn't know anything about sales.
Okay, did you ever take the time to examine the phone that belonged to Brian Walsh?
Again, does it?
Is that
Sustains, specify what you're talking about, counsel.
what are the phones that you examined that were associated to Brian Walsh?
As I said, I only did a cursory look through the iPhone 13 regarding the device events, and that was about it.
So is that, would Trooper Keith know more about that?
Yes, he did most of the mapping. Yes, that's true.
So I guess my next question is, are you aware of text messages between Brian Walsh and Anna Walsh encompassing the dates of December 25th and December 30th of 2022?
No, there were none in the devices that I looked at.
So when you were asked questions about your review of the MacBook and references to the divorce on or around 12/27, you, as you sit here today, you have no idea what was going on in text messages between Anna Walsh and Brian Walsh.
That's correct.
And you said you reviewed some of the documents that were associated with the divorce searches. Did you see any documents that specifically referenced what states were more beneficial when it comes to fees and the timing for judgment nisi and things like that in the context of a divorce?
Unless it was listed on the webpage, I didn't see any specific searches for that itself.
And did you, as you sit here today, do you recall reading any documents associated with those divorce searches that had to do with protecting assets of family?
No, I looked at these years ago. I haven't looked at them since.
Those searches that you were asked about on direct examination coming from the MacBook and the data that you extracted, the many searches that had to do with Chase, you recall those questions?
The Chase Bank?
Yes.
Yes.
And it's fair to say that by looking at the data that you based your direct testimony, you cannot tell at all what specific data was being reviewed.
again, if I can see the websites listed, sometimes it'll say you're in the accounts dashboard. It could list out, but again, I'd have to see exactly what you're describing.
Cooper, I guess the reason I'm asking, well, let me ask you this way. You investigate a case, correct?
Yes.
You're charged with looking at data like this, and you use specialized forensic tools to look at the data, correct?
Yes.
And you're trained to look at the data and try to interpret what the data is, correct?
Yes.
And then you share that information, don't you, with the Commonwealth, correct?
Correct.
And so now you were brought in here as a witness, and you were just asked questions about all of these searches that occurred regarding Chase, correct?
Yes.
And is it your testimony then today that the Commonwealth never sat down with you and said, tell us what you can tell us about what's being looked at on those Chase searches?
I wasn't asked to explain every Chase website to them.
But were you asked a simple question? Can you tell us what the person actually viewed with regards to a Chase account?
Again, if I see the data, I can explain it, but I can't say everything.
No, I understand.
Yeah.
And I'm not.
Yeah. Well, I don't understand your question then.
Well, have you sat down with the Commonwealth in the context of this specific case and those Chase searches and tried to explain to them what it is, as the digital expert in the case, what was being viewed on the Chase accounts?
Just that Chase had been, the website for the Chase account had been visited.
And that's it.
That's correct.
You would agree with me, wouldn't you, Trooper Garino, that when someone enters specific search terms, then the browser or the search engine that they're using will generate a number of results, correct?
Yes.
And then the user can click on some of those results or bypass some of those results and just go to some other result.
That's correct.
And when you would agree with me then that when search results appear, they can lead the viewer, the user, to then follow that link and go someplace else, correct?
It's going to be based on the search term, and then it can send you to something similar, but not exactly what you wrote.
And is that what you told the jury about redirect?
That's correct.
And so when a user gets redirected to some other website or something, that's not that's not a result of the user saying, I want to be redirected. That is the software doing it on its own.
Well, the user would have to click on the web page for it to open for them to see it.
Right, but to be redirected, it's the algorithm or whatever's going on that directs the user to some other website.
Again, but it's going to be similar terms to what that were written. It's not like they type in, basketball and they get sent to, something about space.
Maybe it's me. I'm not asking. I'm saying someone types in particular search terms, and then the software, the browser, then generates search results.
That's correct.
And at times, the browser and the software redirects the user to something that it thinks, hey, maybe this is what is relevant to what you're looking at.
Yes, that's correct.
And I know that it doesn't talk to the user, but you understand that.
Yes.
And you saw instances of that in your review of the data in the MacBook, didn't you?
Yes, I don't know the exact number, but there's a handful that I saw.
And Trooper Guarino, when someone is doing a search for something like how to dispose of a body, did you follow that link to the result of that specific query?
Don't know if that specific one, but I did go to many of the ones that were listed.
And so as you sit here today, can you tell the jury then that if you were to put in that particular query, how to dispose of a body, that the results would include things like cemetery names or other things like that?
Well, it would constantly change. So if I did it now, the results would be nothing like they were 2 or 3 years ago.
Okay, and that wasn't my question,
Yeah.
but that's fine. Let me ask it again. That if someone were to enter specific search terms like how to dispose of a body, the results could simply be, here, take the body to a cemetery, something like that.
Again, I would have to search it to see. I can't say
So you
definitively.
didn't do that.
For that specific one, no.
And so it's fair to say that when someone is using specific search terms, sometimes you have to add additional terms to get information that might be more helpful to what you're asking about.
So like adding more words? Is that what you're saying? That could be, yes.
So it could be the fact that to get more specific information about, for instance, how to dispose of a body, you would then have to add another search term like murder to get more specific information that you might be looking for.
I can't say.
So you didn't try that either. In your context of your investigation in this case.
Again, this was years ago that I did this, so I have no recollection of it.
But you would agree with me, wouldn't you, that just in a general context, whether we're talking about terms like murder or any other term, sometimes to get more search results, you have to add more terms.
Again, I can't say for certain.
So you would agree, wouldn't you, that your review of the MacBook data that you extracted, that all of these dark search queries that you were asked specifically on direct examination, that they all occurred only after 4:52 a.m. on January 1st, 2023?
That I was able to see, yes.
When you say able to see,
Well, I didn't have anything going back prior to the 25th, so I only have what was limited via the search warrant, but everything was from the 1st to about, I believe, the 4th.
Right, but we've already been through this, so
Yeah.
let me ask you again. If you wanted to see if there was a search is conducted on this MacBook where someone is trying to figure out how to dispose of a body before January 1st of 2023, and you thought that was important to your investigation, once again, you could have gone back and applied for a warrant to see if there were, right?
Well, I'd have to show probable cause for the warrant to show why I would need to go back further than the 25th that I've already written for.
So you had no probable cause then to go back to the court and say, I have reason to believe that someone might have been trying to learn how to dispose of a body prior to January 1st of 2023 at 4:52 in the morning.
Objection.
Overruled.
That's correct.
In fact, in all of your examination of the data that you did look at, the data that you chose to limit to 12/25 and January 8th, you saw nothing in the data dating back to 12/25 that indicated any searches that were relevant to how to dispose of the body.
That's correct.
You saw no searches about anything about DNA or anything of the sort.
That's correct.
You saw no searches about how to get rid of blood.
Yes.
You saw no searches about how to use hydrogen peroxide to clean up.
Yes.
Yes, meaning you didn't see any.
Yes, that's correct. I didn't see any.
But you would agree then, just try to end this particular topic, that if you had what you've referred to this jury here, probable cause to think someone had tried to plan murder, you could have gone and applied for a warrant to see if there was data on that map.
Objection. Sustained.
In your review of the MacBook digital data, did you see anything indicating a search for a man named William?
The kind of thing you were.
Sorry, folks. I had a feed issue, and the only way to fix it was to reboot. But you know what? After how many hours was that? 6 or 7? I'm a one-man operation. And we got it back going. Look at that. You know that you at least have some adaptability if you have a stream that you run where you have to reboot it, and then you can keep the same link up. A lot of people are like, oh, what? Sometimes Law and Crime will go down, too. We're at Sidebar, by the way. You didn't miss anything. They just had an objection and went to Sidebar. But sometimes other feeds will go down.
I understand somebody needs an unscheduled break, and the day is getting long. Just at the 3:30 hour. We've done a lot of work today, so I'm going to let you, of course, use the facilities, but I'm also going to send you on your way for the day and we'll be back ready to work. The weather, I know you guys aren't watching, you're not listening to the news media, so the weather here probably looks like nothing better, as my kids would say. Safe travels home. Before I leave you, I want to remind you, jurors, don't do any research about this case. Continue to be vigilant about not listening to any news media, any social media. Talk to anyone, don't do any research about the case. Continue to have open minds. With those warnings, you're ready to come home for the night. Appreciate your work. We'll see you back. We're ready to work in the morning.
All rise, if you would, please.
Close your notebooks.
We're into schedule. So let's just resume. Let's just rewatch to miss the part, to miss the end.
Searches involving Pornhub that in fact there's a number of, and I keep referring to them as searches, but let me just ask this. There's a number of web pages that refer to what
Uses another man to impregnate her. Scarlet scandal. Say is that Pornhub was viewed and that video was selected.
Okay. You would agree with me, wouldn't you, that there is no specific search term for cheating wife, is it?
Well, it wasn't in a Google search. It was through Pornhub, so it doesn't record that.
Okay, so your answer is I agree with you, or yes.
That there's no specific terms listed? That is correct. The video was there. Clicked on.
Because you've already told this jury, and they saw it in a number of examples, that when the user enters a particular search term, the user, that it's a particular word, and then there's generally a plus sign that attaches it to the next search term, correct?
Only in the Google search engine.
Okay. And with regard to this movie Cheating Wife, there is no indication that the term cheating or the term wife or anything else was used to get to that movie.
As I said, I can't view any terms that were put into Pornhub, so it only shows me that search query in Google.
And let me ask you this. Part of your investigation, did you ever go and view some of that movie?
No, I did not.
Okay. But you did testify that there were times like were actually viewed with regards to a Chase account.
Again, if I see the data, exact number of the records, no, I couldn't.
Can you give us an estimate?
No.
You would agree, wouldn't you, Trooper, that it's a very relatively small amount of those records, those over 3,000 records that have any relevance to the point of the investigation of this case?
No.
Well, then how many records do apply to the investigation of this case?
Again, I'd just be guessing, but I think a good portion.
And what's a good portion?
I don't know. I don't have a specific number.
I think that might have been the end.
I got it.
Counsel, see at the side of the bench.
Right, and that was the end. So it went to sidebar. We only missed a few questions towards the end of the cross, and that was the end of the day. All right, so my name is Grant Smith Ellis. If you missed it, that was quite a day in the Brian Walshe trial in the sense that not a lot happened. We started with the we finished up the interviews of Brian Walshe by the police. Michael Proctor made an appearance. Oh, there's a new motion that went up. We'll read it. All right. We'll read it. Who's ready for a new motion related to Michael Proctor's cell phone? Who's ready? Are you a little towel? Are you ready for it? Are you ready for this? Were you born ready? Did you wake up today and say, I want to hear Little Towel, after a full day in court, read a motion? Oh, yes. Oh, God bless the United States of America, Little Towels. That's what the people want to hear. You know what I'm saying? They want to hear Little Towel read the motion about Michael Proctor's cell phone extraction. You know why? Because I'm a little towel. It's true, though. I'm a little towel. A wheezing little towel, but nonetheless, a little towel. Bunny says, I'm ready, and I'm a towel. Nicola, what's the number, the final number of people watching on X, or what number? I don't know what number you're talking about. Just let me know. And the final number, let's see, we can look at the number of people watching on X. If you want to see the final rankings of the day, I don't know if they're actual rankings. They're more like towel rankings. The rankings of small streams that cover criminal cases. All right, so we have up at the top, towel, 5.5K. Excellent job, Little Towels. Excellent job, almost 6K watching over on the Towel X. Very impressive day, very impressive day. Coming in second, Jennifer Coffindaffer. I think Fox 25 finished their coverage. She's at 1.1K. We also had Defense Diaries coming in at 805 and Surviving the Survivor at 409. But that was after some people finished their coverage. But me, no, you got bonus towel. What would you like, ladies and gentlemen, more than bonus towel? Oh, what was the number? The question to Garino. It was, what was the number of materials, like searches that Walshe had on his phone that were relevant to the case? And Garino said a good amount, and the guy said, what's the exact number? And the lawyer said, what's the exact number? And Garino said, I don't know. So we don't exactly, but it was 3,000 searches from Walsh's devices. That was the context. Sorry that we missed that 60-second interval there. It was literally, I got a little bit lost in the stream, but it was literally a 60-second interval specifically about how many of the searches on Walsh's phone were indeed relevant to the case. And Garrido said a good amount, but didn't know the exact amount. Not a great answer, but like, I don't know if he's memorized every single document that was relevant. All right, so let me make a little post announcing I'm going to do this. All right, Little Towels, the benefit of staying live. I almost forgot this dropped. All right, there's a new motion related to Michael Proctor's cell phone, and I am going to read it live after a full day of the Brian Walshe and Anna Walshe trial. Let's do it. All right, here we go. Everybody ready? Who's a little towel? Are you a little towel? Were you born to be a little towel? Yes, indeed, we were. I'm going to read this. Here we go. Nicola, I think it was, I think he should have known the exact number. He should have at least been able to say in the hundreds or thousands. So, yeah, I agree. All right, here we go. See, quitting smoking leads you to cough up a lung. But I'm working on it. Commonwealth's motion to provide to law enforcement bodies information derived from a former state police trooper's personal phone previously obtained through court order. And this is in the Miles King, the Bianca Chinoso, Jovane de los Santos, and Sean Johnson cases. And then also, obviously, it applies in the Walshe cases. So I imagine the Walshe lawyers got this like in the middle of court. They probably were at the clerk's office and able to read it in right away. Yes, Nicola, it is indeed a moment. You came to Towel Stream at the right moment. During the Karen trial, none of the witnesses bothered me except for Garino. Every answer is, I don't know, I would check. That's not testimony. Well, he's a tech guy. So. Commonwealth's motion to provide to law enforcement bodies information derived from a former state police trooper's personal phone previously obtained through court order. The Commonwealth moves pursuant to Mass Rule of Criminal Procedure, paragraph 14.2G, or P 14.2G, that it be permitted to provide materials from an extraction of former Massachusetts State Police Trooper Michael Proctor's personal cell phone, which it possesses by order of this court, to investigators retained by the town of Canton and to the Massachusetts Police Officer Standards and Training Commission, POST, under such restrictions as this court deems appropriate. On June 17, 2025, this court, Michael P. Doolin, Justice, in specific cases, allowed in part defense motions for discovery of former Massachusetts State Police Trooper Michael Proctor's personal cell phone. The order included that the Commonwealth produce communications from the dates of the charged offenses to the dates that the indictments issued and produce, quote, any other data from Proctor's personal cell phone that constitutes investigative material or is favorable to the defense within the meanings of Mass Rule Criminal Procedure, paragraph 14. So that's, I think, what Kate Peters thinking a lot about right now, and we're going to find out more about this. The court further ordered that the Commonwealth may move for appropriate protective orders for this court's review prior to producing the items and information, and that defense counsel shall not show or provide the communications produced pursuant to this order to anyone else except that defense counsel may show but not give them to the defendants in this case. June 17th, order at 7. Upon filing of a motion and amended motion for clarification by the former troopers then counsel, on August 13, 2025, this court, Justice Peter B. Krupp, clarified that, quote, the obligation to produce, quote, any other data that constitutes investigative material or is favorable to the defense, quote, is not limited to a particular date range, and that the former trooper had a legitimate interest in protecting attorney-client or spousal communications. The court also declined to order the Commonwealth to maintain custody of the phone. Okay. The court ordered that, by certain dates, 1. Proctor provide his cell phone to the Commonwealth. 2. The Commonwealth extract a full digital copy of the cell phone and then provide a copy of the a copy to the proctor, to the proctor's counsel. No, to the either the troopers or proctor's counsel. This is a typo. Not to the proctor's counsel. To proctor's counsel for a privilege. Proctor is not an entity; he is a person. Proctor's counsel for a privilege determination and return the cell phone. 3. Counsel provide to the Commonwealth a privilege log. And 4. The Commonwealth shall search the cell phone extraction with the exception of the communications identified on Proctor's privilege log to locate... Why didn't Lindsay get a privilege log? To locate the information... By the way, Lindsay Gattani's phone was like basically taken and extracted in full, and then Tully got the pick of what to remove, apparently, related to communications between Lindsay and Tully and Kate Peter and Lindsay, and then also a recording of Leah Genduso. That was an audio message sent to Lindsay. Counsel provide, those were all not in the extraction. But for some reason, Proctor gets a privilege log. The Commonwealth searched the cell phone extraction with the exception of the communications identified on Proctor's privilege log to locate the information authorized by the initial order as clarified herein. By October 24, 2025, the Commonwealth shall produce to the defendants, which it's actually defendants, a copy of Proctor's privilege log, if any, and 2, all documents required to be produced under the initial order as clarified herein, except those documents identified on Proctor's privilege log. And that's cited 3. Now, look at this footnote. This is the most embarrassing footnote in the history of footnotes. Proctor's counsel on July 25th, this is nothing that's new, but it's just the most embarrassing footnote in the history of footnotes for Proctor. Proctor's counsel on July 25th, 2025 and August 12th, 2025 filed a motion and amended motion for clarification which noted that Proctor changed phones in February 2024, did not preserve his old phone, and after activating his new phone in February of 2024, used an auto-delete feature, deleting the contents of his phone every 30 days. Counsel proffered, quote, therefore, regardless of the timeframes of the court for the court's order to be clarified, it is unlikely that Mr. Proctor has any relevant information in his possession concerning this case. Okay, now, please take note of that footnote, and then I would like to read you the next paragraph. Oh, you can't see the very top of the page. Hold on, let me make it a little bit clearer. These motions are incredibly and notoriously difficult to read because of the way they're screenshotted. Look at this next paragraph. After you read that footnote, this is just a deadly paragraph. Bossy Texas Chick says, when I heard Garino missed all those messages in the Birchmore case, I was like, that definitely tracks. Yeah, I think the adage Bossy Texas Chick is never attributed to malice, that which can be attributed to ignorance, but in this case, flip it around. Do you think that was a mistake? Or you think... And you really think it was Garino? No, he was a new guy. He wasn't there that long. It was objectively probably the supervisor, Tully, and Fanning, who was Tully's partner. But read this next paragraph. On October 17, 2025, the Commonwealth filed a notice in the above-captioned cases proffering that it had received Proctor's cell phone, that an extraction had occurred, and that the phone was returned to Proctor, and that counsel provided a document entitled Privilege Log on the court-ordered due date of September 26, 2025. The extraction yielded hundreds of thousands of items, some of which were dated as far back as 2013. Okay. The volume of items was unexpectedly larger than representations of Proctor's counsel concerning the phone, and review of the items had begun in the above captioned cases, and in those reviewed those reviewed items were material which the Commonwealth reasonably believed to be discoverable under Rule 14 in unrelated cases where Proctor was a witness. And then the standard is disclosure of exculpatory information arising from unrelated grand jury proceedings, part of prosecutor's official duties, and may be disclosed without order of court unless prosecutor seeks protective order limiting disclosure. Oh my God. Okay. All right. So can someone explain this to me? On July 25th and August 12th, Proctor's counsel filed a motion saying that Proctor didn't have his old phone. He got a new phone and it used auto delete. What happened? And this is the $1 million question. Okay, if you've been following this saga of Michael Proctor's cell phone, if you're trying to put this all together, the $1 million question, folks, is can someone please explain what happened between August 12th of 2025 and October 17th of 2025? That's a 65-day period. Maybe 64. Maybe 66. The point is, what happened in those 66 days? Now, that was when the October 17th was when the Commonwealth filed the motion that it had received Proctor's cell phone, that an extraction had occurred, and that the phone was returned to Proctor. Now, okay. That doesn't make any fucking sense. He said that he didn't preserve his old phone. This is a whoa. First of all, there are unanswered questions here. Who did the Norfolk DA receive Michael Proctor's cell phone from? That's the big question. The other thing is the timeline. We got to adjust this timeline back a little bit. All right, we got to put this into perspective. By October 17th, that's when the motion was already written, and then they had done the extraction, and the phone was returned to Proctor, and the Proctor's counsel had provided a privilege log by September 26th. Okay, we got it. So now we got to go backwards even further. That all happened by September 26th, and then they wrote the motion and filed it October 17th. So our window is collapsing here. You see what I'm saying? It's actually from August 12th to September 26th. Something happened between, and you figure this out, you will forget about a Pulitzer. You put this all together if you figure this out. I know someone can do it. I think I can do it. But we got to put our collective towel brains together. This is everything we've trained for. There is something hiding in this top of this full paragraph that is explosive. The way that footnote 3 ties to the top of this paragraph is everything. It's the $1 million question. It's what no news outlet has seen. It's what nobody is seeing right now. It is what's hiding beneath the surface. I'm telling you, I know, I'm not trying to blow my own horn. I'm telling you, what you are hearing right now is what you are going to hear eventually on every single station. Someone is going to figure this out. What happened? Again, I'm going to reiterate this because this is whatever is hiding, whatever is bubbling. There's a lot of things bubbling. But the biggest implication of all of this, what keeps people up at night, what is going to drive certain people to figure this out, is the following question. And I'll list a few of them. What happened between August 12, 2025 and somewhere before September 26, 2025, where Michael Proctor and his attorney made a very hard turn from we don't have the old phone and the new phone auto deletes every 30 days to we now have the phone and here's the extraction. You can do an extraction, and by the way, it goes back 12 years. Excuse me? No, I refuse to believe One, that was voluntary. What? No. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. Two, who gave the Norfolk DA's office the phone? All it says, and I've read this previous motion, there's no answer to this question. Why would Proctor give up the phone he just a month earlier, maybe 35 days, 40 days, said did not exist? Excuse me. And then he has the actual device? What? No. Someone said he synced his cloud to his new phone. No, because the language used here... Now listen. There's something in the language that is not explicit. So I don't want anyone to think that you're wrong or that I'm right because of how we're trying to read this. Part of it is reading and pulling out what's not said, because there's something. I do know that Judge Krupp ordered that happen, but as you remember, and I'll read you the quote, Nicola, down in footnote 3. This is what counsel proffered when Judge Krupp made that order. Counsel proffered, therefore, regardless of the time frames for the court's order to be clarified, it is unlikely that Mr. Proctor has any relevant information in his possession concerning this case. That was on July 25th, and then an amended motion on August 12th, 2025. Okay? And it said he changed phones and did not preserve the old phone, and after he activated his new phone, there was an auto-delete feature that got rid of the whole contents of his phone every 30 days. What? And then, before September 26th, we can narrow it down, because that's when by that date, this phone, we don't really know what the word phone even means there, cell phone. This cell phone gets turned over between August 12th. It clearly had not been turned over on August 12th. Their counsel for Proctor would not have made that representation to Judge Krupp. It was turned over between August 12th and September 26th, probably a few days before that. There is no one out there who can give you a definitive answer other than Michael Proctor and the DAs and probably some of the defense lawyers. No one can give you an answer as to what happened between August 12th and October 17th. The iCloud answer is a potential one, but then Proctor's counsel wouldn't have been able to represent that none of it existed. Okay, another option is that he thought he got rid of the phone and he didn't. Nicholas said he could have deleted it from the phone, but not the cloud. Okay, I'm not saying it's impossible, but let's just think for a second here about what if he thought he got rid of the phone and didn't get rid of the phone? Where did he get rid of the phone? Did he throw it out in his trash can? Did he go to the military base like Higgins? Did he go to the store and just trade it in? Did he just throw it out? Did he drive somewhere because Higgins did it, was Proctor someone who, when he went to do this, was followed, he thought he threw it out, he didn't actually throw it out? Did the feds have it, and is this not fully transparent? When they're saying it had received Proctor's cell phone, that an extraction had occurred, that the phone was returned to counsel, and that counsel provided a document entitled privilege log. I don't know what to make of that sentence, and I know everything about this case and these cases. I'm telling you right now, I don't know what to make of that sentence. It doesn't gel. There's something unexplained about this phone that is everything. People are, I think Dee Dee's on it, and Kyle Sharkey and a few other people are really seeing it. But this is everything. There is something about that period of time. I can narrow it in to August 12th between August 12th and like September 26th, let's say that, but it's probably a little bit narrower, something happened involving Michael Proctor's phone. There are explanations in chat, I think Nicola puts up a good one, that need to be ruled out, okay? But then there are certain things eventually that are going to get ruled in. Whatever the explanation is, I'm telling you right now, I can make an educated guess, and I kind of do want to make an educated guess to see how close it aligns to the reality, but this is the Pulitzer story, okay? If my colleagues want to do it, that's great. If I have to figure it out, I don't really care. I'm not looking for accolades. I'm just telling you this is the biggest story of all these cases. This story is not over. It was not over with the Karen Reed case. It was not over with the Farwell indictment. It is not over by a long shot. There is something, folks, something about this phone. Not just what was on the phone, but the process by which the disclosures came about, okay? This is, like, people talk about the Epstein files. We got to call these the Proctor files, man. There is a story and a half here. And what's really frustrating is I don't know what it is. I see it. You know, I have this emerging mental mosaic of what it is that was going on. And Nicola, I agree that I think Proctor never thought they were going to look at the personal phone. But why I really want to tease out why I think this is so explosive is, and I didn't know, so sometimes when I read these documents on my phone when Dee Dee posts them, like what I'm doing is I'm like looking at what she's highlighting, because she always goes through and gets them, reads them, posts them. She likes to highlight stuff in them like when she reads, which is a sign of like an active reader, which I like. She's on Team Docket Rocket Stars with Dag and Kyle as well. But my point is, there's an art form to reading these documents. I'm not a lawyer. I'm a layperson. I'm a towel. None of this is legal advice. But there's an art form to reading them. And you may read them a first time, and you may be like, okay, that's a big thing. I got to highlight this. I got to highlight that. When you read it a second time, you're doing more of like a close reading. And instead of like looking at the, like, I know what you're saying in your motion. I need to like really slow down if I want to get the fine details, because I'm not on my initial read looking at every word. I am, but I'm more looking for what are your structural arguments, what are the big bombshells, what's hiding in a footnote. I'm not necessarily saying, wait a minute, let's pause for a second here and think about the implications between as to what that date range really means. But you have to think of it in like a 4D like spatial arrangement. You have to think of this like horizontally and vertically. It links horizontally, like the Proctor stuff, to a bunch of active criminal cases that are in front of justices in the Norfolk Superior Court. But then you also got to think like temporally, like backwards, and then you have to think about like what were like these people talking about. What was Proctor and Sean Good like? What could they be talking about? Then you got to think about not just the Karen Reed case, not just the Birchmore case, not just the leak of Lindsay Catani's phone extraction, because we know some of what was in some of these texts was like the unredacted name of an SA victim, intimate pictures of people not in the conversations, etc. It's not just that, but you have to figure out like what was the intervention. I think that there was some kind of external intervention. It sounds federal, like that's the only thing that makes sense to me. But then the question is, if this is the reality, that Proctor actually had the old phone or a phone that he gave them that had messages or data going back to 2012, then we have to rule out the iCloud backup, all right, downloading to the phone. If we rule that out, then the only plausible explanation there is that he kept the old phone and initially misrepresented that he got rid of it. That's plausible. Another explanation, which this is why I know that a lot of people say I bring disparate connections together. That's just how I think. But I think another explanation is hiding beneath the surface here, okay? It's kind of percolating up, but it's hiding beneath the surface, which is it's possible that the feds had Michael Proctor's cell phone the whole time. I don't know how they got it, whether it was a physical device or whatever. And then they actually facilitated the device being turned over to the Norfolk DA. Now, I realize that doesn't line up with like a Title III wiretap, which you would expect to see. That doesn't line up with even like a clone. Wait a minute. Why can't they just tell us? There's a reason they don't want to tell us. Like there's something incongruous. Incongruous. There's an incongruity between what they're saying in the motion and what actually happened. And I know I'm harping on, but I'm telling you, don't miss this moment. Whatever happens over the next few months, remember that I said this. Remember that I paused and I said there's something not right about this. It's being spoken about a certain way to demonstrate a modicum of candor with the tribunal, but there are equivocations and ambiguities that bring out a latent sort of like, not just like if you're the writer of this document, not just like you want to not reveal everything, but like there is something so sensitive that you have to talk about it in a certain way or like you could get in trouble. That's how that sentence is written. And I know what I'm looking at. I'm telling you, there's a lot of times when I'm like, when we're talking about things where I get very excited because it seems very interesting. You may not think it's that exciting. I'm telling you, this is big. This is big. I wish I could tell you it's big and here it is. I can't yet. But the fact, again, just what they're saying here, a lot of people, even when you see this on the 5 and 6 o'clock news, I think they're going to miss this. I don't think they're going to see it. There's something here. All right? They're going to focus on the stuff we're going to see later in the motion. But this is the money paragraph. This is where everything kind of coalesces. I know it doesn't look like it. It's not this like bombshell like paragraph where it says big things, but it's more what they don't say. Okay, it's more what they don't say, in the sense that what would be expected in that paragraph, and I'm sorry I can't read your comments right now. I want to focus on what I'm reading. What I would expect that paragraph to say is, when the Commonwealth filed its motion on October 17th, indicating it had received Proctor's cell phone, that was because of. And that's what's missing. And that's why there's an eerie, ominous, like, vibe to this. It's not what it looks like. It looks so innocuous. It looks so professional, and it looks so, it doesn't look forthcoming. It looks the antithesis. It kind of like strives to be transparent, but it does not answer the key question. And what's so frustrating is I think that's why I'm metaphorically bashing my head on a wall inside my brain. I know people aren't going to see it, and it frustrates me. I know the news isn't going to see it either, and they really need to. That's the key. It's right here. It's this line that it had received Proctor's cell phone. That's just a dangling participle. It's not grammatically, but there's like nothing. There is something. First of all, who the fuck is this person? Hemingway? Whoever the writer is sets off a fucking ordered list with a double dot, and then starts using semicolons to connect standalone clauses that are dangling participles. And literally, whoever this person is, I'm pretty sure reads Hemingway, whoever wrote this, because there's only one writer that does this, okay? Literally only one. You write a paragraph. Do you see this paragraph that starts on October 17th and then it gets set off after proffering, and then there's two dots, an ellipse or whatever it is? Look at each of these next few clauses. That it had received Proctor's cell phone, semicolon. That an extraction had occurred, semicolon. That the phone was returned to Proctor, semicolon. That that counsel provided a document entitled Privilege Log on the court due date of September 26, 2025. Semicolon. The extraction yielded hundreds of thousands of items, some of which were dated as far back as the fall of 2013. Semicolon. The volume of items was unexpectedly larger than representations of Proctor's counsel concerning the phone. Semicolon footnote. And then go read the fucking 4-sentence footnote. And review of the items had begun in the above captioned cases, and in those reviewed items were material which the Commonwealth reasonably believed to be discoverable under Mass Rule of Criminal Procedure 14b2 in unrelated cases where Proctor was a witness. Motherfucker. That is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 lines. That sentence is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30. 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, 65, 66, 67, 68, 69, 70, 71, 72, 73, 74, 75. 76, 77, 78, 79, 80, 81, 82, 83, 84, 85, 86, 87, 88, 89, 90, 91, 92, 93, 94, 95, 96, 97, 98, 99, 100. Oh my God. 101, 102, 103, 104, 105, 106, 107, 108, 109, 110, 111, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. That fucking sentence is 123 words. It is more than double the length of what you would need in terms of, like, if you quoted something, you would be required to put half that in a block quote. I've never seen a sentence like that. Listen, we may need to take this sentence, okay? This may well be one of the longest single sentences since Hemingway. And they're all dangling participles connected by fucking semicolons, nested within each other. This is a paragraph that's designed to make your eyes gloss over, which is my point. There's something here. It's nested within this structure that is designed to make you not be able to tell what's going on. And that's why I'm kind of really harping on this. Weeks from now, months from now, years from now, you remember that I said this. I'm telling you, I don't know where this is going. I'm not that hubristic. I can't predict where it's going. But there's some... First of all, you don't write 123 words in a single sentence gratuitously. I don't care if you love run-on sentences, like grammatically, to write that sentence. The only way you could submit it to a judge without looking like a kindergartner is to use semicolons a la Ernest Hemingway. Okay, why would you ever do that? Why wouldn't you just write individual sentences? Because you want the person reading it, you want their fucking, not their eyes, you want their brain to glass over. Why do you want their brain to glass over? What is it about a close reading of this specific paragraph, of this specific motion, in this specific sentence, etc., that is so concerning? Well, we found it right away. It's nested in the second line under the sentence about, or dangling participle. I guess it's not a dangling participle if you cheat and use a semicolon. Listen, there's this guy on Twitter who really hates that I use semicolons, and I'm going to post this and be like, hey, motherfucker, what do you think about this? In a loving way. My point is, take a look at this sentence. Nested within it is the key that unlocks this whole mystery. Staring in our faces. National treasure, eat your heart out. This is the stuff that true puzzles are made of. And you know what my brain's doing right now? I'm trying to think, why would I, putting myself in the position of an ADA, but I'm not a lawyer, this is not legal advice, I'm a towel. Putting myself in a position of an ADA, why would I ever write that sentence? I'm basing, like, the guy's, like, thrown to the wolves already, Proctor. His counsel's the one that made the misrepresentation. Why are you still protecting him? Unless you're not protecting him, what am I missing? An investigation? I have an idea. We're going to move on in a second. But what if, after August 12th, 2025, another agency, like the feds, came to Proctor and gave him his old phone, and we're like, hey, you have to turn this over now? Is that a thing? I've never heard of such a thing. Yeah, right. Council did say they have nothing. That's what I'm saying. It's not just the council saying they have nothing in footnote 3. It's this period of time, August 12th through September 26th of 2025. Something happened in there. And it tracks, you know what else is weird? We got to think about this timeline. Because shit kind of hit the fan in early October. Especially with Karen and Aiden. Like, it didn't really hit the fan, but it was, like, starting to hit the fan. And then by September, like, it really did. I'm close. There's so many moving parts. And they all coalesce around, like, not only whatever happened in September and early October. The public didn't really know about it, but clearly people inside the DA's office did. It's something to do with that. And then the reaction to that. There's something big. Like, something so big that the only option was wasn't that right when Karen also filed her suit? Or initially it was going to be a countersuit and then a standalone suit. And then also, that was right when, like, there was a lot of efforts to fracture the Free Karen Reed movement, especially, like, in people in Kate Peters' orbit. And people got very desperate. And they've been very desperate ever since. And it has something to do with what Karen knows and what Aiden probably was exposed to but doesn't realize the importance of. And because of that, he's misfiring on Karen. That's what I think it is. And so there's this time frame between, like, October 1st, maybe a little bit earlier, of 2025, and now, that there's, like, a big unexplained variable for people who follow this chaos. I don't think any one person, because of how compartmentalized everything is, can tell you a unified theory of why everything is so chaotic right now. There's a lot of different explanations for why micro situations are happening, but a grand unified theory hasn't really yet been proposed. The way that I think it all ties together, as much as I think Kate Peter is central to it, she's central to it only as, like like if you think of Aiden as like a useful, like, you know, public facing PR apparatus for Karen, but with liabilities, Kate is like that for Proctor and Jen McCabe and the Norfolk DA and Tully. Therefore, it's not Kate. It is Kate. She is the primary vehicle, but it's not her calling the shots. It's whoever found out that Proctor was screwed. It all comes down to that circle of people, because one, like, I think they're all very upset. They liked this guy. I don't know the guy. All right, maybe he's a nice guy. Maybe his wife is nice. I don't know. I have no idea. I've never met them. I cannot pass judgment on their character. I just get the sense like a lot of people liked this dude. You know, like whether he was like your cup of tea or not, like he just had friends in places. All right. So then that kind of makes you wonder, like, okay, if he had friends in places and the reaction is very visceral to him getting exposed, that explains a little of this, but not all of it. There's something institutional about this. We're going to find this motion is actually about Sean Good and this material getting turned over, which means it implicates Sean Good, who's on the Canton PD. And then it was obviously involved in the Reed case. So then it makes you wonder, if Sean Good was exposed to something, was Tully exposed to something because of this? Was Garino? Was Buchanan? Was John Fanning? And then you time it with Adam Deutsch announcing his... Wait, when did Adam Deutsch resign from the federal prosecutor's office? Didn't he resign like right in November? What did Adam Deutsch know? That's another good question. What does Adam Deutsch know? Like, imagine how he would read this paragraph compared to us. And why did he announce right after this? I think the feds. I'm sorry. I know that I keep trying to talk around it, but I think the unspoken elephant in this the unspoken proverbial elephant in this motion is the feds. And they can't. There has to be. I've long had a theory that Michael Morrissey was at least willing to cooperate with the feds on some of his own guys about Birchmore. But this... This document reads, at best, in the light most favorable to Michael Proctor, like he obstructed justice. That's like the bare bones reading of all of this. But more than that, it's that, like, the Norfolk DA was, like, made aware that he was doing it and, like, forced to kind of go through the motions. Now, if you're the feds, what are you most concerned about if you have this Proctor cell phone? That he's going to go into court and be like, listen, this doesn't exist. Well, then, so frustrating. The unknown is so frustrating about this, because one possibility is that he literally got rid of his phone and someone else got it and then gave it back to him, forcing him to turn it over. The other is that he had it the whole time and was lying. The third, though, is that it was turned over to him by, the feds after he represented to the court that it didn't exist. But then, in those situations, he kind of has the ability to be like, well, I didn't know they had it. So what would have caused him... And his lawyer also left the case and he stopped his appeal, which makes me think he really thought this stuff didn't exist. That's kind of I think I'm going to go from that premise. That Proctor believed, and at least between up until August 12th, that they didn't exist. So I really do think that somebody got this phone. Whether they had a copy of it, whether it was the exact same phone, I think somebody got that phone, and between August 12th and October or September something, they must have not just given it to Proctor. They must have been like, I'm giving you this, and I'm documenting that I'm giving it to you, because why else would he turn it over? Wait a minute. And that's the other thing. It says that it received Proctor's cell phone, that an extraction had occurred, and that the phone was returned to Proctor. But it doesn't say who it received the cell phone from. We need that. I'm sorry, we need that answer. I cannot put this together without the answer to the question, who gave that cell phone to the Norfolk DA and when? I'm sorry, the public needs an answer. Because as it reads right now, it's too ambiguous. All right, I'm going to bang my head against the wall unless we move on. But you all understand that that's the key to all of this. If we can just figure out who gave this phone to the Norfolk DA's office, like how'd you receive it? Proctor gave it to you? Well, if Proctor gave it to you, how'd he get it? If Proctor didn't give it to you, who did give it to you, and why are you being so weird about it? Was it the feds? Are you not allowed to say it was the feds? Is that why there's all these protective orders on this stuff? You know the implications of that, right? It's that Proctor's under federal investigation. All the powers that be want answers as soon as possible. The powers that be know the answers. Yeah, politics is very compartmentalized, though. You know, Bunny Tell, we talked about the Manhattan Project once. And I told you about how the people in Oak Ridge, they didn't know what the scientists at Los Alamos were doing. No way. No way. The people at Oak Ridge were just punching computer cards. They had no idea what they were doing. 20,000 people in Tennessee. Still exists to this day, but it doesn't function the same way. But my point is, they didn't know what Oppenheimer was doing at Los Alamos, and that's what we're dealing with here. I think some of the powers that be know. And my best read of this, and we're going to move on after this, but this is, again, there are other important elements to this, but the new element to this is right here, all right? And it's hiding in plain sight. Whoever figures this out, especially if the answer is what I think it is, the most, like, I know not many people are saying it, I'm willing to. I think the hidden hand here is the feds. I think it's always been, but it wasn't about what we thought, okay? It wasn't necessarily the investigation of John's death. That was a way to get information about what this unit was otherwise doing. And the federal investigation, I don't think people really understood. First of all, they're not short. Like the NBA Mafia gambling investigation, that took them 4 years. 4 years to bang those guys up. This, what I have always believed, and what ties this together is twofold. One, the Sandra Birchmore case was a cover-up. There was an actual cover-up. They covered up that murder, the state police unit, in my opinion, and they did it to protect Matthew Farwell, who was a cop in Stoughton. And I think there's a lot of cops that were in his orbit that were doing bad things. All right? I think it's like the worst kept secret in Massachusetts that the feds are onto these guys, and it's brutal. That's what I think is kind of being kept from the public. Because, one, I think they are actually onto them, and two, I just think it's very big. Like, they have to build it. Two, I think that also what this became was people were right that this unit was not playing by the rules. It's not that they, like, the investigation of John's death was not good. Okay? I think it was, under the circumstances, it was okay. But the reality is it just was, it was not good. It was, a lot of that stuff, it was way too much inside baseball. Even though, objectively, you probably could have got Karen on manslaughter, which even the foreperson said. The investigation was just riddled with conflicts of interest, okay? And it was way too much inside baseball. And I get it. Karen took, like, allegedly, in the eyes of these investigators, took the life of a cop. They were going to treat her with hostility. Yeah, well, you let it impact the investigation. But I think it just started there. That's how Karen got into Levy's office, What I think it branched out to was a question of what this unit was doing. Like, how was it handling evidence? How was it talking to its friends? What were they doing? What do they know about Farwell? Like, it became this whole thing. All right, what is the one thing then that you might be thinking about if you're the DOJ? Okay, well, if you like subpoena his phone or get Proctor's phone, all right, you have all that stuff. Maybe he doesn't know, maybe he does, I don't know. My point is, you just wait, right? Especially if he doesn't know you have it. You just wait to see what he doesn't reveal in future cases. You know he was an investigator on a bunch of cases, but you can't jump the gun. You got to make him think he's not under investigation anymore. If I'm right about this, the implications are huge. One, it means Hank Brennan was actually Michael Morrissey's federal defense attorney, which I've always believed. I've always believed that. Two, it means that like there was a lot of wheeling and dealing. And three, it means this is far from over. Because the state is never going to hold Michael Proctor accountable for, like, they already fired him from the state police. He's going to be decertified, whatever. The state is never going to hold Michael Proctor accountable for doing this. He's their witness. Like, he's their state police officer. So, who made them do this? And they haven't charged him with anything. They're not going to indict him. So, who's going to do it? And why would you even want to indict him on a low-level obstruction charge? I mean, it makes a point. But, like, he's, as far as I know, like, he's not, like, a Democrat. I guess Morrissey's a Democrat. But there's no, I don't know. I need answers. The public deserves answers. I understand this is big. I realize what I'm looking at. But why? Why don't we get to know how this happened? It's crazy. It's like staring at, I've never had this experience reading a document before, but it's like staring at a document that's locked behind a door. And you know, if you just turn like the right key, if you just find the right keys and turn them, the door will open. But you don't have all the keys. And so all you can really do is peer through like the looking hole. And it's so frustrating. The Commonwealth further proffered that, where appropriate and consistent with the Commonwealth's obligations, the Commonwealth would produce pertinent information to individual law enforcement agencies. Continued. Review of the personal cell phone is complete. So after that full explanation, now we find that they started the extraction back in September. They're now done. Pursuant to Mass Rule of Criminal Procedure, the Commonwealth is producing text chats, audio files, video files, emails, and photographs, images which span many years. Two text chats contain highly sensitive information, including images of intimate body parts. Oh, they did include it. Oh, okay. I missed that the first read. It was because I got screwed up there. I'll correct that. Two text chats contain highly sensitive information, including images of intimate body parts of people not participating in the chat. Okay. I just want to reiterate. See, I thought they left out intimate this time. No, they left it in there. Can someone please explain what this means? Where did you get these images of intimate body parts? And what do you mean they weren't participating in the chat? Were you sharing, PORN with each other? Worse, were you sharing non-consensual, or were you sharing images obtained through your work? Was that joke about Karen not actually a joke? Imagine if... See, that's the thing. And maybe I can't speak for Karen, but she seems very religious. So maybe she's like me. I'm very conservative. Like, someone was talking on Twitter, right? About how there's this whole epidemic. And listen, what consenting adults do between themselves, nobody's business. Really, it's not. It's really not. we live in this society where everybody's like, oh, don't judge me, but I'll judge others. No reason. Like, what people do in the comfort of their private relationships is between them, as long as it's consenting, no, like, coercive control, whatever, there's no problem with it. And they're, like, adults, obviously. Get frustrated about that, especially in the context of the Birchmore story, but I don't want to start ranting about that. So, in terms of, like, people taking these images, I don't understand it. I think people have a right to share them with the people they love if that's what they want to do. Not commenting on that. You do what you want to do. I don't have any of these images of myself. I've never taken one, and I don't plan on it ever. Not to mention sending it to someone. Not to mention, like, unsolicited. Not to mention looking through someone's extraction for it. Wow. And maybe I'm just old-fashioned, all right? I sometimes just think about it. I'm like, am I, like, the alien? Like, am my morals, like, that different? Like, do morals just not exist? I don't know. Anyway, my point is, when Proctor was like, oh, I'm going to look through her phones for nudes, I was like, does she strike you as the type of woman who would have nudes? Like, what? Like, why do you think that? All right? And I'm not saying that. What I mean is, Karen Reed is very reserved. So the fact that Proctor's mind was just like, oh, she's a woman, she must have nudes, that's what I mean. Second of all, touching on the other principle, whether or not Karen Reed had nudes, which she's entirely entitled to have if that's what she wants, I'm not judging her for it. He shouldn't be looking for them. Okay? I just want to lay that down, completely indefensible. Whether or not she had them, he shouldn't have been looking for them. Furthermore, the fact that he thought she had them is its own complex. Moving forward. Why, again, moving forward but staying on this document, why were those images shared? To who were they shared to? And why aren't more people talking about this? I mean, what? Obviously, someone knows. Somebody looked at them. So what are they? And it doesn't get better, it gets worse. Screenshots of Facebook posts by non-participants, images of non-participants, full phone numbers and or personal email addresses of the text chain participants, that's not a big deal, and the name of an SA victim. Now, this is the one that has just, absolutely thrown people for a loop. And again, we don't have any answers. If you're thinking, is this the first time this is coming up? No. That last clause there about the name of an SA victim and the clause, to their credit, about the intimate body parts has also come up before in the October 17th motion. But I don't understand. Let's see. It did cross my mind whether John was undercover. Well, Higgins was undercover. Did you all know that? That came out during the trial. Higgins... People were like bashing on Higgins for destroying his phone. That was the one person who it actually made sense to do that. Okay? Like, I'm sure the government told him, yeah, go do that. He was an undercover ATF agent. Do you know what an undercover ATF agent does? Let's just pause for a second and defend Brian Higgins' honor. You're going to be like, what the fuck? I have no issue with Brian Higgins. Let me just explain a little bit about what an undercover ATF agent is. All right, so say you're down in Taunton, right? Yeah. Oh, yeah. I agree, Bunny. My mind has changed, too, towards Proctor and crew. Yeah, Nicholas, so let me tell you a little bit about it. And I'm not telling you about Higgins. I'm just going to say, let's talk a little bit about what an undercover ATF agent is and how dangerous it is, all right? I don't want anyone to misunderstand. Like, we should have respect for these people. It is a very dangerous job, and they serve the country, trying to protect us. And most of what they're doing is stuff like what I'm about to give you in a hypothetical. So say hypothetically it's the early 1990s and you're in Taunton, all right? And there's a group and they like to hang out, and let's say maybe they go a little bit over the line and, they like to ride motorcycles and they're 1%ers and, They're trafficking some things they shouldn't be trafficking, all right? Now, in this story, which, by the way, was in the front pages of the newspapers, I'm not saying anything that isn't out there. In this story, you might think about their clubhouse, right? Well, of course, if you're the feds, you're going to think about their clubhouse. So you know what you might do? You might take an undercover agent. Now, that agent is going to be assigned to a group of people. He's going to have a local police, probably a sergeant or a detective. He's going to have a detective in the state police, and then he's going to have 2 guys in his agency. Let's just say the ATF here. All 4 of them are going to, their only job, they're going to have multiple people like him, but their only job is going to be to work with him on this investigation, okay? His job, the undercover agent, is going to take on a completely new identity. He is not Brian Higgins in his undercover life. He is some random dude, probably named like Joe Ontario, who used to fight bears in Canada and whatever the fuck. I don't know. My point is, you have to, like, I don't know if folks understand why, like, it wasn't cool that Higgins got kind of his, like, whole spot exposed. I would guess the government, therefore the taxpayers, spent the equivalent of $10 million or more training that man. Okay? Because it's not like what you think. Like, a lot of people think of undercovers as like what you think of like in like, you know, some small city or something where it's like a person who gets a drug conviction gets flipped and they go like help the prosecution. That's one form of it. That's not what we're talking about. This isn't like an undercover person who got flipped and like thrown into the like shark pen. This is a federal asset that is trained with the best resources we have at the highest levels we have in how to like take on a fake identity. All right? They then give this person, and remember, it's the government, so you're not back checking these people. You're not like doing a background check. It's all going to check out. Any name they want. They'll give them a new name, new social, new history, new identity, work record, whatever the fuck, criminal history if they need to. Whatever they need to do, they will create this identity, and they'll do it multiple times. So I just want you to understand what Brian Higgins was doing, the scope of the work. He wasn't working in Taunton in the 90s. I'm using that as an example. So someone like this would get trained as to how to take on the cover identity of like a biker. You send them into the clubhouse. They're sometimes wired up, sometimes not. And that Taunton story might have been in the early 2000s. It really depends on like what they're doing. Wearing a wire is very, very risky for an undercover. Like you can't get it. Like you can't get in there quick enough. Like they're gonna bring the dude to the basement and pat him down and probably strip him and then feel his clothes. Like there's new ways to do wires. Like inside the lining that they're not going to find. But my point is, they find that wire, they cut the shit open, whatever. You're not saving that dude. You could have 4 people listening to them find the wire. You're not going to save him. He's in a basement. So anyway, it's very dangerous work. They send people into these organizations who ostensibly look like, you know, rough and tumble characters. That's why Higgins looks the way he does. They get in there and then they build up over years. Okay, this is not like you go in, you like sell a kilo to the guy and you leave. No, you become like Smokey whatever, Smokey Canada, whatever the fuck. And you get your patch, you work your way up, and then you're embedded. And then you go as long as you can until they pull you out. All right. Do you understand that anyone who lets you into that organization is targeted, like, if you fuck up? So if you like look back at the some of the famous informant stories, what was it? Who was the first one? Joe Barbosa back in the 50s or whatever, Joe Valachi. Bro, I don't think they let that family make new members for like 30 years. Like, no kidding. I think they like basically kicked them off the commission. So very similar here. Like, the reason I don't think anyone ever talked about this because it's kind of sad. It is probably the saddest untold story of the Reed case. But it's very likely that a lot of the people that let Brian Higgins into their world as part of his undercover operations once his whole identity was exposed, you don't think they looked on TV and were like, hey, that was Smokey Joe Jim Bob from What the Fuck? Oh, yeah. And, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Bunny, you'd be surprised. There's very good counter surveillance, too. So, and again, we're talking about the 2000s, but remove the wire from the equation. If you are an undercover ATF agent embedded in a dangerous gang, it's a very, very risky job. And I want to conclude the point I was just saying. Anyone who lets you in to that organization is held responsible. So even if you get out and they exfiltrate you or whatever it's called, and then you're done, they still protect your identity, because all the people you were around can get hurt, seriously hurt, even if they didn't know you were an ATF agent, because it's like the way that world works, if you read some of the court documents, is like you're held responsible if you bring in an informant. So, like, it was not good. It was actually really irresponsible of the Massachusetts court system to let Brian Higgins, and I'm sure the DOJ was like, what the fuck is this? There was no reason for him to get dragged up there. There should have been a protective order, and the only reason they didn't do it, because the optics would have been horrible, I'm sure. There should have been a protective order on his name. They should never have had him up there on camera. If he was going to testify, it should have been behind a voice changer. Like, that whole thing was wrong. All right? Setting aside him, Karen, infidelity, whatever. He was John's friend. Like, that's why I think John knew him. Like, John was a BPD officer, like, who probably had access to a lot of, like, sensitive info. All right, you probably roll in circles with people who, like I bet John knew that Higgins was undercover. That's what I'm saying. Like, cops befriend each other because they can't trust anyone else. My point is, there's something to be said about the way we handled Higgins' testimony. Whether you think he was good guy, bad guy, relevant, not relevant, doesn't matter. There's no reason they should have done it that way. They put so many people at risk. I'm not talking about Karen or the state. I'm talking just about the system. I understand you could see it was unspoken. No one ever said it. No one wrote a news article about it. No one blasted on the front page. But, like, you could tell, like, he was getting escorts by the DOJ to the hearings. They were clearly uncomfortable that he was forced to go up there. And, yeah, it was never, like, scream. No one ever said, so what did you do as an undercover ATF agent, really? But, like, what was he supposed to say about that phone? Oh, yes, I had 47 informants on there, and I had to get rid of it. No, and so that's why. They can see and hear inside from outside if they want. Yeah, I mean, they definitely can, Nicola. They have a lot of technology, but it's also a question of just, like, it's not always recording them because they know not to talk. It's like getting someone who sees the intel. Like, intel's more valuable than, like, a conversation. You might get a smoking gun, of course, but, like, knowing what the group's going to do, who its leaders are, who's feuding with who. Because they, I hope you understand, the feds, you folks all understand, the feds have, like, one goal: disrupt, disorganize, destroy. Okay? We've talked about this on stream before. This is what I've read in some of the documents. Disrupt, my screensaver turned on. Disrupt, disorganize, destroy. Now, they don't care how they do it. All they want to know is, how does your organization function? Who are the central fail points? Who's feuding with who? Who's a potential liability? Is all this sounding familiar? It's used on the state level, too. And then they use bumps, of course. Of course they use bumps. That undercover informant in the Donna Adelson case, let me just tell you, that is very rare. So Donna Adelson, like Dan... I think there's something about Dan Markell we never really figured out. He was a powerful man. He was not just a lawyer. He was a powerful man, because I have never seen that level of investigation for a contract hit. I've seen some pretty brutal contract hits, but I've never seen them bump an old woman in the middle of the street and burn an undercover asset like that. So that means Dan Markel had some friends. And it makes sense because Wendy Adelson had some friends too, clearly. And that kind of is a parallel. Do you notice sometimes you can have an entire case go through the system and there's still stuff that never gets answered? And this is another example of that. Anytime it touches on spooks or the feds, everything just shuts down. Which, I mean, I'm very sympathetic to it. You hear me talk about it all the time. I am sympathetic to ensuring that our national security is protected. It just makes it really hard to engage with the court process when you have to tiptoe around it like that. All right, let's continue. Given the sensitive information noted above, the Commonwealth is producing discovery to defendants in the above captioned and unrelated criminal cases. Well, what do you mean unrelated criminal cases? What criminal cases? Aidan Kearney? I want to know, did Turtle Boy... Hold on, let me go to Turtle Boy's Twitter. Somebody find out if Turtle Boy got the damn Proctor documents. I guess I could just tag him. We unblocked each other. He's been being pretty nice. I think he thinks... I was listening to a transcript... I was reading a transcript of his space room the other night. I think he thinks that I see connections between all of this. And for some reason, that is like... He's like intuitively hostile to like it all connecting. However... I also think he's almost all the way there. He's like, I see him getting so close to seeing how it all fits together. And it shouldn't be, for me, like he used to work with Kate Peter. So it shouldn't be that hard to see it. I just think like her becoming that powerful, like the implications of that are a lot. But let me find out if Turtle Boy posted anything. Did anyone? Nope. Did anyone find out? Can we just find out if this means Turtle Boy is going to get the damn documents or not? Because it says, in the above captioned, which are like for, and unrelated criminal cases. Now, let's see if there's a footnote. Subject to an allowed motion for protective order, restricting dissemination to counsel and specified associates, allowing counsel to show but not provide the material to defendants, ordering that the material not be otherwise disseminated outside the criminal case, and permitting the Commonwealth to redact an SA victim's name. 3. Okay, so it doesn't look like it's Kearney. Nope. See, that's why you always read to the footnote. Commonwealth v. King, Commonwealth v. Johnson, Commonwealth v. Chiquino. Wait, no, these are the same ones it just said. Hold on. In the above captioned, those were the... Wait, weren't those the 4 that it mentioned at the beginning? King, Ochino, De Los Santos, and Johnson. So that doesn't help us. Why would you footnote to the same ones? Those are the above captioned ones. What other ones? So what other defendants are getting these? And then based on the order, only counsel, and they can only show it to the defendant and can't give it to them. All right, now we're going to go to the Sean Good part. I missed that part the first time, the paragraph we just read. That's why close reading's very useful. You always want to do a close read. How much are the powers that be allowed to harm curious public before something? Well, 3 Clerk Monty, I wouldn't, before you move on to the Sean Good part, I'll answer your question in a colloquy. I wouldn't call it harm, all right? I think, obviously I have like this fierce passion for figuring out the truth. Asymptotic though our relationship to truth may be. Obviously. But the most important thing is not to think just about that. Like if you were in national security and you found out that like the aliens were coming, Okay? You might say to me, listen, it is really harmful, Grant, if we don't tell the public the aliens are coming. I might say to you, yes, from a moral perspective, it is wrong that we are withholding from the public information about the aliens. Then I might counter with, however, you have to balance that against what would happen if we told the public the aliens were coming. Have you seen the movie Independence Day? I'm pretty sure some of them would go to the top of skyscrapers and then get obliterated by the aliens. All right? It would cause panic. That was just one example. All right? It would cause a lot of panic. Both of those are harms. It's not a question of is it a harm. It's a question of, in my opinion, what are the comparative harms? So if you said to me, Grant, do you think it's appropriate that the powers that be are withholding certain information due to ongoing investigations that no one's talking about for whatever reason? Not just the post-commission or the Canton PD, but serious investigations. Well, I mean, in principle, yes, I understand, but it would be really helpful to find out some information so I can make an informed judgment, because there is absolutely good cause for them to take this approach. If it is the case that underlying all of this is some kind of serious investigation, of course there's good cause for that. The question is why. Are we going to find out now, next year, 2 years from now, 5 years from now? I don't know. Per its October 17th notice, the Norfolk DA's office notified the Canton Police Chief of information derived from the extraction of the cell phone which related to a current Canton police officer. Upon information and belief, the town of Canton has engaged a law firm to conduct an investigation as it relates to an active Canton police officer. That's Sean Good. And the law firm has requested information derived from the cell phone extraction concerning that officer. The NDAO has also received a request from the Peace Officer Standards and Training Commission for information from the extraction of the cell phone related to Proctor. And then obviously on March 19th, the state police terminated Proctor. Proctor appealed. He subsequently withdrew. So the question is whether this is an outdated request. Well, I guess Post can decertify him even after withdrawing the appeal. So it looks like these are two different things. It's not that Post is investigating Good, although that's possible as well. It's that the town of Canton is investigating Good, and the Post Commission is still looking into Proctor. Wasn't Proctor already suspended by the Post Commission, though? Or did he go through... I got to remember exactly what he went through. I think he went through a state police hearing, and then he went through the civil service process, and then he appealed. So maybe he was never decertified. We'll have to take a look into that. Next question. It's not actually a question. I thought we were playing trivia there for a second. All right, now this is the interesting part because it doesn't apply directly. Kate Peter's not relevant to this case, but those of you who've been wondering about like the government agency standard and who's part of the prosecution team, what is Rule 14.2, etc., let's read this. Under Mass Rule of Criminal Procedure 14.2, G. Upon a sufficient showing, the judge may at any time order that the discovery or inspection be denied, restricted, or deferred, or make such other order as it is appropriate. This actually used to be 14.B6 or 14.6B. They just changed this. The judge may alter the time requirements of Rules 14, 14.1, or 14.2. The judge may, for cause shown, grant discovery to a defendant on the condition that the material to be discovered be available only to counsel for the defendant. This provision does not alter the allocation or burden of proof with regards to the matter at issue, including privilege. You know what's funny? This comes up so often, over and over and over again. This specific clause, yet no one ever invoked it for Lindsay. No one ever gave Lindsay the benefit of this process. Makes me shake my towel fist. The issuance of a protective order is the inherent authority of the issuing court, and protective orders serve to shield litigants and third parties from unwarranted disclosure and, as a practical matter, to facilitate the discovery necessary for trial. Non-parties have a privacy interest in not having their images, their complete cell phone numbers, or email numbers publicly displayed. Names of SA victims and court records or police reports may not be disseminated except with the consent of a justice of such court where the complaint or indictment in or would be prosecuted and are otherwise withheld from public inspection. GLC 265 247C. See also GLC 4197D. Quote, reports of SA shall not be public reports. How can you write that in a fucking motion after somebody released Lindsay's SA report? How can you do that? Read it. Read it. You can't do it. You can't. You can't, ladies and gentlemen. Further, non-participants who appear within the produced materials may have a security interest in not having their personal identifying information released to protect against harassment. I'm rolling my eyes 17 ways from Sunday because they did not make that argument for months about Lindsay's phone. See example, Commonwealth v. Holiday, 450 Mass. While Commonwealth bears burden of demonstrating risk of safety, it need not demonstrate a specific or actual threat where danger to witness safety is inherent in the situation. The Norfolk County District Attorney's Office believes that there is an obligation to further investigation. What? The Norfolk County District Attorney's Office believes there is an obligation to further investigation by post in the town of Canton. Is that a grammatically correct sentence? I'm like 9 hours in today. I'm tired. The NDAO believes there is an obligation to further investigation. I guess that's technically grammatically correct. I think it should be to further investigate, but I guess you can use investigate. It's very odd. And I'm unsure why they think there's an obligation for further investigation. It seems to be saying that Sean Good did something bad. That's my best read of that sentence. But do you notice how weird it is? It's just very weirdly written. See generally in the matter of grand jury investigation, 485 Mass. Oh, that's a famous case. 641, I say it's famous. I think I just see it all the time in Cosgrove and Bettero's filings. 641, 661, 662. 2020, where Commonwealth found to be required to provide discovery in cases in which the officer was involved, notification to the police chief or the officer's police department should also occur. Where the NDAO is providing discovery in pending cases in which Proctor was a member of the prosecution team. Oh, that's their argument for Kearney, I forgot. They say that Proctor was not part of the prosecution team. Although I think these new emails that Corey Hopkins got that Proctor sent in 2023 might undermine that. Nicola Cox said, or 3-Clerk Monty said, what if they had the ability to fight the aliens in a sandbox away from the public, but screwed up and a couple of aliens got through to Earth? Well, I guess we can send me. I'll go talk to the aliens. I'll be like, hello, aliens. My name is Towel. They'll be like, are you the representative of the human species? I'll be like, yes. And then I'll do my best, and hopefully we'll go from there. Nicola Cox says, I think Lindsay's phone extraction was released purposefully. You can't be bright enough to delete specific messages, but not bright enough to redact. Agree. There is an obligation. Blizzard Party. I don't know what that is, so I'm going to reserve commenting. But then this explains why they won't give it to Kearney, because they're saying Proctor wasn't part of the prosecution team. I think that's a tenuous argument. And to effectuate the police department and post-statutory obligations to conduct an investigation, the NCDAO, the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office, believes it should provide the materials determined to be discoverable as indicating bias. See Rule 14b2 and relating to the police officer which the agency is investigating. Who do you got bias against? Michael Proctor and Sean Good were talking in newly discovered messages that show their bias. Oh, that's not good. The NDAO is cognizant, or aware, however, of this court's orders on defendant's motion for discovery limiting dissemination of this material. Besides privilege issues, in the receipt of highly sensitive images and information of unrelated third parties, if the Commonwealth sought to search a cell phone, The Commonwealth would be required to proceed via search warrant with particularity of the items to be searched and a temporal time-based limit. See Commonwealth v. Snow. Further, to provide discovery to a police department and post without a protective order would be to provide less restrictions that this court deemed appropriate for counsel who requested discovery from the cell phone as Rule 14 material in their cases originally, which remain pending, and for counsel in unrelated cases. What? Less restrictions than, not that. If you're going to use less, there needs to be a than somewhere. Less restrictions than this court deemed it. This thing is riddled with typos. And by the way, I'm a very harsh critic, so there's only been like 3 typos, but that's 3 typos too many. Where such information was provided upon court order in specific cases, and dissemination was subject to restrictions as a condition of its release, and per the attached proposed order, this court should order similar restrictions prior to the production of the materials in this case. You mean these cases? It's like 4 dockets. Accordingly, there is good cause to limit dissemination to 1 copy with an additional copy that could be provided to counsel for the subject of an Police Department Internal Affairs post-proceeding. Any Police Department Internal Affairs / post-proceeding. Okay. And does not work there. A police department, internal affairs / post-proceeding, or any works, but and does not work because police starts with P, and it's not one of those words where the vowel takes over from the consonant in the first letter. So, therefore, that is wrong. Another typo, and I'm 97% you cannot use and there. That further copying be prohibited and that the materials are not otherwise disseminated outside the proceedings for which the Canton Police and Post are statutorily authorized to conduct it, so none of us can ever see it. The materials will be provided in an electronic format with text chains including embedded audio files. Where the text chains include the name of a SA victim, the Commonwealth requests that it be allowed to omit the electronic version of the messages that include an SA victim's name from the electronic production, so as to redact the name and instead provide it as a PDF. 7. Upon request, the NDAO will make the materials believed to be discoverable to the court for in-camera review. And so that just means the court looks at it to make sure that they're being right. All right, so here's my opinion. So this is the first assistant DA, or I think she still is, Lisa Beatty. She reads Hemingway. That's my opinion of this motion. No, my actual opinion is, like, she wrote this because this is high stakes. Very high stakes. And there's something lying beneath. Something happened to Good based on the extraction. Oh, yeah, 100%. Whatever is in this extraction from Michael Proctor's cell phone is big. It's big. It's a big deal. I can't tell you exactly what it is. I cannot figure it out, but it's a big deal. And it definitely is going to impact more than Sean Good. I think Sean Good was just the first person because they had to go through this extraction. Yeah, there's something we're all not being told. It's being kept from us, and it's very frustrating. All right, I'm exhausted. We've gone till 5 o'clock. Bedtime. I'm up past my bedtime. I'm a little towel. All right, we had a good day. Hope you don't mind that I do a truncated ending. We'll talk more about this probably tomorrow. We'll get a late start tomorrow. Probably around 10 we'll pick up with Walshe coverage. Appreciate every one of you who tuned in today. This public information service. If you've been here the whole day, if you benefited, if you enjoyed this stream, the mission here is to educate, inform, and entertain the wider public. We use entertainment as a hook to engender cogent public discourse and ward off the usurpation of our representative forms of government worldwide. And even however many hours it is later, 7 or 8, still going strong. If you want to support this stream, help me try to get through the holidays, feel free. We haven't done one donation or ad read all day, so I'll go ahead and drop those in the chat. It's completely user-funded aggregate. We had almost 4,000 people watching on the YouTube today over the day. We had almost, let's see what the final number was on the X. You want me to check? I'll check right now. It was 7,000, ladies and gentlemen. Wow, almost 7,000 people watched over on the Towel X. Wow, that's cool. And then 2,500 watched over the day on the YouTube. Means a lot to me that you spent the day with me, that you learned things. I hope you found the coverage insightful. Nicola, you absolutely have a great rest of your night. Let me drop those donation links. I actually had someone the other day who wasn't from the U.S. that told me that some of these don't even work outside the U.S. I didn't know. So I'll work on trying to figure out how to accept international donations. The PayPal might do it, but I'm not necessarily well-versed. Anyway, if you hear my voice going, if you appreciated it, the Cash App is # Grant Smith Ellis. The Venmo is at Grant-E1. You'll see a picture of an Elmo. That was an inflatable Elmo that I saw a few Christmases ago. It was actually way more than a few now. I wanted to send it to my friend Elmo, and he was a veteran, and I went to send it to him, and I wanted to and forgot, and then he passed away. So I keep that picture up, so that whenever anyone asks me, is that you, I can say yes, and then they say, why do you have an inflatable Elmo as your picture, and then I get to tell them. See, it's a nice little trick. And then the PayPal's on there too. I'll figure it out. I always do. I don't know what's going to happen, but Towel will make it through. Towel loves you all very much. Thank you very much for letting me do that donation read. Nicola Cox, thank you so much. 3 Clerk Monty, thank you for being here. Who else? Bunny was here. Hold on. I don't know if Bunny's still with us, but let me get him. Pete Bunny Towel Bunny wants to say hi. I got him. I've woken him up from his slumber, Bunny Towel. It is the infamous Pete Bunny Towel. He's grumpy. He says that I've stayed on too long today and I'm not doing well and I should get some rest. All right, Pete Bunny Towel. All right. I see how it is. I'm looking forward to getting some rest too, my dear friend. Who else was here with us? I did see 3 Clerk Monty, and then Bunny, of course, made me go get Pete Bunny Towel. Bossy Texas Chicken Bella were here. Thank you so much as well. Welcome to JDR, who came in for the first time. I think Nancy from the 508 was watching with us. Thank you. Allie was watching and then got overwhelmed and started to go listen to 70s music. I can't blame you. Marvin Hagler, thank you as well. Troy, it was great to see you. Always a pleasure to see you and Marvin drop in and ask some good questions. Let's take a look at our towel poll. Will Brian Walshe be convicted for Anna Walsh's murder? 82% of you say yes, strong case. 18% of you say no, reasonable doubt. But yes, thank you very much. I appreciated it. All of you, I'm glad. I'll see you again for day 3 tomorrow. Going to start a little late tomorrow. Have a towel obligation. I have another doctor's tomorrow. But I've set up everything for the rest of the week, so hopefully, I literally had like 3 doctor's appointments this week. Hopefully, the rest of the week will be smooth sailing. And then we'll continue our Crim Pro review. I did my Crim Pro review very early this morning, so we didn't get to do any. I'll just redo it with you tomorrow on stream, and then we need to get going because I have 1/6 of it done. And if I could continue at this pace, then by next Tuesday, I'll be a little towel. Still won't be ready, but keep moving. But yes, that said, I like to end the same way every day. If you've never watched this stream before, Pete Bunny Towel wants to let you know he hates the commies, and I want to let you know the following. If you benefited from this stream today, if you learned something today, if you really want to pay it forward, if you found camaraderie here, enjoyed the discussion, you know what I'm going to say. Look for a reason to do small acts of service and kindness. It can be something as simple, well, it's not really simple, it's important, as donating to our homeless veterans. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, there should not be one veteran in the United States of America that is homeless against their will. They want to go live in the woods, we're not going to stop them. But it is a scar on the face of our nation if there is a single veteran homeless against their will. We can do better. Look for reasons to donate to our homeless veterans today and make Pete Bunny Towel proud. However, what if you want to donate to animals? Well, have you considered donating to animal shelters run by veterans? Maybe they train service dogs. Maybe they just help veterans get linked up with animals who help them. I don't know. You can look for those. That's a great way to help animals and veterans. Pete Bunny Towel is not an animal. At least he believes he's not. He's a stuffed peep. In any event, he thinks helping animals is important. Now, what if you can't find an animal shelter run by veterans? Well, that's okay. You can donate to an animal shelter in general. That's a great way to help animals. And look at Pete Bunny Towel. He's jumping up and down with excitement. Now, if you live in the UK, all right, there's a good way to help populations experiencing homelessness called The Big Issue. All right, you can donate to the big issue. It's a great way to help, and it's an excellent cause. All right, really good way to assist populations in experiencing homelessness in the UK. Young Black Economist said, "You're a nice guy, Grant. Thank you so much for the stream." Thank you. God bless you, Young Black Economist, and God bless the person who just sent over a towel donation. You're going to make a little towel cry. I just do my best, try to keep it on, and hopefully I'm doing you all proud, and it means a lot to me that we get to spend our time together. And Young Black Economist, of course, we had our great discussion the other day, and God bless you for stopping in. It's so nice to see you. But ladies and gentlemen, you may also think about, if you can't make donations to whatever cause is most important to you, it could be a small act of service or kindness. Could be something as simple as waving to someone on the street, reaching out to a friend or family member you haven't heard from in a while, or yes, even donating 200 tomato plants to a friend like Francis Futrell did one time, and having them designated honorary towels forevermore. Yes, in that way, ladies and gentlemen, I believe it's possible that we can live up to our towel eudaimonia, or summum bonum, our greatest good in the ancient Greek or Latin respectively, and in that way change the current realpolitik from one centered on preserving, expanding, and demonstrating our power to instead one centered on preserving, expanding, and demonstrating our capacity to engage in small acts of service based in unconditional love. Yes, Pete Bunny Towel and I believe those small acts of service and kindness will ripple outwards and eventually bring about a new digital epoch defined by Aquarius the water bearer standing tall and carrying a towel. We both believe it's possible because of you, don't we, Pete Bunny Towel? Yes, and he also wants to let you know he hates the commies, which is absolutely fine. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. What a day. Thank you so much for spending time with me. It meant a lot to me. Towel friends on the X, you got a few minutes at the beginning. So on a rainy, dreary, cold, snowy, slushy Tuesday evening in Boston, Massachusetts, the temperatures are dropping. Towel's spirit is not. And Pete Bunny Towel wants to let you know he's hungry for lettuce. God bless each and every one of you. It really means a lot to me, truly. Be well. Enjoy the rest of your night. See you tomorrow morning. Remember, half day tomorrow. We'll call it three-fourths of a day. Got to go to the towel doctor in the morning, and then as soon as I'm done, I'll come back and see you. All right? So let's aim for 9:30 or 10, all right? Give or take a few minutes. If we miss anything, it's fine, because the 30-minute morning break we will use to catch up on whatever we miss in the Walshe trial, and whatever other godforsaken chaos is no doubt to happen between now and then. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if the world just collapses all around us at the pace things are going, ladies and gentlemen, but you'll still have me, Pete Bunny Towel, and your towel friends to talk it through. Until tomorrow, Grant Smith Ellis. Follow along, youtube.com/Grant Smith Ellis, x.com @Grant Smith Ellis. God bless you. Be well. I'm going to go talk to the towel friends on the YouTube. Towel loves you very much. Towel friends on the YouTube. We did it. It was a long day. It was a towel day. It was certainly one for the record books. We hit 7,000 people over on the Towel X. Absolutely excellent job, everyone. Very proud of you all. Very, very pleased. Thank you very much for tuning in. Every single day I get to spend with you is a fun day. I'm sorry we haven't got to play a lot of trivia. It feels like it's just been a cacophony of chaos. I thought we would get into the Walshe trial and actually have some time to get in a rhythm, play some trivia. What did it turn into? Me ranting about Plato's analogy of the cave from Book 7 of the Republic. Oh, God bless America, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, I am a towel. But yes, it was great to see you, towel friends. Enjoy the rest of your night. Thank you for watching with me today. I know you know that I appreciate you all very much. I appreciate this community very much. And every single time I see your names pop up, I get excited. I wish Pete Bunny Towel was more awake today. He's all awake now. I guess he's like a nocturnal bunny, which makes sense. But he was sleeping most of the day, and he gets excited too. All right, from Pete Bunny Towel and myself, God bless you all, towel friends. Towel loves you very much. See you tomorrow, 10:30 a.m. Eastern, maybe 11. We'll continue with day 3 of the Brian Walshe trial, and we'll do some very real studying. Hold me accountable. If I don't study during lunch tomorrow, you all yell at me and say, Towel, you need to do at least 5 or 6 cases in the outline, or you are in trouble, and then I'll do it. God bless you. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. Enjoy the rest of your Tuesday night.